Actually got a lot to talk about today. That's new. I feel like we've been kind of in hibernation for a bit. How we doing, Kike? We got fun things to talk about. And fun things to look forward to. You're first, bro. You're first in the YouTube chat. Let's see Twitch. Donner, how you doing? Welcome. Eternal on Twitch. Kaplan, displayed. Hello, hello. We have Roster Mania related intel today. We have to take a look back at the World Championship. I was thinking we do. I guess depending on what chat wants the most from me. I was thinking we review the grand finals of the Halo World Championship. We also have a new map that's like not confirmed like officially, but sounds pretty confirmed like unofficially, if that makes sense. We have a new map, yeah, and I'm about to hop on it. We can maybe intro the live stream just kind of playing on this new map. Grand Finals review sounds pretty cool. Yeah, obviously it wasn't like the 14-game banger that I think we had hoped to see, but I think we should give Shopify their flowers for playing as incredibly as they did and talk a little bit about what they did so well. Why is it that they came out so hot in that series? What did Optic potentially do wrong? I think it's fair that we take some time and take a look at it, With the new developments, Roster Mania-wise, at least coming from APG, this is where I'm sourcing my intel. I don't really have any, at the moment, I don't have any fancy leads. We might have some entertaining rosters to look forward to that's not just the same as like shit that we've seen already, like we're not just kind of recycling rosters we had in previous years. I think we might have like an entirely different clean slate. Everyone but SR subject to change. And while we still don't know what rosters, like what orgs are going to stick around, I think we could see some pretty exciting rosters. Any intel on what Frosty figured out that let SR sweep Optic in the second half of the season? I don't know if we'll be able to identify like that answer specifically, but we can talk about what Shopify did really well and what Optic, where they failed at certain points in the games that didn't go their way, basically. I think. And then maybe that will sort of indirectly answer the question about Frosty figuring it out. I don't know. Royal 2's the GOAT. Royal 2, having looked at the series, I gave it like another watch through last night. He's kind of my MVP for the series. Maybe not every single game, but overall, I feel like Royal 2 was freaking popping off. He went insane. Thoughts on Trippy, Lucid, Precision, Descendant. So yeah, that's the team, right? That's the supposed intel. We have a new Lucid Trippy team here, guys. We have a Halo 3 throwback tournament that's actually looking hot, man. Have you guys seen that? Halo 3 throwback tournament for charity as well for men's mental health. And I'll figure out more details on what specifically I need to know for that on Saturday, but it's this Saturday. If you guys aren't aware of this tournament, this is actually hype, bro. We're definitely going to watch it this Saturday. Regardless of whether or not you're a fan of Halo 3, which I assume, everybody's at some point in their past with Halo has enjoyed Halo 3. Like, I mean, come on. Shit's the OG. Look at this roster layout here. Enable returning. We got a lot of goats returning, man. I think I'm most excited for Roybox. When I saw that, bro, look at this team. Roy, Lunchbox, Snipe Down, and Snakebite. Like, the best reality would be Ola on that team, but I feel like Snakebite's like the second best option that you could pick apart from like, because that's like the reciprocity roster. That's not that's Evil Geniuses, right? They had a huge stint together. Ace, Lethal Maniac, Tylenol. Here, let me turn this down. I'm just getting destroyed by bots in the new map. Ace, Lethal Maniac, Tylenol, Best Man, Last Shot, Cycle, Frosty. Who do you think wins this? Just based off the names. Like, you would think that a team that's comprised of 3/4 of Shopify having just won the Infinite World Championship would be in the best position to win this, but it's Halo 3. These guys haven't been grinding Halo 3. Did Last Shot Cycle play much Halo 3 back in the day? Like, I don't know. Roy, Lunchbox, Snipe Down, and SB might win because they're H3 kids. Yeah, maybe, right? But then again, like, Roy and Lunchbox, how often do they play Halo these days? And Halo 3 especially. Like, do you think Roy is grinding on a regular basis? I don't know. I'm sure they play here and there. Snipe Down's been playing Apex if he's playing any games. Or maybe he's trying some new things. I don't know. Battlefield. Last Shot was 1 year old when it came out. Wait, when was he born? 2006? No freaking way. Whatever team Tylenol is on wins this. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind, right? So like, out of everyone on this list, majority, like 99% of these players aren't playing Halo 3 on a regular basis, except I think off the top of my head, 2 players, right? Ace and Tylenol. Tylenol, more than anybody, is grinding Halo 3 on like a daily basis. Naded, actually, though, Naded plays a good amount of Halo 3 as well, but I think that Ace-Tylenol duo, I know if Ace gets back on Halo, it's typically Halo 3, right? With Lethal and Maniac, this seems like a pretty solid roster. You still got the modern, like, phenoms, if that's how we want to define them, right? The Hook-Shotzi duo with APG and Clutch, that's interesting. Chemistry, I don't know what to expect. Like, I guarantee some of these rosters will probably just come together on the day and just sort of figure it out impromptu. Like, I wonder if any of these players have any, like, intention to practice in advance, right? Like, could you see one of these teams getting together and doing, like, a practice session in advance of this? Probably not, right? Dude is nonstop on the grind. Naded? No, Naded definitely will be more comfy on Halo 3. What about Straight Sick? I haven't seen what he's been up to in a while. Straight Sick, Goofy, Rindoob, and Naded is like an OG Halo 3 roster. I'm not sure if we've ever seen these guys together, but that right there is just, that screams like legacy Halo roster right there. Assault, Enable, Neighbor, and Elamite. Holy shit, right? That's like take us even farther back in time. Assault, Enable, Neighbor, and Elamite. Assault works for Halo Studios now. Enable COD Pro now. Neighbor, not sure what he's been up to. It's good to see like these OG legends come back and play Halo. Spartan Mental Collect. Who is Rights? I don't know who Rights is. I see only the name on this list that I don't recognize. Foul Boo Boo Eco Stellar. Foul Boo Boo Eco Stellar is Splice with Boo Boo instead of Suppressed, which almost feels like a low-key Rostermania intel or something like that, you know? November 8th, dog, if they're going to get together and practice, they better start. Yeah, no, I don't know if anybody's realistically going to practice for this, you know? But, like, maybe the players that play Halo 3 on a regular basis have a big edge. I can't look at this list and tell you definitively that there's one team that's, like, that looks OP, you know? Like, the Roy Lunch Snipe Down Snakebite, that does look really good. But I don't think that they look like, especially considering we don't know how often they're playing, if they're ever playing Halo 3. How long it's been since. Because then you got Last Shot Cycle Frosty. It doesn't matter what Halo they play. Like, that's, 3/4 of their World Championship roster with their coach. APG's been playing, yeah, he just got on Halo 3, right? But he's just playing, like, Social Precision Slayer. Get some comfort with playing Halo 3 again, but not like... It's not like Hook and Shotzi... it's not like this team is getting organized in advance of Saturday and practicing. You know what I mean? Like, that's definitely not happening. They're kind of just going to show up and wing it. Should be fun regardless. Ace and Tylenol will be grinding Halo 3. Yeah, so does Native. Those are the players that I think have the most, like, of, I guess, an individual advantage from, like, recent experience with the game. Tylenol, I think, more than anybody. Like, I feel like we should probably be expecting the most out of Tylenol, maybe? I haven't been watching him play, but I know he's grinding Halo 3 on like a daily basis, right? Yeah, like I feel like Tylenol, but it's not. Halo 3 it's a team game. So, individually, he's going to know things and apply things that I'm sure other players won't be. It doesn't give them the automatic advantage, It should be fun. The one hosting the event? Yes, Hitch is hosting. His name is Hitch. His tag is Hitch-A-Ride or whatever. He works with Optic. I'm not sure what his specific role is, but he creates content. He hosts like podcast interview show called Around the Bar. Actually, really good content. Just getting here. What is happening? Optic Halo, Formal Bound, Legend Renegade done. They move into COD. What's up? So Viltrumite, who is, I guess, one of our chatters. I don't know, somebody in my Discord. Who's been watching APG, he typed this in my Discord. I don't know if there's any legitimacy to this whatsoever regarding, so I don't know if I want to just like pull this on screen. Viltrumite here said, New roster, Trippy, Lucid, Precision, Descendant. We could talk about that. APG did say this? Okay, so supposedly APG said that Renegade and Bound are trying to form a roster, and APG says it will rival or even surpass the firepower of SR. But he doesn't know if it's possible. He says it will be good for Halo if this team forms, and if the team forms, it could be Optic next year. Holy shit, do you have me praying? You know what I mean? Like, whatever this is, I'm praying it happens. That's a bold statement, right? So what he's saying is, okay, and first of all, did he say that if Trippy, Lucid, Precision, Descendant are a team, then that puts them off the table? Does that put Precision and Descendant off the table? Because, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, who are the hottest, potential FAs that you would pull onto the next, like, God Squad? I feel like Precision and Descendant are, like, two of those players. So that takes two big players off the table, right? Whoever these players are, they must be pretty freaking, like, worthwhile if Optic could actually justify sticking around for this team, right? Because, like, I think Formal is out. Formal's probably done. Woodham. Could they pull? I don't know, though. But, like, so you also have to put yourself in the shoes of Renegade and Bound. Like, who do Renegade and Bound gel well with? Who do they spend time hanging out and interacting with on a regular basis? Like, you know what I mean? What sounds more realistic from a chemistry perspective? It could be Optic next year. Like, are there players that have the skill and, like, the clout necessary to encourage Optic, the org, to stay with Halo? Because that's a big deal. Tusk? What about, like, Lethal? That sounds crazy, right? Would Lethal somehow get onto a team? Like, what if it was, like, Snakebite, Lethal, Bound, Renegade? I don't know if that's, like, a crazy idea. But, like, could we bring the man back? And is that good enough, though? I don't know if that's good enough. Yeah, Stellar, obviously very talented. Optic had been trying to poach Stellar for a bit, and that didn't work out. People are gonna probably deny the Lethal being like a good option right now. I know he's had like a difficult route this past couple years with Infinite, so it's kind of questionable whether or not he'd be like a good pick, but he's very close with those guys. He's got a good relationship with them. Not good enough. Okay. Which is what I'm expecting you guys to say. I'm just throwing ideas out. Is Lucid, Trippy, Descendant, Precision team confirmed? So APG's supposedly saying that, like, so nothing's confirmed, okay? Nothing's confirmed until we see it. You know what I mean? But this is just what's in talks. Supposedly Lucid, Trippy, Descendant, and Precision are in talks to form a team. And then what that would do is that would leave players like Penguin and Snakebite on, like, an island. And apparently Renegade and Bound are trying to make a team too. If Renegade and Bound are trying to make a team, what team could you guys, like, theorize in your mind that would somehow be so good that it could rival or even surpass the firepower of SR and encourage Optic to stay with the esport? Because that'd be fucking crazy. I mean, if we can get another year with Optic in the esport, it's a blow to not have Formal competing. Obviously, Formal brings a lot from a viewership, interest standpoint, and Optic generally are going to support his decision on whether or not to be in the sport. But, like, if they stick around, even with him not there, I think that'd be a huge, huge W for us, having Optic around. 3 hot guns and a long-time vet. Bound, Renegade, Snakebite, and Stellar. I mean, that's kind of sick too, right? With Stellar and Eco, so that would require Stellar and Eco to finally split up. That's like one of the last standing long-time duos, right? And what would that do for Eco? I don't know, right? That'd be a totally different looking roster. That said, though, yeah, Snakebite, Bound, Renegade, and Stellar does sound pretty deadly. Aim and Ms. Zion Yan. You're welcome, brother. I'm having trouble with your name. Emmy. I call you that. Frosty, Renegade, Lethal. So Frosty's not going anywhere, right? So you can take Shopify, their current roster, and remove them from the equation. Because, yeah, that team has no incentive to change. They are the big dogs now. They're the team to beat. Who would have loved to see Renegade and Lucid on the same team and Trippy too? Yeah, I think it would be cool. I don't know how they would mesh from a chemistry standpoint. And that's the thing with this Lucid, Trippy, Precision, Descendant team as well. Do you guys, like, I think that team sounds, like, pretty damn deadly in my mind, but do you think that, like, they're going to gel well? Like, obviously they have potential to. I think the type of Halo that like Precision and Descendant are trying to play might not be the same type of Halo that Lucid, Trippy have been playing on FaZe this previous year. If they're willing to like, you know, make some changes and sort of adapt to Precision Descendant, then it could work out. How we doing, Sebastian? SR is not changing, yeah. Trying to do the young gun, right? Wait, what? Like SR? Flex, my word. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hold on. My God. I have this is the new map in the background, guys. We have a new map coming to ranked play, and it's not 100% guaranteed, but sounds like it's happening. We got some damn good Halo from Flex. Thank you, brother, with the 5 gifted. Your go. Welcome, guys. Eli X, let's go. Enoch. Darth Michael. That is just damn good Halo. My God. Is Emmy Zion? Ion? Emmy Zion? You gotta help me with that one, bro. And B Greener. Welcome, guys. Good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God. W Flex. What is this? So the map is called Vacancy. You can search for it and try it out yourself. I can give you guys a quick show of it in a bit. That is just damn good Halo. My God. Or wait. Map. Search. Oh, that is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. Wait, why is nothing coming up? I literally have it open. Vacancy, bro. Am I tripping though? It's not 3, 4. It's just search. All right. Well, you should be able to find it. If you go to map and you go to search and you type vacancy, it should come up. Something's bugged on my end. It looks like Bazaar. It's a Forge map made by the same guy who made the Fortress map, which I know might turn some of you guys off. Fate. Is it Fate? Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Bake in C. That's right. It's a fake bacon. Wake and bake? I don't fucking know, bro. Here. Let's hop on the map. Saw the roster stuff and thought Lethal, Renegade, Bound, Stellar would be crazy. I think that'd be pretty dope too. Yeah, that's an option. So maybe as an alternative to somebody brought up Snakebite, Renegade, Bound, and Stellar, right? Lethal, Renegade, Bound, Stellar sounds pretty hot too. That'd be a good little Lethal comeback tour right there as well. If he gets a roster like that, be a hell of a blow up from the circumstances he's had this previous year. And if it happens, it'd be happening because of his chemistry with the Optic guys. He's, like a good friend of the Optic guys. Bound, Spartan, Renegade, Woodham. I don't see Sparty teaming with Bound and Renegade. So I'm going to just, in my mind, I'm going to take that one off the table. I don't think that one's happening. Woodham would be really interesting. It's hard to imagine Woodham coming from Europe to North America in year 5 of Halo Infinite, So this is the map. There's Spartan bots who are going to shoot me. But I can try to just, pay attention to chat and... Probably be easier if I don't have the bots, honestly. I'll just take them off. It's an asymmetrical map, but it feels like almost symmetrical. And it doesn't feel like a large map either. It's odd. It's like an ASIM, but I could see CTF potentially working on it, or at least being worth trying. Maybe I don't know. It's like an ASIM that's almost symmetrical. Is kind of what it's like. Just give us a walkthrough. Show us the cracked curb slide spot. I got you. Don't worry. So what's Snakebite doing? Why is he not sticking with his current team? Supposedly Lucid has, sort of, whether he directly announced it or sort of implied it, but it sounds like FaZe are splitting up and Lucid Trippy are sticking together. Being a longtime duo, I'm not surprised to see Lucid Trippy kind of shopping around for a new team. According to APG, the team that they're looking to create is with Precision and Descendant. And it sounds deadly for sure. I feel like Precision and Descendant would be... I could see Bound Renegade requesting a team with those guys too, no? As an option as well. I don't know. This is the map. I don't know if I skill jump wise, I haven't noticed anything that's insane. There's a few pretty cool ones. Slide offs, the The process of like sliding off a ledge to connect with one below is very important on this map because there's a lot of ways to like connect slide offs into certain movement. This is probably the most skillful skill jump on the map, which is hard to hit. Not even really necessary. You can like jump off this button. Fuck. And like reach the door. There we go. I almost had it. I just use the HCS FFA game type. There we go. Why do it? I don't know. It has like a COD look. Yeah, a little bit, because it's got the bizarre theme to it, right? Lots of G-slides on this map. There's a lot of open space, right? This is all very open with not a lot of cover, but there's so many different ways to slide through it, and all of these areas here have little tiny physical ledges that lets you, like, jump and G-slide off them. So you can kind of, like, zip through here pretty efficiently, right? This is kind of cool. Like, if I go from here, I can jump and clamber this door, right? But that's, like, a forced clamber if I do it this way. It's hard to, like, properly reach and connect and attack somebody at the same time. If I stand on this sloped edge and G-slide forward, I can skip the clamber and land directly on top of the door. Which can be kind of, like, cracked, I guess, depending on the scenario and what you're trying to create. But it's super open, right? Anything that you're doing in this area of the map is super open, bro. There's so many angles where I could die from here with literally no cover. There's no cover. It's just a flat surface. I think this is the highest point in the map right here. Where's this in the Halo lore? Yeah, as if that's what we're thinking about in year 5 of Halo esports. Just give me a map that actually, like, feels, you know, like a solid competitive space, right? Like, so this tech here, this is, like, really subtle if you guys care about just nerdy shit, but see how, like, this is a very high crouch jump ledge? And I can sort of, like, jump between the two to clear it and skip the clamber. If I try to G-slide crouch jump, I can't skip this clamber, right? Because the G-slide commits me close to the floor and lowers my jump height, so I can't crouch jump skip this. But if I hit a G-slide and cancel it, like, really quickly, so I, like, jump out the air, I can get the speed from the G-slide while still maintaining my height and getting a crouch jump, if that makes sense. So, like, this is really useful in lattice. Basically, like, hitting a G-slide and jumping out of it early so that you get some of the, like, forward momentum that comes from it. And then carry that into a high enough jump to skip your clamber. Do you think this will play well? Yeah, so I think this could be done for... it's great for strongholds. It's like, you can tell it's a strongholds designed map. It has the live fire style of setup to it, right? Where it's like kind of like a donut, like a circular setup. With a centralized... Like, top mid is not... I can't see it. It's the same kind of hallway structure as live fire, right? So it actually has... You can tell it's, like, modeled after, like, a live fire setup. Which makes it good for a strongholds King of the Hill. Oddball probably works as well. At the same time, though, this side and the other side of the map don't feel super different from each other, to the point where I wonder if you could play, like, an ASIM CTF on this map. I don't know if that sounds crazy. There's another ledge up here with a carbine. This is the only wall rack, weapon rack that I'm aware of that you can't sit on, right? It's convenient that you can sit on some of these. Like these things as well. And you could G-slide off them. Completely changing how you move around these areas. So if I navigate through here, I can backwards crouch jump on top of this and then jet through. The map is so bad. Why do you think it's bad? Like, elaborate. Because I actually like it. I think it's not, like, so visually I'm not impressed. Obviously, like, graphically, Forge is super limiting in this game. And that sucks. I have yet to see a Forge map where I'm like, damn, that's sick. Well, that's a pretty cool little connection, right? This is a step jump height ledge. So if I push into this, I can step up. If I crouch jump and then step jump on an angle, I have to be positioned a certain way. I can, like, basically take fights and line up a G-slide while shooting the entire time. If there was ball on it, is there any way to throw ball off? Yeah, right there. One flag CTF round base? I don't know. What I would have to do is, like, assess the flag routes and whether or not there's, like, some sort of significant advantage running flag one direction or the other. This spot, not very difficult to get into, but seems kind of crazy, right? Like if somebody's coming up from bottom mid, which I haven't really shown bottom mid, but like that seems like kind of BS to be sitting in that spot. There's a grapple down here. That's a W. We're in need of grapple in competitive play. I'm not sure if this map is like a map that feels made for the grapple though. That's my only concern is like I haven't spent too much time trying to pull off like grapple rotations. See how this all connects? Pretty cool. There are spots though. I don't want them to patch this shit out like immediately because you know that they will. Like all of these little every component of it is unless they already fixed it, you know what I mean? Like they might have already blocked this. I need unlimited grapple to apply the tech more, but like every single one of these is a physical ledge. It was when I tested it yesterday. It's pretty vertical. Yeah, but they basically like blocked just about every single thing that you think you might be able to stand on, right? This one right here I can stand on. But they might have covered that one by the time, you know what I mean? Like every day I'm sure they're locking this map down. Lucid, Trippy, Bound, Renegade. I don't see it happening. I don't know. Yeah, I don't dislike this map. The only thing that like I'm not really satisfied with is the graphics. But that's like just a limitation of Halo Infinite. Like I think the theme of the map is cool. I think it'd be nice to see something that's like Bazaar come back in the rotation. Bazaar brought like a unique kind of like visual theme, I think, to our map rotation that I'm cool with. But this doesn't look as pretty as Bazaar, you know? I'm also on very low like graphic settings. I don't know if that somehow changes it, but show strongholds? Okay. Be cool if you could like sprint from that and connect into a drop slide down here, right? These weapon racks are useful. Anything that's down-sloped like this, see how it's slightly down-sloped? It allows you to, like, connect slides more consistently. So, like, if somebody's in this hallway, I can use the pillar to, like, sightline block, stand on this, and then turn off G-slide through, right? All of this stuff, despite how tall it is, you can slide off all of it. If I spawn here, and I'm here, there's probably, with like perfect timing, a way to just go from your spawn, from this window ledge, and skip the clamber straight through. Or what you can do is like just sprint out to this point right here. Oops. And just G-slide straight off that with good timing. Sort of accomplish the same thing. Streets is still the prettiest. We got to bring Streets back in some capacity for sure. Like the fact, especially in ranked, it doesn't necessarily need to be in competitive rotation right away, but Streets oddball should be in ranked. I was thinking like, if I tuck into this corner and try to G-slide off this, it's tough because I don't have much of a runway at the crate here. But if I like angle the G-slide using like this diagonal, right? Like the distance from here to here is longer. This is like fucking science, bro. Basically, I did it earlier, but I can like hit an angled slide from this corner and backwards land. There, that was it. Literally, that was it. So imagine that should be so cracked for no reason, but like this connects. You land on here, and then you can slide off this too. I don't know. Is it worthwhile? Probably not. There's a lot of other ways to get around. What is this? What are we doing here? This is a new map. It's not like officially announced by Halo Studios, but internally it sounds like this is the new map that will be joining both ranked play and HCS. So we'll give it a try a little bit later and see what we think about it. And hopefully they have other maps that they're like testing or planning to add to the playlist, right? stream keeps lagging, but only the game and not the face cam. Is the stream lagging for everybody else, guys? Fucking, of course, bro. I put the 4K setting back on YouTube, and maybe that was not a good idea. It looks fine on Twitch? You haven't noticed. Okay, well, that's good. BJ, hopefully it's just you, I guess. That sucks, though. Somebody said strongholds. I have not seen the stronghold points. But I figure we just play like 8s here later. You're on Twitch. Everybody in the chat's on Twitch, yeah. What kind of fundraising would it take to put an event together that I could host? I don't know. It wouldn't just be about fundraising. Like, I think we could probably, you know, somehow put together like a 1,000 or 2,000 prize pool for something, maybe, right? But then I would need like a team of people who could help with the organization of it all. So like getting all the teams signed up and making sure that the right matchups are, you know what I mean? Making the bracket. I don't know, helping produce the event. So I'm not doing it all myself. Yeah, sort of, BJ. I don't know. I hope you fix it. Or I hope it solves itself somehow, BJ. I'm not sure. How much did we end up raising during Worlds? You got your it was 11,200 we raised, Bryson. You got your 50 in. That's good to hear. Strongholds, and thank you for that, man. That means a lot. It was honestly a pretty crazy. It's crazy how low key we kind of kept it, considering the money that we raised, right? Like I feel like we all did really good work. But you know, it's considerably low key. Pretty amazing, right? So we have a tiny sea stronghold here, interestingly.
Shock rifle available.
It's like this is another slide off thing, right? So if you're sitting on top of Carbine, you want to like navigate out of this area quickly, you just slide off and then G slide. Those types of connections I think are pretty satisfying to hit. It's like very simple, but it's just a more efficient way to get through the area of the map, right? There's so many ways to slide through this map. We have a B stronghold that's like way... I was thinking it would be more like centralized, like in this zone, you know? Brain dead question? Wait, what was the question? What was Optic's downfall? Their downfall. I don't know. I mean, so like only Optic know whether or not they gave everything they had this year and the whole way through, you know? We don't. Like, I can only speculate. But, like, in critical moments, their downfall in grand finals was just coordination. Like, they weren't as well coordinated. They weren't always on the same page as Shopify in the same way, you know? And in situations where, like, they won, it felt like they kind of had to brute force their wins a little bit with their talent, you know? And I think Renegade oftentimes was the one who was most on display with some of the crazy shots that he would hit and whatnot. But yeah, like it seemed like coordination was, you know, where things just didn't go their way in grand finals. And is that due to a lack of practice? I don't know. That's like only Optic know, really, if they felt like they put it all. Did they leave anything on the table? I'm sure some people have speculation on that. Did APG drop his intel on the new roster? I can't find any reliable answer. APG's intel, as far as I'm aware, is Lucid, Trippy, Precision, and Descendant. Lucid, Trippy, Precision, Descendant. Yeah. And then the other intel that he has, which is even more interesting than that, is this, that like Viltrumite was saying in my Discord. He said Renegade and Bound are trying to form a roster, and APG says it will rival or even surpass the firepower of SR, but he doesn't know if it's possible. So that this roster is like, it's wishful thinking, whatever this team is. And he doesn't know if it's, like, possible to put it together. I'm just kind of inferring. Dustin, thank you for the follow. And then apparently he says it would be good for Halo if this team forms. And if the team forms, it could be Optic next year. So whatever this team is has some serious clout. Like, I don't know what... So this just sounds like without any details, this sounds like almost too good to be true as far as a tease. Golden Boy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Because I think all of us are on the page that, like, Optic are out the esport, right? Like, they're done. You know, especially if Formal says he's done. what incentive does Hex and the Optic team have to like really stick with the sport? But let's say Formal does move on and they just get another team together and they keep Optic around. I mean, like, that's a huge win for Halo fans. I didn't really, you know, I try to like be cautiously optimistic and not think that that's like a possibility. I was coming into this year thinking Optic was done. Or into next year. Do I think there's a chance that Formal's comes back? Renegade Bound, Stellar, Formal. Didn't sound too sure on retirement. Yeah, Formal definitely didn't like throw out the word retire, right? Because I feel like he doesn't know whether or not, like, how he's going to feel in like months from now. But I think he's done for a bit. Like my kind of read on that interview was that he's stepping away for a bit. He needs like a break. And whether that means that he's gone from Halo forever or if he's gone for just a chunk of the year, you know, it could be one or the other. Like, I don't think he's going to be on a team at the start of next year. But I do think that there might be, like, I don't know, if he somehow, like, if Halo's, like, popping and he, for whatever reason, gets a competitive itch, maybe he comes back, like, midway through next year. But I don't know. It's kind of like if you're not there at the beginning of the year, then you might as well not tune in for the year. Stellar ain't going to Optic. Well, I mean, keep in mind that Optic wanted Stellar at one point in the past. But they, you know, that SSG or whatever, like somebody kind of... Teo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What is it? Bound and SSG sort of pulled a fast one on them somehow, and they managed to keep Stellar and pick up Renegade for 2024, if you guys remember that. And then Optic picked up Penguin instead. So, you know, that was a thought in their minds coming out of 2023. I'm not sure what they think about Stellar now that he's had a much more challenging year. There's a shock rifle on this map, by the way. I think this, like, shock rifle on this map, I think is going to be kind of satisfying. I know that it's not, like, the most challenging weapon ever, but I do think that the layout of the map is going to lead to some really, like, stylish and difficult, like, shots, you know? Skillful shots with the shock rifle. There's open space in this map, but there's a lot of, like, in the perimeters of the map, there's a lot of, like, just ways to finesse and be tricky that makes it challenging to use the shock rifle. You know, like, you at no point have to be standing still with the way you rotate this map.
Shock rifle.
Suppress and Bound could be a new duo. Suppress and Bound. When do you ever see them playing together, though? I guess, like, maybe they're in the same 8s lobbies?
Nearing victory.
Like, maybe.
Shock rifle available.
So for this Halo 3 tournament this weekend, if you guys aren't aware, this game's going to just end. This weekend is a Halo 3 tournament, and one of the rosters is Foul Boo Boo Eco Stellar, which is interesting, right? Like, some people are kind of coming up with this idea that maybe Stellar's going to get poached and end up on like an Optic, like, Bound Renegade roster. Nobody's talking about Eco. If that was to happen, maybe those two would have to split. But as far as, like, you know, obviously they're still playing together here. Could Foul Boo Boo Eco Stellar be a team? Would it be worthwhile to even consider making a team, like, with that? All they're doing is trading out Suppress for Boo Boo. It doesn't feel like, you know, some sort of automatic W for them. Is this a new map in rotation? So it's not in rotation yet. You're good, Hendy, don't worry. It's not in rotation yet, but supposedly it's going to be in rotation. It's called Vacancy. You can look the map up yourself in your, like, custom browser. It should be available there. And we'll probably play it later tonight. Try it out later tonight. But it's not, like, there's no official confirmation from Halo Studios, just according to APG and I guess you know, what people are telling me sort of behind the scenes, this is, like, the one that could be coming to ranked play and to the HCS rotation next year. Rewatched my craziest CTF video, Optic versus SSG, when Formal dropped 40. That Formal is not still here. Craziest CTF video where Formal dropped 40. I don't know why that's not coming to mind. I don't know if I would agree that Formal's not still here. Like, what matchup was that back then? Like, was he on the earlier version of Optic? Because I feel like on that older Optic, Formal, like, had a bit of a different role than he does on the current Optic, you know? Like, I feel like his sort of intentions and playstyle were not about being, like, a main slayer or, you know, like, kind of occupying the top of the stat sheet with this Optic in the same way that, like, he might have in the past. I don't know. I feel like it's not like it's not the same comparison, if that makes sense. Roy Lunchbox sniped down. Yeah, did you guys see this? Insane, right? This is Saturday. So we'll be watching this Saturday. This is an OG Halo 3 throwback event. Obviously, Halo 3 MCC. Broadcasted on Hitch a Ride, his channel, through Optic. It's for charity as well. They're raising money for men's mental health. It's men's, right? It's Movember. So men's mental health, like awareness and whatnot. Honestly, I'm gonna spend some time looking into it because I do think it's a very important cause, especially for gamers, right? A lot of men in gaming and in Halo. Yeah, this looks dope though, right? Ace, Lethal Maniac, Tylenol, Best Man, Last Shot, Cycle, Frosty, Roy, Lunchbox, Snipe Down, Snakebite. That's like, I don't know if they're gonna win, but that's like my favorite team right there. That's an incredible looking team. APG, Hook, Shotzi, Clutch. You got a little bit of the new blood in there, right? The new sort of phenom, whatever, legends of our modern era with APG and Clutch, which is interesting, but, could be deadly. Foul, Boo Boo, Eco, Stellar. I mean, you got 3/4 of Shopify as well. Like, I don't know who, like, there's not one team that stands out on this list that I'm thinking, like, okay, this team's winning. I feel like this could go a few different directions. Assault, Enable, Neighbor, and Elamite. This could be deadly because they're all like OG pros, but I got no idea what sort of, like, when's the last time they played Halo 3? Are they actively trying to compete? Are they in that kind of mentality, right? Like, all 4 of these guys are kind of in a different stage of their career and lives right now than they were, when they were actively competing. Goofy, Ryan Noob, Nated, Straight Sick. That could be interesting. Sparty, Mental, Collect, and Rights. Anybody know who Rights is? HCS 2026. No, this is a team. This is the teams for the tournament this weekend. $2,500 prize pool on November 8th. Twitch.tv/Hitch a Ride. This is the Halo 3 throwback event on Saturday. It's Movember, yeah. See, I just have a beard all year round, so I never remember that it's Movember, like I don't get in the spirit of it. Collect needs a top org. I heard Collect was going to try COD or something like that. See, the interesting thing about that, hold on. So that Lucid, Trippy, Precision, Descendant team is interesting if it happens. Also because Precision has already, like, mentioned on Twitter that he's an FA for COD, right? Like, Precision just recently said, now that Worlds is over, I'm currently an FA for COD Challengers. If anyone wants to make some noise, let me know, right? So it sounds like he's got his foot kind of in 2 places right now. But I think if, like, Lucid and Trippy poach him and say, like, yo, stay in Halo, I think we could win. Like, maybe that would be enough to keep him around. Challengers is like, he's excellent, but Challengers is, there's no security in Challengers. It's kind of, might not be as worthwhile to start sort of from zero with COD, when you could be on the top of the ranks in Halo. Roster intel, bruh, it's over. YHW, what are you talking about, bro? There's 3 events that have been announced for next year, and there might be 5 events total. I have intel on an event that they're trying to put together. That I'm gonna just say I don't know. APG has his own intel too, but I've heard 1 out of the 2 things that I think he's heard. And if the one that I've heard happens, it's pretty exciting for me and for people who live near me, I'll say. But anyway, I don't know. Chase, thank you for the $10. Hold on. You're breathtaking. Chase Bands with the $9.99. Thank you, brother. 2026 is unironically more stacked than this year. So as far as, like, frequency of events, somehow there might be more happening. But the prize pools are going to be significantly smaller. No, nothing confirmed about anything. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random ideas. I have nothing confirmed. I'm not going to confirm anything. I'm going to just tell you that I've heard things that sound exciting. But I think if you're a pro player competing next year, the amount of money that you can make next year is not going to be the same as this previous year. Like that definitely, it's like kind of a negative in comparison to this year. But if you're a spectator and you're just looking for entertainment from the Halo community, I think there's a lot of reason to keep watching. to keep tabs. Yeah, they'll have to be online events, especially in prep for the majors, or if we even call them majors, in prep for like the lands, right? So the first land that we're aware of is in March, in Europe, in Birmingham, right? The DreamHack event. So in the lead up to March, there will be scrims, there will be online tournaments. I don't know if there probably won't be like HCS qualifiers. So it would be up to somebody like, let's say, hopefully LVT, to do some form of like an online tournament or even like a pro league. Remember how they had a pro league last year? Like, I don't know if that could happen this year. Something like that would be incredible for us for content, right? If Halo thrives without HCS, what does that mean, do you think? Well, keep in mind that it's so weird because, HCS is technically like done. It's not like they're not going to be around. Like, they're contributing to the prize pools of the lands that will be taking place next year. Like, they're still changing the game and the meta too. Like, we have this new map coming to the playlist next year, right? So it's like, it's weird because I guess they're going to be more hands off and they won't be like running, full on majors or online qualifiers, but they're still there, like it's not like they're just completely removing themselves from the sport. And then everything that we do next year builds up to the Halo Fest 2026 at the end of the year, where hopefully by then we know what's happening with the multiplayer, in 2027. APG says likely 5, maybe 6. You decide how strong those might be. Damn. So I know 4. I don't know about the 5th, and definitely not the 6th. I know 4. There's 2 dream hacks in Halo Fest, and supposedly Halo Fest will not be, so like, if you guys heard of the Halo Outposts, whatever those are called, let's bring up the Worlds matchup. Those like Halo Outpost events that they used to run years ago, they were not like esports focused events, right? They were like more, I didn't go to one of them, so it'd be hard for me to define what it was specifically, like a con kind of, It's going to be between that and a Halo Esports World Championship is what that Halo Fest is going to be. So it's going to be like part Outpost, part esports. It's not going to be as esports as Worlds was this year, but there will be a tournament. There will be, you know what I mean? Like, it sounds like it's actually going to be an event to close out the year, an invitational event, with a prize pool, with some hype around it, which is exciting. It's not just going to be, they're not removing themselves from esports competition with this Halo Fest. The fact that C is being made and no multiplayer is crazy, but okay, so what we know, according to these like leaks, and they've been correct so far, because CE is coming out, we've been leaking that for a long time, right? Or leakers have been leaking that, whatever, is that there are multiple studios working on different projects, multiplayer and campaign, and that the multiplayer is a separate live service and something that, will build and develop over time. Maybe the gameplay from CE will sort of set like the framework for it, but it's an entirely separate thing now. So just because you didn't get a multiplayer announcement doesn't mean that multiplayer isn't in development. I just don't know how long it's going to be till we see it and how long it'll be till it comes out, right? So hopefully sooner rather than later. 2026 is going to be so good for viewers. Hopefully, Reese. I'm hoping that when the dust settles on Roster Mania, we've got a collection of very, I feel like, talented, capable teams that can rival Shopify. Or else Shopify will just, you know what I mean? Like, it's fun seeing, like God level Halo and having, you know what I mean? Like when they're popping off, it's fun to watch, but you want contention. So I'm hoping that we see like a Bound Renegade roster form that can rival them, or that Lucid, Trippy, Precision, Descendant, if that happens, can rival them, but we'll see. Lucid himself said that he's not going to be as dedicated to Halo. He plans on playing more games, getting into coaching, etc. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, especially as we start to figure out like what's happening with next year, and there's still like a lot of obscurity on things. I think that's like a fair headspace to have, but his opinion might change depending on what he feels is demanded of him. If there's a lot of events, like I'm not sure what to expect, but I think coming into next year, the expectation for now is that it's not going to be as crazy as 2025 in terms of prize pools, in terms of like salary opportunities for pro players. For us, the spectators, though, it might not be too bad.
Your grand finals are ready.
What roster would I put together to be a SR? I don't know. Like, APG was talking about this roster that could become Optic next year with Bound and Renegade, and that, like, you know, it could happen, but it might. Like, I don't know what he could be alluding to. Like, either Bound Renegade get with, like, I don't know, like a Snakebite and Stellar, or they get with, like, a Lethal and Stellar or something like that. But then would that rival or potentially, like, outclass Shopify? It's hard to imagine, you know? Hard to imagine any team that they could form that would just, like, on paper, you know, I'm thinking, like, when I see the team, I'm like, yeah, these could beat Shopify. Like, it's hard to imagine a scenario where I look at that team and I'm like, yeah, this could beat current Shopify. But I'm open to ideas. What if they took, like, a young, unknown talent, like, does somebody like Sirion have enough, like, accolades and background to, like, justify jumping ranks all the way to, like, a Bound Renegade roster? Like, is that too crazy to suggest, right? Is their talent, young talent, maybe unpolished, on the come up that, you know, actually looks like they could hang at the top level and get, like, that could get an offer like that? I don't know. Is Sirion that good? I mean, he could be over time, but I don't know if he's displayed that he's that good enough yet, you know? I'm not going to say I don't believe in his ability to get there, but I don't know if it's time to give him that opportunity yet. That's the thing. Collect, maybe? Yeah, maybe Collect a better option. When Collect, like, I guess he plays with just about all the pros, but I feel like he associates more with the Shopify team than he has with the Optic team, at least in the past year. And apparently he's going to be playing COD, so I don't know if he's, like, I'm sure he's going to be available for Roster Mania conversations regardless. We'll see. I don't know. Eco, Stellar, Bound, Renegade. Yeah, that would be, like, an easy option for sure, Sky. I don't know if that would be, like, enough. Or not that it wouldn't be enough. I think that'd be a solid roster. I want something new and exciting. It wouldn't feel new and exciting to get SSG with Renegade instead of Legend, in my mind. Especially considering they've all teamed together before, sort of in separate ways, you know? Shyway in there, you know? I'll be like an analyst for a team or something. I don't know. Yaxon or Obviously over, yeah, maybe like an Obviously or Yaxon as well. Like those are two good options too. If Precision Descendant on Envy split and go, you know, one direction, what happens to Piggy Yaxon, right? Like it's not like, you know, two players made it to top 3 at Worlds. All 4 of them had to put up the performance that they did, and then. Is anyone from Europe like an option? It just doesn't seem likely, right? Like as good as Luminon played, it's hard to imagine like Woodham getting sent over. Chat, do we want to do this? Do you guys want to watch through grand finals of Worlds? I want to make content that entertains you guys, and I know that Worlds happened weeks ago, and maybe it's like old news now, but we could watch this together and shift our focus over to this. Renegade won't go back to Eco. He doesn't like their mentality. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I think that the way things were when Renegade was with Eco and Stellar back then and today might be different. Like, you know, it's been a while since 2020. It's been what, 3 years since 2022 now. So who knows? I wouldn't say that's enough to like cancel out the possibility of them teaming together. Got to try that new game, Arc Raiders. Yeah, I've heard it's good. I feel like watching his streams, he's obviously firing on all cylinders, playing, chatting, high energy, focus is key. Happy to watch Worlds again. I was thinking we go through the entire Grand Finals and try to like watch a chunk of it and pause at certain points. So for example, CTF Aqua, game 1. I'm thinking we watch the first flag get captured and then go back and talk about it. So we'll watch one flag and then pause. Shopify come out the gates hot in this. Formal Bound play pink side. Renegade hangs back in window and Legend plays left. They're already dying.
To start it off, we've got some Aqua CTF, 5 flags to win it,
Formal's left alone on P Street. They've already made it into util and onto their flag. A general theme that you're going to see about this map game type is util, like car control, the entire perimeter of car from the enemy util back to your base, and having that shell maintained the entire way through. Huge advantage that comes from that for running the flag and also isolating spawns.
Optic are going to get that flag off the sand. Well, a quick 2 dead here, so Royal 2 knows that he can just clean out the util.
Start with winners finals. Maybe next time. This is a long series, all things considered. You know, they already capped one. This is all off one, like really well orchestrated open strat, right? Like 20 seconds into the game, Optic a 3 dead with Formal last alive, trapped on pink, 2 players in their base. Royal 2 coming up to grab camo. And Frosty, who died, will spawn and then take Royal 2's previous place in the yellow base. And they had that full shell, right? Cycle, last shot, Royal 2, and then Frosty in the base. The entire car side locked down, ensuring that Optic will spawn Fridge initially and then back base later. But just Fridge and be stuck on pink side off the open strat. Defending champions, and they want to steal the last Halo. Watch the comms vid. They released the comms for like the whole thing, the whole grand finals, because no, I didn't watch it. Championship. So they're open strat, right? That's what sets the precedent here. Optic send 2 players out right side. They have Renegade hanging back in window, and they send Legend out to the left side on util. Shopify do something different. They stack 3-1 to car side with Frosty on pink side. There's a lot of layers to Formal strat here that I think is kind of sick, right? He throws a pre-nade that's going to bank off the top of P2, land in the open street, the P street, and then he throws a second nade banked off the stairs to deny P2. And then he backs up, kites the sight lines from the entire P lane, and jumps. He's checking both P2 that angle, but also all the way through, right, to the car, the util door. He's denying this angle for Bound, who's playing up the lane beside him, watching, you know, working off of Formal's coverage here, right? Formal with the entry nades gives Bound the freedom to play through P side, and he's watching Bound's left side, so Bound could confidently play up the lane. Like, this is very structured. Shopify, though, interestingly, they're 3 hitting this out. Util side, it's hard to see, especially with my camera in the way, too. But, like, okay, I'm not covering it. 3 of them are going through, like, Royal 2, typically 1 player hangs back in base and crosses, right? Like, Royal 2 would say, grab the BR and stay in the window and try to cross and support. Instead, he jets all the way to util to support last shot cycle. Last shot plays through util. Cycle plays low through car 1 to just zip through bottom mid immediately. And Royal 2 contributes, and they overwhelm Legend in the opposite util. We can't see it. It'd be sick if we can go in the lobby and see this, but, like, Royal 2 with the BR is crossing from the back of the util and supporting last shot's chow. Legend gets overwhelmed, and he dies immediately. So Royal 2 BR's Legend from the util. Guy dies immediately. That perimeter is now open, and Cycle, who jet through bottom mid, will basically overwhelm Renegade as well, who's like in the window with the BR looking for angles and hasn't seen anything until it's too late, right? Bound kills Frosty, but Frosty excellently goes in straight for it's plasmas, right? Guarantees the trade with Bound with the sticky. In the sweep since the very beginning. Which is the best that Frosty could have done as a solo player. My starting strats are godlike this event. Teams are getting hard countered. Yo, but like Frosty, for real, you guys like completely wiped them off this open strat. Played through car side. Optic were not ready, interestingly, right? Because you would think car side is what you want to be controlling by the end of this, right? Like, this is the ideal scenario for Shopify, and it happened in 10 seconds. So, if anything, I feel like Optic maybe over-prioritized pink, and Frosty did the best that which now he's in the chat, which is dope. You did the best that you could with your circumstances to guarantee a kill, leaving Formal alone here. And then look at that perimeter. The structure that they have through the entire map right now is just like, it's so flawless right now. Renegade, who's alone here, split from Formal. It's very hard for Formal to contribute because he's getting tapped from behind from Rel 2. So Formal's on an island now. Like, he could try to like OE towards pink, but they know his location, so he's kind of like stuck here. He drops down to P1 to thrust, and then the rest of Optic play in like a cloud together. Right, so Legend comes up to join Formal. Bound comes off a Fridge. They all come out through pink. They decide to not go back into their base for defense because the flag's already moving. They're trying to overextend and somehow catch the flag before it's capped and get a counter pull here. But they're already at a disadvantage, especially with Royal 2 with the camo, who can just watch over all this from the center. And because Frosty, there's a process of like making sure that you're always moving on the map too. Like, notice how Frosty, who died, is now the player in the base, and Royal 2 knows that because Frosty's dead, he comes up to mid-map to take the position that area that he was previously, right? So they're always filling in the gaps in their perimeter. Cycle has the is escorting last shot, or Cycle's running it. I think last shot is staying in util. Or no, last shot's running it. Cycle's staying behind. Legend gets through, by the way. This is something Legend does extremely well. Obviously, everybody Gandhi hops, but there's something about Legend Gandhi hopping where I don't know if he's just got amazing timing. He's hard to kill, bro. Hits the, you can see he's like strong sided, looking down, jump, and Gandhi hop shakes his way out. He's one bullet from death, but he made it through. That was big.
Certainly make a player like Royal 2, who is never short of confidence, just have that extra little boost.
While these three hit out the base, Bound is focused on the player that's still in blue, right? Bound is currently bottom mid. And thinking about, I think, either last shot or Cycle. Last shot stay behind, I think. And they're in a 1v1 that's happening entirely separately.
Start with playing slowly around top middle at the moment, but
which Bound loses to last shot, right? Bound ends up dying to last shot separately, and that ensures that Shopify maintains some sort of an anchor on their base. But with the chaos here, you'll see last shot ends up coming back.
Optic are going to get that flag off the stand.
Was a quick 2 dead here, so Royal 2 knows that he can just clean out the util. Should be able to pick up the first one, maybe.
And then last shot, recognizing that Optic have gotten through, decides, okay, I'm going to come back and make sure we guarantee this flag. Cleans up Legend. That's all 4 dead for Optic. Flag secured.
Gets the help, and that will be
and check this out from Bound. What do you think of this play from Bound, right? Because, like, there's no way Formal doesn't have a death cam on this. Optic are 2 dead, or 4 dead, sorry, and Formal is death camming, watching camo. Royal 2 is a high priority target here. Bound, likely hearing this call out, G slides to attack Royal 2. Royal 2 just watches this.
clean 4 dead for Shopify, and they're running that one.
And just tags him immediately, and now Bound is too far forward. Like, I think on top of the fact that, like, Shopify just wiped them out, I feel like Bound might have needed to, unless he had, like, a guaranteed cleanup on Royal 2, I feel like he just played this too fast, you know? Like, he immediately slid off spawn. Royal 2 watches this happen, tags him, and now he's out of position, and he's trapped on card 2. So Bound's going to immediately die. Royal 2's playing this super patiently, which puts Optic on, like, a stagger immediately, right? So I feel like Bound kind of, he flew out too fast right there, especially if Formal's, like, death camming the camo. So they're already at a disadvantage on their spawn.
Here in the grand final, and Optic Gaming are still finding themselves 2 dead.
Talk about the composure.
Here's flag 2. Royal 2 is making god plays in the start of this game. He hasn't died yet.
He's gone coast to coast, and he's right back in the opponent's base.
He certainly is indeed. He's going to wait these nades out, as we often see from players. Knowing that the respawners from Optic Gaming are going to be coming into the map fresh with 2 grenades in their hands. Great shots coming in from Royal 2. How many times has
his
that
positioning
been
is
that's a killing spree.
really disciplined.
A match starting your grand final with a killing spree. 5-0.
Last shot pulls off, I think, 3 kills from the inside of the base. 2 at least.
All Shopify Rebellion control off the opening.
And then Cycle G slides the second flag, while Royal 2 blocks the util. And they're already coming out with 2. Ed.
Royal 2's going to cut him down, and he was the closest player on the map.
This last shot with the flag, my bad. Because he doesn't quite make it here, Frosty's kind of forced to desperate a bit to guarantee it, and that puts Optic in a position where they can countercap, right? So for the first time in the game, Optic actually have an advantage that they can work off of out of the second cap. They're already 2 flags in, and just so much incredible Halo played in the first, like, what, minute 30 to make this a reality. I like how Royal 2 plays his entire first life, right? He starts the game with a spree. Threat Seeker secured here. Throws it out, catches Renegade in the way in. They bank nade each other cleanly here, right? Formal's hitting the angled bank nade off the short ramp inside blue base that goes up and connects with the bridge, while Royal 2's doing, I guess, what, the opposite, sliding up banking. They hit each other. And then he backs off. He takes the extra step to go all the way back to the util, or the connector hallway, right? This is just good positioning. This gives him the most possible options here. If he lingers anywhere else in util, he could get hit out any second. He wants to make sure that he is a hardest possible kill, right? So he's taking the extra step to back up the connector, get his shields. Cycle kills Bound. Bound has died multiple. I guess he's spawned Fridge, tried to play out Pink and didn't succeed. So he's fighting Cycle on Pink side. And they've got coverage now with P side control Cycle, who fanned out to Pink. Last shot supporting on Car here. And a full perimeter around Optic, trapping them in back blue, which is something you'll see multiple times throughout both teams. But while you want that util perimeter, like, initially, I guess it depends on the scenario. You'll see a different version of this later. The best case scenario to secure a flag comes with both Pink and Car control. And what they'll do in some cases is push all the way to the fridge and force all the spawns in the back of the base, and then clean them up, and then open up the fridge, take the flag through util, and sort of address it afterwards.
often see from players. Knowing that the respawn is from Optic Gaming, going to become.
I like how the second, like when, so he backs up and then he rechallenges and picks an entirely different lane for it this time, right? He's doing like a low presence play. He's not playing the same door. He's switching it up.
Into the map, fresh with 2 grenades in their hands.
Last Shot joins him in that fight, which is so important, right? Last Shot's behind Royal 2, and they time their chow together. So Renegade dies instantly. They get team shot. Right? He stepped out a couple steps, and he's just deleted in a second because they timed their chow together. Cycle's now flying through P-Door. Royal 2 just doing the minimum to the maximum with damage, but moving the minimum, right? Like, he's not denying util. This is kind of slick, too, like using the late jump to get an angle outwards without giving up his position in util. If he walks too far forward, he can potentially open up the spawn later, though it's not like a concern now, but later it's good that he has this block. Yeah, sure. Thank you for the YouTube follow. Welcome.
Certainly has indeed, and they're looking for another flag to get moving as well. Renegade.
This ensures that their spawns are now fridge and back base. Those are the open zones as he blocks this area and gives some coverage. They run it through car 1 because they feel they have the timing to do so, right? With 2 dead currently, and with Frosty keeping Renegade and Bound busy, instead of just running at util, which is generally safer, this is a faster route, and it's a bit of a dice roll, but in this situation, a fair trade.
And they're looking for another flag to get moving as well. Renegade is a long way away from where that flag has already made it.
Only one because of a banned controller. Oh my god. Is that actually happening in chat right now, bro?
To Last Shot, who's already running this one home. Shots are coming in, he's getting peppered.
Low-key, in this situation, I get why he went for the flag, though they're 3-3 right now. I think he probably could have slow played it.
To Last Shot, who's
right? So he's just trying to like muscle it in, and that exposed, you know, Last Shot and Shopify to a counter a little bit. They guarantee the flag, but this is where Optic get a clapback opportunity. He's currently 3-3 on the map, right? It's not like there's no guaranteed numbers advantage right now, so maybe he could have thrown it out and baited.
Already running this one home. Shots are coming in, he's getting peppered. He gets stopped at the line, but are Shopify in a position to get this flag converted? Frosty.
So yeah, Frosty goes for the G slide to guarantee it, but his options are now super limited, and they're already 2 dead. Optic are going to have to capitalize on this and take advantage quickly. They got a counter pull, and now they have util side coverage. Keep in mind, Royal 2 is in their base. He has not died yet. He stayed behind in the base. Now he dies. But 6 kills before he drops. Promo and Optic come out with a counter flag. Happens pretty damn quickly, but good efficiency out of Optic to, in the one moment that they got that numbers advantage, they secured the side of the map that they needed to, and they were quick to like execute this. So an immediate flagpole from Formal, Renegade on util. Royal 2's whole life here has been pretty crazy. He's in the base, like while Frosty is capping, because he stayed alive in util, he figured like, I'm powerful here, I don't need to leave. I can continue influencing spawns and like supporting the team from the window. So he's BR crossing from the window, doing what he can while still being a nuisance back here. Optic have decided to ignore him and try to keep him out of the field to play so they can get a counter opportunity.
Frosty, off the respawn, back into the flag, it's 2-0 to Shopify.
Really well done. Under 2 minutes of play, they get that second flag in as well.
Just kind of slick. Like in his mind, I assume he knows that util is open now, that he left it. So Bound, who's just spawning, is spawning in util. If he goes into blue base, he's going to die 100%. Like Royal 2's got like no options here, basically, right? If he goes into blue, he's probably going to die. But the worst thing about dying in blue is nobody on Shopify can retrieve his damage, right? If he makes a play out into the courtyard, then his team could pick up off of him. So this was like, I think, just timing. Like, I think he just kind of assumed Legend is going to come at me. He's timing his rotation and then just kind of roll the dice on the timing on this. And it was almost perfect, right? Because he's trying to get, I think, like behind Legend, right? He just kind of, that was all feeling, I think, where he's just trying to slide and get right behind Legend as Legend jumps in. And they crossed each other up, but it was like kind of weird. So he pivots by dropping down on the vertical and doing like the best he can to make Legend have to work hard to kill him, right? And by doing that, he exposes himself to Last Shot, who tags him and brings Legend to one shot. So like that's why in that situation, he had no option for survival, but he made the best decision he could to give his team opportunities. That's what's sick about that.
Lost him, but he finds that
well,
kill.
Sure.
And Formal has that one back to the util. One cap goes one way, and we swing back the other.
Optic still do what they need to secure 3 dead, and they have control now. So let's see what they do with it.
Very strong counter cap, and you feel like it comes at a very important part of the game. Instead, if this goes 3-0, it's blown wide open. However, Optic Gaming doing very well to counter immediately, and they keep the game with.
The scenario is kind of interesting because I feel like Optic actually missed an opportunity to like really attack Shopify here.
The power
Instead, Formal's far back behind Bound. And it works out in their favor. Look at Bound's movement here. Just some crazy shit to survive. Formal not missing. Catches last shot on P1 here too. Clean. Pulling a second flag.
By the way, got to talk about the slays here. Flag is still on the move, and now
Bound with the camo now, 3 dead. Optic kind of in the driver's seat now. Full counter, tied the game. Nicely done. Before all this happens, I was thinking like maybe there's an efficiency miss here. This was interesting. When they after they cap this flag, they 3 dead Shopify, and they're looking to immediately start the counter, right? 2 dead here. Last shot is the last survivor. They could have taken, like they could have gone in their util and taken full coverage from util to P2 and just started shooting them off of their P2 fridge spawn, right? But I think what's happening is they're communicating, they're trying to find last shot. They don't know where last shot is. Here he is, right here. And that delayed Formal. You can tell by Formal's decision making that he's calming and trying to find last shot. So he like comes back into util to find them, and then Renegade comes back, and then they kill him. But in this process that last shot's surviving, they sort of like gave up what could have been stronger control, I think, around their spawns, right? So Formal, who came back, is like, okay, I'm going to do the best I can for my position now because I don't have time to just rotate to P2 anymore. I have to like support with the cross. Initially, I think he could have rotated to P2 and they would have had that perimeter, but that's, you know, part on last shot living. So it kind of gives Frosty Cycle a little bit time and space to play out pink, but he'll just sit here and hold the angle. If he chooses to rotate, he'll be in a bad position when they get there, right? So you can tell Formal's timing this.
Keep the game within 1 flag.
Both teams now fighting for mid-map control. That camo has just popped.
Bound's doing some wild stuff down low. Well, Bound sometimes, like you could say, throws his life away a little bit, like we just saw previously when he died early. His survival and some of the plays he makes in this game, I think, kind of make up for it. Like this right here, he from down low kills Frosty and then like jump thrust backwards over Cycle's head. Like he's just taking so much attention from Shopify and giving Formal the lineup he needs to just drop everybody. Really good, like it's a small thing, and I know I could like nitpick point out every little thing, but Formal is like looking to G slide. He's mid sprint and then he cancels and tags last shot immediately. It's important that you're flexible, right? Like you're not ever committing to any specific movement here. Formal, if he committed to that G slide, last shot's just going to 5 him or at least bring him to 1 shot before he cuts the angle. Pivoting out your sprint, shooting immediately, and then being confident there is important. You got to always be ready. Not just committing to your movement.
Yet again, by the way, got to talk about the slays here. Flag is still on the move, and now a camo for Bound. 3 dead yet again for Shopify Cycle. Last player alive. Cycle's in the back of his base. Legends on the edge of his. From 2-0 down.
Cool. So not only did they plant the second flag, they still have some coverage on the map with this camo. Shopify trying to hit out pink side to create some space and break this.
But they are right back in the game as they tie it up.
Really good start in this game as well from Bound. Renegade's going to keep him alive, and if you keep Bound
2 dead, you would think this would be a scenario that they get a flag out of. It doesn't work out.
Cycle might be next, but he wins an important piv inside of the util here to stay alive.
And then Renegade comes into pinch, but he's late. This was awkward for Bound and Renegade here. They had 2 dead, Formal and Legend die in util, and then Renegade and Bound split off and pinch util from opposite sides here. Bound ends up getting caught in the courtyard. I don't know if this is like a combination of maybe Bound could have just like tagged Cycle and like shot more accurately, or if Renegade took like too slow and too wide of a rotate and took too long to get in this fight to work off a Bound, right? Because like you'd want them to be working together in this moment. So Bound right now has this double dilemma where he wants to keep Cycle weak so that Renegade can clean it up for free, but then Frosty's channeling. You can see his reticle like bro's like indecisive because he's just trying to tag Cycle, and he doesn't end up tagging Cycle. Cycle gets his shields back, which allows him to melee trade Renegade. Right? If Cycle was 1 shot, Renegade would just clean that up and it'd be a totally different scenario. But Cycle's ability to, I guess, both stay alive and Bound not able to, you know, chip that damage in, you know, could, like, I don't know if it's like an accuracy, if you just say it's like a miss. Could Renegade have been faster? I don't know. But they go 4 dead off a scenario where they had an advantage.
Optic was being outslayed 13-5 off the opening. The two teams are now tied essentially at 20 kills apiece. What a
I think like
Really impressive stuff.
I don't know if this is a good moment to point out Renegade's playstyle, because there might be other better situations, but like Bound is a lot more direct. Like he'll go headbutt the he's more aggro as a player. Renegade likes to flank and find opportunities where players aren't prepared for him, and he's excellent at, it's kind of like Snipe Down, where like he never misses a bullet on somebody who's not looking at him type thing, and sometimes I think if they're not on the same page, then you could have them hitting out interactions at different timing, and that's not good. You want to be at the same place at the same time. Shopify do that really well. So while this fight's going down, notice how quick Shopify are. This is one thing that they excel at, and all the top teams do, is they never turtle. They're insanely fast to get up and just get space on the map. So this fight's going down. The instant they die, within seconds, they're already halfway across the freaking map. Here's Last Shot and Royal 2 just G-sliding out through pink side. Because the fights were going down on util and they're spawning over towards Fridge, they're going to play out pink first instead of util first, which is a little bit different than what we talked about as kind of like the strategy on this map, is you want that car side coverage. They're playing out pink side, but they're doing it quick. And I like how Royal 2 plays this. He plays from the Fridge and hangs here for a second. Royal 2, his decision-making and his timing throughout like this entire series is insanely precise. Like,
in under 60 seconds.
if you just watch how he navigates this, slides and watches util, and then repositions the moment Renegade comes up, and now he's behind him, and then Renegade dies, and he's hitting every bullet, bro. How'd he react on Legend there? That was insane. He didn't even like see, he barely saw Legend, he reacted instantly, like a pre-fire. This was nuts. He faked out his jump. 3 dead. 4. Flag pulled. Bit of an awkward pull for Shopify, or it's like stuck in kind of a no man's land. But they did the damage. Royal 2 thought he had a timing here.
Look at the timing from Royal 2. He thought he had the timing with one player going Fridge door and one player staying Fridge. He thought he had the angle. 2 dead for Optic here.
Frosty does a good job though to just get that kill. Last shot picks up another top middle. It's 3 dead for Optic again, and from top middle to hands on the flag. He's going to be running this one home now, and I don't think Optic have anyone in a good enough position to really slow
How we all
down.
imagine we could play, just crazy movement and shots. There's the third flag. Starts with, so in this scenario, when they don't have the util control, and they're playing out pink side. Oh, this is a little bit earlier. I like this version of their setup, right? Where like Royal 2, who knows Optics in blue here, hangs back in a position where he's got a lot of options to stay alive, and in a position where he can give his team time to get some coverage over the car side of the map and start to play out, so they can recreate, that ideal setup around the base, slay them, and then open up the correct spawns, block the ones that they, block the util side. So just really patient intro, because he knows he's first to this fight. He's got to give his team time to catch up. So he puts himself in a position where he's got a ton of options here.
Really impressive stuff from them. Especially after what was a little bit of a shockwave at the start of the game, with 2 flags going in extremely quickly. The first one,
Legend gets the first kill. Last Shot trades it, 3v3. And then Renegade gets into 1 shot. That'll force him to back down. Just good angle awareness as he's escaping here, right? Sliding through, catching the util on the way through. But then not lingering here, because he knows Renegade's likely to chase him. Like Renegade and any pro player, if they get somebody to 1 shot, like they're taking that space, right? Renegade will be chasing Royal 2. He knows that. And he perfectly cuts that angle the moment he comes up, right? So there's just an innate timing that he has of like the options of his opponents and where he can and can't be standing. And this just like flawlessly worked, right? The moment Renegade came up, he cut the angle. Renegade doesn't know he's here. And now he's like switched his target to Last Shot, and Renegade's playing out the bait. Legend here, watch how fast he shoots him. Like, bro, I think he sees Legend. He sees Legend here, like for a split second. See how he sees his shoulder pop up? So he knows, I guess, in his mind that Legend's going to be there. It's like a pre-fire onto the guy. This play is sick. He's going for the skill jump up to the window here. His opponent catches him and shoots him. He knows that they know where he's going, right? He knows they know he's going to go up to the window. So he jumps off the ledge. He's got a thrust in the back pocket and fakes out. If he does a regular jump through, it's going to take him too long, and his opponents will be ready, right? But because he has a thrust, he can speed up his timing through this angle and catch them off guard. I thought that was sick.
Double kill from Frosty, though. Opens things up.
It's a really good way to use the thrust to fake out and still maintain his timing on them. Yeah. So they go 4 dead off that. They didn't need to run the flag, I think, the way that they did. Maybe this is a bit of like a misplay moment from Shopify. Is like, while the chaos was going down, Legend hits a crazy shot. He does like a fade back jump, and he shoots and kills Cycle, who I think went for an early pull and tries to take it out window. Cool. He killed Cycle from the back of the base off a jump shot, and that like stunted the flag run, and it fell in the courtyard. It's not a good place to have the flag, right? The courtyard's like super open, exposed. The flag can be baited from there. So they could have ran it through util, and that probably would have been just as effective in the situation, I think, with the timing. It made things like challenging for them, but they have enough of a numbers advantage that even though the flag's in an awkward position, they can slay them again. They can keep their control, is what they eventually, try to coordinate. Hey, Prison.
And the flag is already out into the courtyard, but Optic, they're going to have to be taking down a couple more players because Shopify need these kills before they force this flag. Look at the timing from World 2.
Baum was like at the P door and then came back to the angle, right? Baum made it at the P door. He's like sitting in this corner, hiding here. Went up the stair and then came back. Or went through the top of the base, found the angle last second, mopped them up instantly. Yeah. Frosty out through the front. Love Frosty's movement here too. Baum's getting chased in P2, so he has to be here. Keep this in mind. Baum's not just like one shot diving out in courtyard. There's Cycle or somebody up on P2. They've got coverage of the whole map, chasing Bound out into this angle. Frosty cleans him up. And then Frosty, the best movement he could do is just get in their base, right? He wants to draw the attention of Renegade and Optic back into their base and away from the flag here. So he G-slides in the base, which exposes Renegade to Last Shot, and Last Shot doesn't freaking miss. He just fives him the instant he walks out. By the time he looks at the guy, he's dead. So they're just super efficient off each other. Man, like instantly fried.
Last shot picks up another top middle. It's 3 dead for Optic again, and from top middle to hands.
And then they have the numbers that allow Last Shot to go for the attempt on the flag again.
In a good enough position to really slow this down. It's going to be
Camo coming up.
Who are going to take the lead 3-2. They're up by 1.
And just like that, the kills continue to follow the flags. Unsurprisingly, Shopify now outslaying 30-27, and they will also take the lead here by 1. But still a lot of time left on the game clock.
A lot of time indeed, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion, who are 3 dead, but...
Respect to tough competitors, but not everyone can be classy about it. I'm going to show major love to how good they were. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I see it too. It's like, obviously we're fans of, whether you're an Optic fan or a FaZe fan or whatever, like, that shouldn't stop you from recognizing, what the top players are doing well and celebrating just good Halo, in my mind, right? Like,
their timing and their teamwork,
you got to give Shopify their flowers. They very confidently won this.
Renegade here, 10-10 off the opening, but we need to take a second. Not only is he your infinite MVP, but also
kind of like Renegade's use of Threat Seeker there. They just ensured they got the intel they needed to know that all 4 are in the base.
Been exactly where they wanted them to be. Time and time again, it has been Renegade going.
Damn good Halo. Is that what you're saying?
Can he pull off the same performance in the grand final? Really interesting.
Oh my God, Bound. That was kind of nuts. Yeah, Bound just did so much, and he got a 3rd kill on Frosty. Yeah. Good counterattack. Optic have good follow-up counterattacks to Shopify basically this entire game until the next 2 flags. Shopify kind of like overwhelm and then capped the final 2, but it felt like they were like, Shopify was setting the pace and then Optic had a clap back. So this was one of the more contentious games, but it always felt like Optic was reacting to the answer from Shopify, right? Like, or to the direction from Shopify who kind of set the pace before it finally slipped out their fingers. And then it got more and more definitive as the series went on. After the Slayer, I guess, right? The Slayer was different.
Renegade placings have how much 10 off about
nothing for Camo. Frosty.
Oh yeah, so a few things go down to like make it happen. That shit ends up dying up bottom mid. 3v1 now, and Frosty got out with the camo and makes a bit of a read, I guess, here. I think Frosty sees Formal and doesn't see Renegade and assumes that if Formal's going this way, then they're split from each other and that he might have timing. So he sees Formal and then he sees Legend and thinks that he has like timing maybe to jump out, but Renegade was between the 2 of them and catches Frosty for the chow.
Frosty.
He might have been able to just stay. I guess he doesn't know if like somebody could come through his connector or whatever, but I don't know. Dies maybe a little bit earlier than needed there, right? Camo would have lasted him a long time. Last survivor.
Makes nothing of it.
If he doesn't commit with the jump, then he might have had more options to just drop directly or late jump or do something else. And that opens up the map for Optic. So they got coverage all the way through util, but they're not sure if somebody split spawned in fridge. Renegade's going to use the Threat Seeker to confirm it, right? Bouncing it off the back wall. It might not cover every angle, but I think that's enough intel that they need to know that everybody's spawning in yellow, which is pretty slick. Though he could have used it on yellow, that would have been helpful there too.
But also, how much has this man stepped up for
I need
Optic
an
Gaming
org.
over these past few events, even though the placings have not been
I appreciate
exactly
it,
where
man.
they wanted them to be. Time and time again, it has been Renegade going.
You know, regardless,
Can he pull off the same
I'm here because I
performance
enjoy this
in the
stuff, so
grand
I appreciate
final?
you guys supporting.
Have not been exactly where they wanted them
So Shopify tried to break out of yellow base. This is like the scenario they don't want to be in, right? Optic are double stacked in util to drop Frosty if he tries to get out.
Again, it has been Renegade going
And Bound, who's solo on P2, is finessing 2 right now, right? Like, Bound's doing something crazy. This is where I would love to see individual POVs, but Bound should be dying here, right? And this is why I think he's valuable for the team, despite some of the other areas where he might die early or play too aggressive. Whatever he's doing here, he just killed Royal 2 and escaped, well, one-shot or something. He's escaping Cycle. And then he times his reach out. Despite being one-shot, he's got the balls, right? Because, like, Cycle should have a shield advantage here. He times his reach out, the same type of thing Royal 2 tried to do earlier with Legend. At the instant that Cycle tries to chow, and he gets over his head and practically ninjas the guy, right? Like, Cycle clearly has a shields advantage.
Really interesting.
That's insane. That's a 2v1 he just navigated, right?
Somehow with no shield.
Formal, who was with Legend, manages to get out with the flag, and then hands it off. That was a perfect handoff, by the way. This is some moments where Optic's coordination shines here too, right? Formal throws it. He's one shot. Renegade grabs it out of the air. Formal ducks down and keeps his life, right? None of them die here. Well, he runs that flag. Bound kills Frosty as well over Formal's shoulder.
Renegade is going to have the most simple job in the world, even with a little bit of a stutter step. And a secondary clamber, he's going to tie.
It looks like Shopify are breaking out. Well, that flag goes down, right? Formal, Bound die. Renegade, look how fast Shopify are playing here, right? Renegade and Legend are split right now. Renegade's like, where the fuck are they? They're already in his base. They will be. So he kills last shot, but Royal 2 got through. Royal 2 starred Legend solo in the base. And now Renegade's got a double dilemma. Does he continue to the flag, or does he come back and try to support Optic? But this is wasted space, and you know what I mean? This gives Shopify more map control because he's forced to come back and address this. Royal 2 is causing so much freaking chaos, bro. He eventually dies, but that is the opening Shopify need to grab the flag and cap it. And this is because of their speed and the routes that they chose to counterattack earlier. So this is kind of like a crazy... this is where I feel like other teams need to be taking notes and playing faster. Because... And like the routes that they choose are kind of slick here too. So as Renegade caps his flag, Optic go 2 dead. Legend and Renegade are split right now. Legend's on P2 already fighting somebody, and Renegade's playing like through util. I'm wondering if Renegade maybe could have changed his routing or something to better support Legend, right? Because he's like kind of playing for himself. And obviously, like, he's thinking maybe he can cut somebody off in car, and if he gets a trade or gets a kill, then that's valuable defense for Optic when they spawn, right? But Shopify, maybe they have awareness of the fact that, like, Optic could be lingering in util. I don't know. They play low lanes, and they go fast as hell. So they cut through the bottom of the map together. Royal 2 is cutting through the courtyard. Instead of going util, he's going out through the open courtyard with G-slides. And Last Shot is down there, too. All of them are dropping through the bottom of the map and using the low lanes to rotate fast, basically, here.
Individual 1v1s could win this. Once again, Optic is
right? So while Renegade's sitting here, like, waiting for somebody to challenge him in util, they're already getting by him and getting in their base.
One kill at 36-35, and as we said, whoever gets a slay lead...
Legend, who came out, like, and died to Cycle, he's stuck and traded Cycle. He'll spawn right in front of Royal 2.
What we've seen so far, it could all come down to just a few 1v1s or 2v2s to win.
What's interesting is, like, well, this play, like, at first it doesn't look like it's working, right? Like, Shopify, they played super far forward, and, like, Last Shot's, like, it looks like his pants are down in the center of the freaking courtyard. Why is he here? You know what I mean? It seems so risky. But as long as one guy gets through, I guess, like, that was enough, right? To pay off in the end. Because Last Shot dies for this. Frosty dies. They're 2 dead. It's a numbers advantage Optic. You would think that they'd be able to use this opportunity to create the space that they need to get a counter cap. But because Royal 2 got through, and then 5'd Legend just got black screened. He literally just spawned, and Royal 2 5'd them off his spawn. And now that he's there, it creates a dilemma. Cycle, who spawned in util, is currently running over Renegade's head right now. Generally in CTF, you don't want to come back to your base. It's kind of like a cardinal sin in CTF. It's like if you made the progress up on the map, you want to like continue to go forward and turn that into like a flagpole or turn that into a source of distraction that forces the enemy to come back to their base, right? Like the farther you advance, the more valuable you become as a player. But I think in this circumstance, because Shopify got through, you see Cycle and Royal 2's in the base, and Optic are now dying, I think Renegade decides, okay, I'm going to come back. You know, this is like a really weird... It's just not a scenario you want to be in pro play where you're forced to, like, give up all of the progress that you've gained, right, to address the enemy. Because now Renegade is like... Now he has to start from scratch for map control for Optic, right? So Shopify, just by playing through the map quickly... away from their sightlines, and one guy getting through, Royal 2, who freaking pulled the flag as well. He's doing the most right now. Like, Royal 2, in my mind, I'm sure, you know, Shopify together are all doing, you know, what's necessary to win, but he feels like MVP to me in this game. With his survival and the amount of chaos that he just caused this entire game, right? Got a nade cleanup, and he beat down Legend. Like, he did so much shit here. He pulled the flag, nade denied Renegade and killed him, and then turned and beat down Legend. So now Legend's a one-shot, and Frosty, who is following this up, is flanking through the base because they're not letting these guys breathe at all. Frosty's playing through util while Last Shot's retrieving the flag through car, and Legend, who takes a second to breathe, dies from behind to Frosty. And with them 3 dead, and with Last Shot planting this flag entirely for free, they have an opportunity for another pull if they maintain any presence on the opposite side, right? So see how fast he's going to fan out. Last Shot immediately after the flag cap drops out the courtyard, hits an angled G-slide to cover the car lane, which is completely open. Like, Shopify don't have any presence in util, and they want that. Checking his corners as he comes through, just in case, because he's a solo player. Royal 2 comes out with another, so they have 2 dead already. They're back in their util. And Optic, once again, stuck on the back foot. This is a bit of an awkward moment for Formal here. Yeah, so fast, right? So Formal, who's like weak already, sees Last Shot coming in with a chow, and he's getting chased. So Formal decides to like choose a lane where Last Shot might not be ready for him, right? Like you can see he catches Last Shot off guard and first shots him. So on one hand, this is like smart, I guess, but Formal's rotation exposes his backside to the entire freaking Shopify team, right? So he's going to get insta-melted. All Last Shot has to do is just to keep him stuck there. Yeah. So it's like Formal's rotation was effective for this 1v1, but probably too unsafe for the circumstances. Like I feel like Formal needed to back down and sit behind this. Like this BR, like if he sat in the corner there, I think he might have been able to finesse something out of this and maybe play for a guaranteed trade away from the sight lines of Shopify. If he can kill Last Shot in a trade, then I think that will be enough for Optic to save this, right? But he goes out to the window and tries to address Last Shot from the window and makes his job easier. Optic probably could have sent more players back for defense here too. Like Formal's alone here, right? Bound is in fridge. Bound has a decision. Does he want to come back to the base to support Formal for defense, or does he want to overextend on the map and try to cut Shopify off on their 5th flag route, right? And he chooses to support Legend and overextend. Giving Last Shot the freedom to get the flag, and Renegade's going to be the one to come back to the base, but it's too late now. Renegade's out of play. With them 3 dead, straight through bottom mid off the timing. Fastest lane and route you can go for when you got the timing. That was perfect out of Last Shot. Very nice. We see this often with Legend as well, the bottom mid run. G-slide off the gen. I think a big thing with these flag runs is how quickly you throw the flag when you catch it in moments like this. So like the moment of this jump to the gen, like it's important that the flag is in your hand as little as possible, right? Like the less time you're touching the flag, the farther you're going to get that toss out, I think. So there's this like setup, that drop, and then that toss is super quick. Throws it before he clambers, and then plants it. And no emotion on Shopify's face, bro. No pop-off. All business. Series just begun. Heartless, thank you for the follow.
Time and time again, we say it. You give Shopify just a little bit of room, and they will take.
Just released 2 hours ago. What's up?
And that's exactly what they do. Tied 3-3.
Miller, how you doing? Welcome. Lost it. Thank you for the follow.
Back and forth with the flags. However, all it takes, by the way, we got to talk about Royal 2's pull. Very midship-esque.
Callouts? I don't know where to put myself, bro. I got to cover, but...
Holy shit!
Dom, thank you for the follow. Welcome. That pop off. Right, they're saving it for when it really matters. Can't believe they're considering a new ranked map and it isn't Guillotine, Dawn Chorus, Remnant, or Anthracite. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. As far as the rank maps, like they have an internal team that tests the maps on a regular basis, and I would hope that they have a sense of what's best to put in the playlist. You got to also keep in mind like performance, and like that performance needs to carry itself over to Xbox to some extent as well. So like I don't know. I assume Guillotine, Anthracite, those maps played relatively well on Xbox, but I honestly don't know. Like that's a big issue with Origin, right? So there's a lot that goes into like choosing the correct map to bring into competitive play. I don't think that Vacancy map is terrible. I think visually like it's not the most impressive looking, but I've been enjoying playing it in like FFA. I think it was pissed. I mean, yeah, like Optic definitely after the oddball game, like I don't know, it just felt like the confidence that they had in their ability to bounce back might not have been there anymore by the time that we got to that Origin. Because man, the Origin was like kind of a snowball from the like 15 kill mark onwards. It was just all Shopify,
And put down the first piece.
20-minute comms video. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna watch that right now. That's a lot to like work with, Let's just stick with just the series.
Has this ever been a focused game type for them?
So we got to recharge Slayer.
Both Slayers in the winners final.
Interestingly, Optic this recently, like this World Championship and the events leading up to it, have been playing better in Slayer, but have been looking weaker in OBJ than usual for some reason. I don't know how. It's like they can't be the best at everything at once. For like. While they were excellent at like Oddball and, King of the Hill, certain OBJ game types, they were, arguably the best, especially Oddball. Their Slayer was like lacking in the beginning of the year a little bit. And by the time they got here, it felt like their Slayer was their good point, And OBJ, for whatever reason, their cohesion that they had maybe at the beginning of the year didn't look the same in the series.
We'll need to find a way to dig deep to take this Slayer and get back into the series. If not,
Renegade should be mad. He's dragged that teams to wins from pulling a rabbit out of his head. Now in grand finals, he needs him to step up and help. It's almost like you slow down John. Optic can't win. I mean, look, there's shit that Renegade does that nobody's doing. That's for sure, right? Like put a shock rifle in his hands, especially in this tournament, and he was pulling off shots that like I don't think anybody else on Optic would have been pulling off in the same situation, But I feel like Optic also play in a way that allows Renegade to have the opportunities that he does. Like to say that he's just like hard carrying the team, I don't think is fully correct. And I do think there are times where Renegade also makes mistakes too. He's not a perfect player, So I don't know. I think yes, Renegade definitely has like a talent with any sniper, to just go insane and look like unstoppable. But that doesn't mean that he is at all points carrying the team and is at all points the MVP for the team,
Trial goes down early. Legend's going to burn the camo. I believe he was the player who certainly...
Hopefully I said hi already, Miller, but I hope you're doing well.
Power up the drops at the start of the game. So it could be a burn here.
Objective efficiency was off all weekend. Their Slayers keep them in series. I mean, like, Renegade off the open of this game is... His reactions are so teed. He's, like, shooting everything.
Good idea to back down from that fight.
But then, does he overheat? I feel like maybe he overheats you. I don't know, like, if we want to pick because what we did is we did every flag, and then we went back and kind of reviewed. Let's do every 10 kills.
So it could be a burn here, but more importantly, it's going to be 3-0 off the rip. Renegade's going to be the last alive. Although it looks like Royal 2 is going to be...
Shopify go 3-1 off the open strat. They don't pick up the shock, though. They try to, like, strategically not pick up shock to surprise Optic. You'll see. Royal 2 tries to get through. Formal cleans him up.
Eventually, Royal 2 will actually be sniffed out by Formal, who gets behind.
And Optic have map control off the open.
To a very nice bounce back from Optic Gaming. They were trailing 3-1, but they slowly came down.
I hear you, Carlos. I know. But even as an Optic fan myself,
let's see what this man can do.
It's still an entertaining series, and I feel like I'm a Halo fan first. You gotta,
yesterday.
Appreciate the quality gameplay.
Body shot helps Formal stay alive in this situation. Another beatdown's going to take down the shields, and Renegade will survive through the splash damage. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Optic into a slender 1-kill advantage.
Very important moment there, because time and time again this season, whenever Optic Gaming loses a Slayer, it is often due to
Yeah,
early
I think it's
deficits, and
easy
that was about
to
be the case in
like
this
see
game
what
as well.
Renegade is accomplishing,
Instead,
because
they
he's the
stabilize
POV
and
that
now
we
have a
stick
lead
with,
here
and
by 2,
he's
still
pulling
with
off some of the
Shock
most
in
stylish
hand.
plays, but yeah, I don't think that means that he's always MVP. Like, Optic are doing a lot of, you know, very aggressive playmaking here, playing far forward on Shopify, trying to contain their space right now, so that Renegade from the back has the angles that he needs, right, to do stuff like this.
Position of Renegade, and if they weren't, Psycho is going to relay that information now.
Let's see how much Shopify wants to slow this down.
Optic actually playing slow here a little
This is
bit,
another
right?
margin where they
That's
need
their
to be
first 10
careful.
kills.
They're going to continue to try to push the aggression. Cycle's also pushing Glass alongside Last Shot, but they slow that push down, and you can tell Shopify
It's gonna
knows
pivot
they
to a
need be
listen in a
careful here.
second.
If they have a few more pushes that continue to fail, this could get out of hand. Optic Gaming is doubling the score of Shopify off the first opening moments.
Really good bounce back off a failed, what looked like a failed open strat, right? Kind of reminds me of the open strat that we saw from Optic at the Arlington final, where they play like low. They put a lot of emphasis on camo in this open strat. So Renegade is playing the sneaky, and he's like inching out, looking for the angles that he can see from the top A door to tower to bottom mid. Right? There's like a little bit of a visual you have that you can work with, so you can get like early damage on Frosty. Looks like Shopify are 3-hitting out tower. Frosty from the back of it will pivot to drop camo, especially as he recognizes Optic's presence on camo. And then they have a fourth, Cycle, who's playing left lane. Cycle's playing towards Sniper. Cycle is going to go all the way out through the pipes to Sniper, and then the 3 of them hit tower with Frosty from the back in a flexible spot where he can also contribute to camo. Optic are playing low, right? So Legend dives into stacks. Formal flies out to Shroud. He's beelining Shroud. And Bound is playing to tower, but he's playing passively from the back of the silo. You can't see it, but Bound is like sitting behind the silo, anticipating the 1v1 with Last Shot. They end up duking it out. So Formal, like, all of their effort is on, like, let's make sure we guarantee camo. He's going to Shroud for Legend, and Legend G-slides to grab it, which it's a bit of a dice roll, right? Because they're all 4 up. It's an even neutral. By going for this, he exposes himself to nades. And despite the Shroud, it doesn't work out. Shopify, Frosty addresses it. They drop nades. They cut him off. And then Legend dies in the explosion. So that part of the strat didn't work, and that puts him on an immediate disadvantage.
Legend's going to burn the camo. I believe he was the player who certainly had the...
Cycle right now is doing something interesting. He's recognizing that he's out for free on the lane, right? So he could grab this shock rifle, but I guess he chooses not to, and he jumps past it. So, like, to make it so that Optic don't know that he's there, I guess, right? I feel like he could have just grabbed a free shock, but that would have let Renegade know that he was coming. So instead, if he jumps past it, he can catch him off guard and then grab it later.
Had the momentum going for that power up the drop to the start of the game. So it could be a burn hit.
Bro, the reaction out of Renegade here is insane. Like, the amount of time he has to react to and shoot Renegade off this G-slide.
The momentum going for that power up the drop to the start of the game. So it could be a
like, what? He shot him twice on that rotate. He barely saw him. He sees him here, I guess, on the drop down, but like, that was so fast, bro. He hit him twice. I also don't know if I like that he's splitting from formal Bound, though, right?
The momentum going for that power up the drop to the start.
What he's doing individually is great, but
it could be a burn here, but
they die the moment he rotates off, and he's not in a position to retrieve any of the damage that they've collected.
It's gonna be 3-0.
He's thinking he's going to get pinched on his left-hand side. Legend picks up off his damage beautifully, though, right? So Renegade hits 2 shots. Legend is now spawned in A, because Shopify are pushing so aggressively on long haul here. So Legend spawns behind it and doesn't miss a bullet on Cycle.
It could be a burn here, but more importantly, it's going to be 3-0 off the rig.
Like, that's really valuable, right? Being able to, like, just be quick to retrieve off your teammates, but accurate enough that you actually hit the shots and just clean that up.
It's
Like,
going to be the last alive. Although it looks like
slides in with a bang, backs down Royal 2, switches to BR, pre-fires Frosty on the Chow, cleans him up. In this moment, I feel like Renegade did enough. Right here, Renegade's done enough. Formal's right above him on gold. Legend's still occupying A. They have sight lines that can support him in his position right now. I feel like he could bait and draw Royal 2 or anybody through this doorway and force a trade on him that way, or maybe live, right? He could even potentially play it over to like Trippy Box or something like I don't know, just something that was still within his team sightlines, but he runs into long and then dies, and now Royal 2 actually has an exit from this fight, right? Royal 2 still ends up dying to Formal later, but I feel like he could have just drawn Royal 2 out in this moment.
Second to none from this man at the start of the game. Royal 2 that does
into the sightlines of Legend and Formal. Formal comes back through gold and cleans him up.
Does as much as he can in that situation. Eventually, Royal 2 will actually be sniffed out by Formal, who gets behind him at gold stairs, which will actually lead to a very
Nicely
nice
done.
bounce back from Optic Gaming. They were trailing 3-1, but they slowed the.
So despite the strong opening strat from Shopify, I think like Optic do a really good job of keeping them, like holding them in long, and they struggle to clean up the last remaining members of Optic, Renegade specifically. So that slowed them down, and it gave Legend an A spawn, and it gave Formal timing to rotate to gold, and now they have the full perimeter they were hoping for. Bound is in tower while this is going down. Like, this is kind of aggressive at a Bound. He does clean up one, but
Tied up 4-4.
I think a big thing about Slayer is like always making sure that you're drawing interactions out into the sightline of your teammates. So any damage that you're doing, any fight that you're having, does not lead to damage that like can't be collected, right? They can't lead to trades.
With the shock in hand, we've been there before.
You're always escaping towards your team. You're always kind of pulling the fight towards your team if you can.
Headshots galore yesterday. Body shot helps Formal stay alive in this situation. Another beatdown's going to take down the shield.
Yeah, Renegade is often playing behind his team. That's why his KD is generally higher, and also why his damage is generally lower than his team.
Very important moment there, because time and time again this
He is
season,
often
Optic
playing
Gaming
from
loses Slayer. It
behind his team. His team is doing a lot of dirty work
deficits,
to
and
give him
that
the
was about to be the
opportunities.
case in this game as well.
But for good reason. The guy's accurate as hell, right?
Stabilize and now have a lead here by 2, still with shock in hand.
Renegade's in the center of their setup here. They got two players in A and Turbine. And then Legend. There was a moment of like hesitation. I don't know if this was the moment. Yeah, so this was interesting, right? Like they two-deaded Shopify. There's moments where I can like see what they're communicating to each other without actually hearing what they're communicating, right? Because like in this moment, and this kind of slowed them down in the previous game. They're very aware of four-deading Shopify. They want to ensure that they don't leave any final survivor alive and then full collapse, right? Because if they leave somebody alive, it's going to hurt them later. So in this situation, they three-dead Shopify. And they don't know where Royal 2 is, I think is what's happening. Or it's like they take time to kill Royal 2. Yeah, Royal 2's an A. Renegade comes back to support that, and Legend's already like pushing out through long haul to address what he knows is the C spawn. But because of the timing of things and the space that they opened in gold, they're concerned that they opened up a split spawn in gold. It's like, well, Renegade's here while Legend's sitting in long. Gold is open. So they like extended themselves to try to kill Royal 2, and now there's a huge open hemisphere of the map for gold, right? So either it's going to team spawn the players together at C, or somebody's going to split, depending on the pressure. And I think they're worried that somebody splits in gold. So that takes time away from, like, just holding that ledge. Legend comes back through long. Renegade comes back to clear gold, just in case.
In this game as well. Instead,
it doesn't hurt them in the end. But, like, these are little things where it's like, this could be timing misses in other circumstances.
And now have a lead here by 2, still with shock in hand.
Is it Kyrie? Caitlin, thank you for the comment. Hopefully helpful for you. Or entertaining in some way.
If they weren't, Psycho is going to relay that information now. Let's see how much Shopify wants to slow this down. Now down by 4. This is enough of a margin where they need.
I don't think Renegade is trying to let people die. It's not his objective.
Pushing glass alongside last shot, but they slow that push down, and you can tell Shopify knows they need to.
This is just about like baiting and switching, and the higher shielded player supporting the guy who's weak, right? They flip positions, right? So it's like as Legend gets weak, Renegade changes positions with him, right? So Legend has time to back down and then take the middle of that at the bat ledge. Renegade with more shields will now secure gold. So that's kind of like what setups look like in Halo, I guess, is like two guys on one side, two guys kind of on the other, controlling the full perimeter of the setup and switching positions with each other depending on, you know, where the enemy's coming from and the shields that they have.
You can tell Shopify knows they need to be careful here. If they have a few more
Royal 2 trying to hit a bottom mid, it didn't work. Frosty didn't succeed either. They could try to collapse this.
Off the first opening moments.
Renegade knows exactly where last shot is. He also knows where Cycle is. He gives him a little tickle under the chin with the shock rifle, which is immediately turned into a kill for Bound as well. So the teamwork for Optic seems to be on point. As the shock rifle will be put onto the respawn here.
Still a 5-kill lead. Cycle still trying to
Trippy Lucid Descendant Precision, yeah, is supposed team. No confirmation, but sounds like it might be happening. What's good, Jay? Just got back from school. Cool. All good, brother. Hope you had a good day. Optic listening. People were cheating? Where? I already showed the new map. We're going to play on it later. It's called Vacancy. You can play it right now. Look it up in the browser. Bro, Cycle doing the most right here. After Shopify started beating Optic consistently, nobody was cheating. No, there's no cheating. There was a brief concern about the Razer controller, but it's not cheating. It's just anyway.
Three kills the difference between the two teams.
Optic's still holding the lead in this.
Again, as they're going to take now a 14-9 lead. Let's get into a listening with Optic Gaming.
The map being flipped in the way that it is with the camo coming up is so good for Optic.
Will be put onto the respawn here.
I'm wondering what they do to make that happen.
Pressure is off the first
like what's the catalyst for that? So like in this moment that Optic have an advantage in numbers, right? They 2 dead them.
They need to be careful here. If they have a few more pushes,
OS is coming up in 30 seconds after this.
Out of hand. Optic Gaming is double.
Well, having the gold to A set up is excellent for like a good chunk of the game because you've got a lot of complementary sight lines. You force your players to spawn at C, and it's difficult for them to kind of break out and push out the map. Having C side of the map controlled for camo is ideal. There's a shroud that spawns nearby, so while they kill them, their ultimate objective should be to flip the map and spawn them at A afterwards, which is what ends up happening.
The score of Shopify off the first opening moments.
And Nate hurts last shot, and I think Bound dives at it, or Formal. Bound cleans it up.
Which is immediately turned into
got him spawning in long.
Bound as well. So the teamwork for
Roll 2 Frosty get 2.
As the shock rifle will be put onto the respawn here.
Still a 5-kill lead. Cycle still trying to make glass happen. Pressure is coming in as they're going to take now a 14-9 lead. Let's get into a listening with Optic Gaming. Happen.
Optic at some point.
The shock rifle.
I think maybe this is the moment where it's like
the teamwork for Optic seems to be on point.
When they go 2 dead, they're probably like death cams and comms like reading a push, a collapse into A here, and then Renegade and Legend try to like overextend together to avoid the collapses coming into A. And this flips the spawns.
The shock rifle will be put onto
over to long haul when they kill Cycle. So Formal gets a long haul spawn when they're in A here. So it wasn't even something that Optic, I guess, earned, but it will work in their favor for camo later.
Glass happen.
Or it could at least.
Coming in as they're going to take now a 14-9 lead. Let's get into a listening.
It's an ASIM map. ASIM map. Sort of like a live fire, like design, but it looks like Bizarre. It's like, how do they get camo here, though? No, it's called Vacancy. It's like Optic have a perimeter around this, and Shopify somehow find timing to like drop in. Formal's like calling the hell out of Needles right now, but Bound's concerned that he's going to get flanked out through Mangler. They're kind of on different pages right now. And like during this rotation while he's doing this, that player jumped out Turbine, like got to camo. I wonder if Bound should be prioritizing the other call, but it's easy to say in hindsight because Royal 2 didn't challenge, but like. Like they're saying Cycle's camo guy, like it's pretty basic and simple, but making sure that you know the name of the guy who is camo, so when he dies, you know that camo's off the map. Don't want me casting COD because I'll get picked up for sure? Wait, will I? What do you mean?
I believe you, Ben. I believe you.
I feel like, so Formal guarantees a kill here. This is me just like nitpicking every little thing, but so in this scenario, they've got like a good perimeter around Shopify. Shock is coming up.
Watch out.
I was thinking maybe Formal could grab the nades. He has no nades in the back pocket, and there's nades like spawned. See that? I'm covering it. If he grabs those frags on his left, so he hits a rotate, either like, or he like rotates up through, like, I don't know if it would be risky to rotate Trippy Box right now, but they have like complementary sightlines that would support Formal if he does jump up Trippy Box. But just the way that like maybe he could have played this, could have made it so that like he could safely kill Frosty around the corner. If he had nades here,
I believe you, Ben. I believe you.
so like he missed maybe an opportunity for frags. If he just banks a nade off the floor, then he can back off and face this 2v1 and guarantee Frosty. Maybe Frosty, who knows? Maybe he could like avoid the nade, but I feel like maybe he could have. He's like, I might as well take the trade because it's all I can do. Thank you, Rich. Cycle does something nuts though, right? I'm thinking like, is there, if we listen to the comms here and Renegade's positioning, did Renegade miss an opportunity here? Listen to it. One shot Trippy corner with Shock. Renegade right now is like kind of playing for himself, no? Like I'm covering this. This is me like nitpicking everything. So Renegade's coming up tower. He has an angle on cycle, and Bound is the one fighting him. That's a really important kill, right? Here's Renegade's positioning. Like he's literally in position to clean that up. Obviously, it's not easy to see from the distance, but like I feel like that's kind of Renegade's responsibility as much as Bound's here. Maybe he's concerned that he's going to get flanked or something. It's hard to know in the moment, but almost feels like a missed opportunity to like nade it or contribute to this. Renegade's sitting in the corner like waiting for somebody in tower, and Bound is like full aggro jumping out. Cycle turn 180 and hit, almost killed Bound with the Shock, right? And then got out the angle. Almost killed Bound here. And now Bound's compromised. He's baiting it. Well, all that's happening, like Renegade wasn't really in the play, right? Like, could Renegade have done something more to both support Bound and clean up cycle? Maybe here. So look at this scenario too. Optic they 3-dead them. Camo dead. Optic are just spawning 3 up, and Frosty's last survivor. Frosty, who's solo on bottom mid, occupies a lot of their attention. Like I feel like this could have been in like this could have converted into control in Optic's favor. And Frosty's still alive back there. And now they're on the back foot, right? So it was like, for the way it looked, obviously, you know, there's so many components that go into like just killing Frosty. Frosty's playing passively from bottom mid and like somehow finessing. But the way this looks, and then the way it flips on its head in an instant, has to do with Frosty's survival. And I feel like maybe Optic maybe had like, could Legend have been more proactive here? Like, I don't know. Because now Bound's dead, Frosty's still up, he's still living down in stacks. Almost spawns an A, so Legend knows that he could be getting hit by C. Formal's comms here, get out, get out, get out. Telling Renegade, like, he's got no options, get out, get the Shroud, go through blue pipes.
He's in the smoke, in the smoke. He stacks.
Good damage.
Three kills the difference between the two teams. Is Optic who still hold on to that lead though, and Formal having a very, very strong start to this Slayer game. So 6-5 at the moment, but taking out the camo in that fight a few moments ago.
I mean, I can't see all their POVs, but it could be like, yeah, maybe somebody could have like better capitalized on the call out and killed Frosty earlier. Like maybe they should have been more like I mean, the timing window that you have is shorter in Slayer than it is in OBJ. So it's only 8 seconds before spawns pop up, and like A is open. So I think Legends thinking if he plays too fast out like Mangler and tries to guarantee Frosty. So like Last Shot is spawned right now. There's a chance that Last Shot could be spawned in A, and just like if he walks out, he's just getting shot by Last Shot, right? So it's like I don't know. Could Legend have been more proactive and like fast to like pinch Frosty from the Mangler or something? Or could somebody else that I can't see have done something? But like Frosty just kind of dismantled Optic a little bit there, and now Shopify have the perimeter, right? It doesn't stop them from losing their lead though. They still secure trades like to get through this. Underestimated?
3 kills the difference between the two teams is Optic, who's
I feel like we were talking about Frosty a lot in the beginning of the season in the online tournaments leading up to Arlington, because it felt like he was like looking like MVP form in those tournaments. You know, I kind of had that take on his scrim stats were like solid, but he wasn't like the top statter in scrims. But then all of a sudden in the tournaments, if you looked at his stats, it was like a completely different story. So I had this idea that like, you know, Frosty wakes up in the tournaments, the moments that matter. But the first 2 lands didn't go his way, right? I feel like it took some time for Frosty and Last Shot, more so than maybe Royal 2, at least statistically, right? Royal 2 and Cycle, because it looked like it took them a little bit longer to, I don't know, kind of pull off the performances that they did at the end of the year. And that's probably like that's based on the whole team. It's not Frosty specifically, but statistically, Frosty and Last Shot had a slow start to the year on Shopify, and then by the middle of the summer, like all of that started to change, you know?
Hold on to that lead though, and Formal having a very, very strong start to this Slayer game. So I'm 6-5 at the moment, but taking out the camo and that
Clearly underestimated, didn't have any home until SR. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if that's like because he was underestimated as much as like it was just it was just roster mania, you know? Like Formal knew what he wanted. That wasn't a shot at Frosty. It was just like those were like conversations that had happened internally in advance, and you know what I mean? Like the ball just kind of got rolling that direction, and Royal 2 and Frosty, who are obviously like important pickups, weren't the ones that were like individually poached to different rosters, you know? Like I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's like underestimated as much as like it just sort of happened that way, you know? Like
fight a few moments ago shows the value of the kills he's picking up.
Yeah, really important. We saw earlier not doing so really cost them when
because Formal wanted the team with Renegade, Bound, and Legend. That was like the idea that they had. It just set the ball rolling for like, you know, other openings and
Cycle was able to go on a little bit of a spree to get Shopify Rebellion right back in the game, but you know,
I'm not in on the internal conversation.
Prioritizing power-ups and power weapons if they want to take this game. It's just a 2-kill game.
Frosty got away with the shock rifle, I believe, so he might have a couple of shots to play with. But Renegade will find that kill, and you know Renegade is going to grab that shock rifle at any opportunity. Royal 2 is trying to play bodyguard, but Renegade's going to pick up the present.
Love that, just tiptoes in.
We'll say Renegade's ability to like guarantee power weapons got to be one of the best in the game. It's not just his like accuracy, it's how often he finds snipers and how long he lives with them. This fight right here, oh my god. That was sick.
They continue to lead by 4.
Camo coming up now.
There's no amount of like macro strategy,
for both teams will change.
you know, that changes that you just got to like you know, like human your opponent in a 1v1 to win a scenario, especially in Slayer.
Bound's going to find one kill.
Just got to be
Royal 2
better
taking down
sometimes.
No shields. 2v2 on the map right now. Legend and Renegade versus Cycle and Royal 2. They find a 2v1 scenario, and Legend will escape with the camo.
Cycle on what, game 5? Was it game 5? Was like absolutely frying the Slayer, like 18 and 4 or something.
Timing and coordination from Optic Gaming now with the camo in hand.
I mean, Cycle did something pretty valuable earlier with the camo, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity. You think about the
Stats don't always
potential
show, you
swing
know?
of the score, where it is right
Yeah,
now
game
in
5,
this
you
game.
like,
If it
he's
goes
just
the way of Optic,
right
you're
place,
pretty much
right
closing
time,
in
slaying everything.
on 40 kills with a pretty solid lead, trying to close the game out. You get into the position where you're just thinking trade-off.
I feel like Shopify play against this camo nicely.
Legend has that responsibility now.
Legend ends up getting like 1 kill with it.
Was lifting a Halo World Championship trophy. Would love to do nothing more than do it again this year.
Still just a 4-kill game, so Legend knows his camo.
I feel like they sussed out Legend's location and they rotated through the map while he went into pipes. Like, I feel like there might have been some specific thought process to that. Because Legend ended up like getting camo and not being able to use it very effectively.
A few moments ago shows the value of the kills he's picking up.
Yeah, really important.
So Optic right now have that 8 gold set up, and Last Shot tried to make a break through the middle, right? So like they end up, when Formal backs off, they get their perimeter back.
Formal having a very, very strong start to this Slayer game. So I'm 6-5 at the.
So like there's a variety of ways to break a setup like this, and one of them involves trying to sneak your way through the middle of the map, ideally well supported by your teammates crossing, like in this case from tower,
moment, but taking
occupying
out the
Optic's
camo in that
attention.
point,
Last shot is below right now, trying to just like,
a few moments
it's
ago,
a bit of a
showed the
dice
value
roll,
of the
right?
kills he's picking.
If he makes it through and causes chaos and Shopify do enough to pick up off of it, then they break the setup and win this. Or last shot might end up dying solo, which I think is what happened.
Yeah, really important. We saw earlier.
And it doesn't amount to much for Shopify. Renegade wins his fight with last shot, or Legend cleans it up, right? And now he was like so far away from that, and Renegade has enough safety to stay alive and ensure that they maintain their
When
advantage.
Cycle was able to go on a little bit of a spree.
Ooh, last shot traded though. Last shot got a nade and traded though.
Get Shopify
That keeps it
Rebellion
even.
right back in the game, but you know, Optic Gaming knows just how much they need to be prioritizing power-ups and power weapons.
That's one thing
If
these
they
guys
wanna
do
take
really
this
well
game,
too.
it's just a 2-kill
Guarantee
game.
trades.
Frosty got away with the
From
shot.
there knowing he has enough damage to just guarantee with the beatdown, decides to not even focus on aim right there,
I
right?
believe so. He might have a
Courtney,
couple of shots
hello.
to play with.
How's it going?
But Renegade will find that kill, and you know Renegade. I believe so. He might have a couple of shots to play with.
This game,
Is it
Gaming
another
knows just how much
playthrough?
they need to be prioritizing power-ups and power weapons. If they want to take this game, it's just a 2-kill game.
Focus on keeping that shock in play
Shot
might have
I
like
believe, so
pulled
he might
there.
have a couple of shots to
As
play
Frosty
with.
has shot, can't get out with it.
Renegade will find that kill, and you know Renegade is going to grab that shock rifle at any opportunity. Royal 2 is trying to play bodyguard, but
Love that.
Renegade's going to pick up the present.
Love that. Just tiptoes in, pre-nades, grabs a shock around the corner, has no
Is it helping? It made a huge difference. That's good to hear. I'm happy to hear that,
interest
Courtney. Let's go.
in the pipes
W.
battle whatsoever, and I love the discipline from Renegade. Now they're up by 4 once again. Time and time again in this Slayer, Optic Gaming has been tested with Shopify applying really good team.
Bro, sometimes like
Time and time again.
when these guys aren't ready, the way that they snap and adjust their reticle, you know what I mean? Like the reaction here, this is harder than it looks, right? Like they make it look so easy, but like Renegade, you know, shifted his focus away from this. He was set up previously, pivoted because he didn't see anybody, and now he's going to snap back
In
immediately.
the Slayer,
And just that adjustment flick is so clean,
and I
right?
love the
Almost hits him in
discipline
the
from
head.
Renegade. Now they're up by 4 once again. Time and time again
One
in
flick,
the Slayer,
and he's
Optic Gaming
there,
has been
right?
tested with Shopify applying really good teamwork. and
Tried to
coordination.
G-slide and missed. I think
Optic
he
Gaming
like
has been tested
he tried to G-slide and he missed the timing and he gets
with
stuck
Shopify
on the floor,
applying really good teamwork and coordination.
but still crouched and cleaned that up. That was nasty.
But Renegade winning 1v1s
Two dead him.
like that
Camo's coming
are
up.
gonna be the difference maker. They continue to lead by 4.
Camo coming up now in 10 seconds or so, so all of the attention for both teams will change towards bottom middle.
Like, even that right there, right? It's like Renegade is they're trying to hold the perimeter, you know, around the camo. They're not going to like guarantee it just yet because they're only 2 alive.
10 seconds or so, so all of the attention.
Formal's up in top
Both teams
gold,
will change.
and Renegade backs off to A and sees Legend spawn there, so he figures like Legend has this covered. I'm going to wrap back to support Formal at pipes.
Towards bottom
G slides and hits that shot on the way. Like even that is like enough, you know, for his team. Royal plays out, guarantees it. Royal 2's behind them. It's like last survivor.
Right now, Legend and Renegade versus Cycle.
As they double up and guarantee camo.
2v1 scenario, and Legend will escape with the camo for Optic Gaming.
How about that from Renegade? He drops down there on stacks. At the same time, Legend hits a perfect G-slide to grab the camo. Cycle cannot win that 1v2. That's going to be impossible. Amazing movement, timing, and
Cool. Numbers
coordination
advantage
from
Optic.
Optic Gaming. Now with the camo
In this
in
moment,
hand,
I think-
poised to extend this lead
So, like-
even further.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity. You think about the potential swing of the
Hold on.
score, where it is right now in this game. If it goes the way
Shopify have space over Optic, but Optic, obviously, Legend has an intel advantage. He can, like, make a play through the center of the map and get behind them, which is what he tries to do.
Closing in on 40
But I feel like
kills
Royal
with
2
a
sees
pretty
Legend.
solid lead, trying to close the game out.
Right here, I'm covering it. I think Royal 2 can see Legend here. And he's trying to shoot him.
Get into the position where
I don't know, right? Or he's shooting somebody else. But the way that they play this, I feel like when they see Legend and his route, they might all choose to collapse and play away from pipes together, because that's what it looks like.
you're just thinking trade our kills, don't give anything away for free.
It's like, well, he
Legend
comes through
has
thinking
that-
he's flanking. They all leave A, and they play towards Optic and long haul and collapse on them. And Legend's actually, like, separate from this,
Responsibility now. A man who
right? So, like, Royal 2's in their long haul.
last season was
Frosty's diving out through tower. Like, all of a sudden, Legends rotate, put him out of the field to play, right? So I feel like Shopify might have seen him and then made a quick assessment to, like, push out the map and get out of pipes and, like, overwhelm Optic while he was, like, making this rotate.
lifting a Halo World
Or it was just lucky. I don't know. But, you know,
trophy. Would love to do
some of these
nothing more
coincidences
than do it
don't
again
don't
this
feel
year.
like coincidences.
Still just a 4-kill game, so Legend knows his camo.
So they're 3 up,
Doesn't have too much
wolf
time.
packing
Speaking
and
of the
long.
devil, it's out. Now he has to fight in long haul.
Oh, there's an entire Shopify Rebellion roster to fight against, though. The nades are going to be good, but they're not good enough. Royal 2 comes out of that with a double kill on Optic
Appreciate it, Trent.
Gaming. At the
Feel like a
end
workman.
of the camo hold and the end of the camo play, are now just up by 1. Shopify Rebellion are back into this game.
You get the feeling they needed to time that camo a little bit better on the actual camo timing. To lose camo on glass when 3 players are coming long and you're kind of poking long, that's just
nice
unlucky
fight.
timing, or really mistimed, if you will. Still a 3-kill game.
Again, Renegade, not missing anything. This grapple and chuck again.
Has to be headshots at this point in the game. In a grand final after 4 years to get to this moment. The level that these players play at, you know, if you
and this is like, these are the scenarios where Renegade plus shock rifle saves Optic games. He hits a super important shot here. The body and then that right there. Keeps him alive. 2 dead. Bound playing in front of him. Renegade following it up. They're going to collapse on Frosty. He's got no options. Roll 2 backs Renegade off. He decides to play all the way into gold to take their space back now that he's one shot. The 1v1 and last shot here later. Best play of the game here, I think.
Amazing timing, amazing pipes control, and collapse as well from Optic Gaming to get a sizable lead here in the late game.
This, in my mind, when I saw this, I thought the game was over, right? Like, Renegade gets shot in the back like 3 times. He should be dead here. Last shot's behind him. So sick. That was like the nuttiest looking play in the, maybe in the series, man. I don't know. In a 1v1 like this, 3 shots in before he can fire a bullet. Uses this tiny wall with a slide to get behind it. He's like tucked into the geo. Repeats, hits the shot.
43 to 35, make it 44. As Optic
Final bullet cleans up roll 2, and then camo control with the grapple.
Grab yourself a camo, Renegade. You deserve it.
And what did we say? It was always.
It should be
Renegade.
GG's
They
here.
have depended on this man to go into Renegade mode. He's doing it yet again. He's 11.
Loki, after all of this, though, did he leave Bound out to dry, right? So, like, in this moment,
As Optic look like
they're 2 dead.
up, and this man on a killing spree. Grab
They have a clear advantage, and they have intel on Shopify in A. So Frosty, who's like chowing Bound,
yourself a camo, Renegade. You deserve it.
Frosty's like completely alone up in the top of the sneaky. He's like backing off and prioritizing his life, but Renegade's full shields. Like, he low-key could just reach out and kill Frosty and keep Bound alive here, right? Maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe he's worried that somebody else could chip in the fight and that he won't be able to escape if that happens, but
Did we say it was always?
I don't know. Bound's just like fighting solo. We have the cheats, right? Like, I can see through the walls and shit. We know that there's 2 players in A and Frosty's alone, but anyway.
It's going to be Renegade. They have depended on this man to go into Renegade mode. He's doing it yet again. He's
Yeah, sick
11,
run.
9, and 6. Most assists on the team and in the game, and by far the least.
Renegade would be the
deaths
one
in
to get them
game.
through.
It's been an
Yeah,
unbelievable
I
run,
mean,
and only
his
4
individual
kills to go for
playmaking
Optic Gaming to
definitely
close it
changes
out.
the whole tone of the game, right?
Last shot finds a
It
kill,
puts
though.
Optic in a
Gotta say,
super
Shopify
confident
last 2
position
seconds
to
just
play
have
off each other,
majority
and it
of
also,
team
like,
outside of the brilliance
you know,
of
definitely
the
impacts the
display
mental
for
of his
Renegade.
opponents. We saw that with the
Royal 2
C9
finds a
series
double
before
kill.
this, right?
Out of nowhere, Frosty finds another. Bound is last
They sort of
alive,
bounced
Optic
back,
fans
right?
do not
3 dead 'em.
celebrate yet. You still have to find 4 kills.
What was just a 46-41 all of a sudden becomes a 3-kill game.
Doesn't last, though. Renegade not missing from Bat Ledge, kills 2,
Renegade with a double.
and then that should guarantee
To
it.
calm the nerves of the green wall. 4 more find a stick as well. It's 1 to go here for Optic.
1v1 here on the sneaky. That might be it. That's it.
Legend will find the final kill, and even though it's a scary, scary ending to that game, Optic show the ice required. We are at 1.
If we like summarize, I mean, really simply, some of the things that Optic did really well that let them win is just the shock rifle control was the biggest one, right? And the amount of time that they spent with a full perimeter around Shopify. Like, they had the A to goal set up more often than Shopify did. You know, had some incredible individual playmaking that helped for sure. They didn't get every camo, but they did a good job burning the ones they didn't grab, right? So
And tied up in our grand finals.
How about Renegade ending that game?
they got 4-1 twice, yeah.
With 9 assists.
So this game is kind of like a blowout. And Shopify are like in their heads like this entire game.
Look at Renegade so far, 1.25 in the series so far, 25 kills on the board, and you know without a doubt he will be adding to that tally in this game number 3. The question is, at the
Stronghold is scary with Shopify. They're very fast and efficient in this game type. I feel like Recharge statistically works better for them. And Optic, you know, in the past have played, or known to play well in live fire, but it just didn't happen this time. Optic win the open stride though.
He's going to find 2 off the rip. 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion, and the momentum momentum is strongly in the favor of this man at Optic Gaming.
I mean, how about it? You can't write it. Talking about what he needs to do and what the team needs to do. And off the opening, it's Optic Gaming carrying momentum from
Hits
game
that
number
body.
2 straight into game number 3. They're scoring
Alice,
with an
welcome,
initial
brother.
4 dead off the opening of the match.
See that for Shopify as well. Eyes on the camo. As Optic Gaming will be scoring with the BC hold. Looks like Former's making a play towards that camo, and maybe they're just trying to bait it out at the moment. Keep Shopify away.
Yeah, they don't
from
grab
use it
camo
as
right
a
away.
way to stop them scoring essentially in this situation.
They're getting
Renegade
time,
can't
though.
find any targets, and Shopify have found 2.
Beautiful headshot.
Renegade found a target, everyone.
Talk about just having a few frames, if that, to do it, to hit that shot on the quickscope above the railing. 2 dead for Optic, though, means Renegade needs to be very careful with the C pressure as well as the camo pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the camo's still off. Both teams are playing around it at the moment. No one getting baited into it. Renegade,
He turns the tides.
getting the assist for Formal here. Frosty's going to be peeking. Not sure if Frosty did grab that camo or not, but Royal
Jesus.
2 falls victim once again to Formal here.
Does Frosty win this? That would be wild if he does. He gets help in the end. That should be
The
traded out even
biggest
if
thing
he
about this, though, that like the theme, I guess, is like how well each team capitalizes off of the opportunities that are created by like 3 or 4 dead scenarios, right? So it's like we're the first part of this game, Optic have control, but you know we're just trading kind of across the board, looking for like one definitive opening. There might have been like a moment here where Renegade could have supported maybe Formal better for the camo, like when Frosty somehow gets it.
Pressure as well as the camo pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the camo's still off. Both teams are playing around it at the moment. No one getting baited into it. Renegade,
He turns the tides.
getting the assist for Formal here.
To hit that shot on the quickscope above the railing. 2 dead for Optic, though, means Renegade needs to be very careful with the C pressure as well as the camo pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the camo's still off. Both teams are playing around it at the moment. No one
I
getting
don't know.
baited
I mean, he's
into it.
always busy.
Renegade,
Maybe the moment after he killed Cycle, if he could have like
getting the assist
pivoted,
for
but
Formal here. Frosty's going to be peeking. Not sure if Frosty did grab that camo or not, but Royal 2 falls victim once again to Formal here.
Does Frosty win this? That would be wild if he does. He gets help in the end. That should be traded out even if he
Makes
has
you think
camo,
Optic
that
gonna
would be
win?
traded out.
Yeah.
So in the end, Shopify keeping things interesting and starting to flip C as well.
1v1 for C here. Looks like Cycle's going to at least convert it here for Shopify Rebellion, but Optic elsewhere rotating towards B. Royal 2 is trying to get in a position to stop it.
Crazy rotate
Being
out of bound.
converted and does exactly that. It's the
Royal 2
nade
comes back and cleans him
that
up.
comes in from Frosty that cleans Optic out of the back of B, and now Shopify Rebellion are holding B and C and will be pretty close to going into a lead here.
What a bounce back and what incredible game management as well. Renegade is not able to grab a ledge. He will fall off.
why am I still watching? Because we didn't actually like try to give it a review.
Following 1v4, they find a way and kill 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. They find a way to get right back in this. Triple cap was ineffective.
First 2
well.
games, I kind of
And
came in,
Shopify just showing
you know, with some
just
background, having seen
how
it,
fantastic
and then as the
things
series
look.
goes on, I'm
Even
like
when
less
they're
and
playing from a
less,
disadvantage to get control back of the map.
Yeah, how quickly
like
they get across
not
the
necessarily
map, just get the
prepared,
reset
but
as well.
like,
Start split, spawn and bounce.
you know what I mean? It's a
All
long
in zone and
series.
tower,
Like if you watch the
trying
first
to
game, I'm
blind
like,
time.
I know exactly what I want to talk about,
Put a few shots
and now
into
I'm like
the
trying to
pushing
remember this
Shopify
one.
Rebellion players wasn't able to do so.
No, you're
Cycle
good.
cleans him out. A very simple kill. When you've got those numbers on the map, Renegade going to try and grab that camo.
It is fun to go over.
But Cycle will cut him
Normally
down.
what I would have done in the
Killing
past
spree
is
for him,
like
and
make a
Formal has
proper
just popped the
YouTube video
camo.
about it, but this year, I mean, oh my god, the footwork might have been a little bit, this year's been a little different. We've been live more often, so I'm trying to figure out how to, you know, create content like I do offline, online, on stream. A little bit. Give this a proper breakdown.
Coming up as well. Frosty's going to be getting his hands on that one. By the looks of things for Shopify Rebellion, but AB is the hold here for Optic, but with shots like that coming out of Frosty and Legend picking up another, both teams are going to have to scrap a little bit before they can get anywhere near.
What was the intro, Sakura?
Sakari.
Sakari?
A lot of pressure coming in. He knows how important it is that he stays alive. And let's see how they play this.
Aggression.
I mean, I'm going to keep tabs on it. There's no way I'm not going to, like, give it a try, right?
He wants to take the fight.
Especially with, like, Halo being quiet right now.
AB still the hold here, by the way, for Optic Gaming. Frosty's going to find an easy clean up.
You sure it starts? Sorry, the league starts in 4 weeks, but the game comes out, like, next week, Friday, right? So, like, by next week, Friday, I'm going to be involved, I guess, in some way. I want to watch, like, pros play. I want to try the game. Yeah.
One goal to side down in A. One goal to side in A.
Dude. insane. Poor dead. Just run it, A. Look at they're calling that. They know they're going to spawn behind roll 2. It's on a timer.
Well, no surprise to hear the intensity coming in from Shopify Rebellion as they are continuing.
There's some, like, they're keeping them on skates, right? Like, they split them around the map, and they're never back to full forward. It's like, this is kind of the name of the game. It's like you find that one moment, and the moment was when they had the trip cap earlier, when the listening started. That was like where they were in that, you know, where the snowball begins, where they can put them in the blender. Kind of full commit to A to avoid the spawners in C so that they can overwhelm these guys while the other players are spawning like out of the field of play in this moment, right? Clean up formal, and then Legend, who's the split spawner. Legend makes his way into B to try to cap B to stop the bleeding. And now Frosty, who split to Tower, like the way he rotates here is nice. They pull full commit to B. By doing this, they overwhelm Legend, and they split the spawns to dummies. So Optic are never together, right? So like Frosty wraps through Tower, Tower side C-plat, to Nest, fully opening W's Turbine.
And that's been the story for the last 60 seconds or so. Continued scoring.
Opening up Turbine.
Continued pressure. And continue
so that whenever they spawn separate from each other. Legend can't do anything to get help.
How about the unbelievable run from Last Shot there with that QT to hit the stick to the QT to staying alive, getting more damage.
The fuck with the new team? It sounds like,
on Legend. All of that,
like a deadly roster.
Was what paved the way.
So yeah, I guess. I don't know what to expect. And it's not confirmed, right? It's not like 100%, but it sounds pretty deadly.
100 points.
Apparently APG said something about like Bound and Renegade shopping for some sort of crazy team that could rival Shopify. That I want to know about. Whatever that is. Fuck with it? Okay. Good. That's good, Dad. But yeah, you would, right? Because you're a fan of Descendant and Lucid, right? That combination has to be like a dream team for you, you know?
Do it soon, but Last Shot with his camo is going to be able to collapse onto these players at back green.
Just taking his time. He's got the helmet. He knows it with Frosty as well. So clean, makes it look so easy because the hard work had already been done on the camo grab. By the way, Shopify currently outslaying 40 to 28.
Dislike people creating God squads in sports and in games. Creating God squads. I don't know. Like in the end of the day, in any sport, the best players will team with the best players to win. You know, I don't know. One thing that we've learned this year is that there's no such thing as like a God squad. You know what I mean? Like regardless of how good your team is, you still have to perform. You still have to, you know, keep improving and practice and build. I think the kind of cool story about this year was, you know, Optic we thought would be on top, right? And they were initially, but it didn't end that way. Like we were surprised, you know, and even Optic, as good as they looked on paper, you know, had to work hard to maintain any sort of standing. Even FaZe had a win on them, right?
Last Shot just saw him peeking out for a second. It's an easy pick, it's an easy kill. And now Last Shot makes the difficult ones.
Last Shot does so much to live here, bro.
And the trip cap still in effect. They've crossed the 200-point mark.
Yeah, Formal tried to...
I think this Optic, well, yeah, they're obviously breaking up because Formal's not going to be competing in Halo, I don't think, Pokemon next year. So that would split. And we know Legend's going to COD, right? Legend... It's like confirmed, but not officially, right? But like Legend seems to be on Surge, and that has yet to be announced. Legend having a franchise spot means that he's probably not coming back to Halo.
Everything right, though,
other players who don't have it, who are playing in Challengers, might not justify switching. But yeah, it's up to Bound and Renegade now to find a roster. The cool thing, though, would be if Optic, the org, somehow stick around. Like, technically, the org could decide to support a team in some way. It seems unlikely, but... if that was to happen, that'd be a W for us. A W for the esport.
This whole time, Last Shot was the last player alive this entire time, and they can't get rid of him on window.
Bro, just living here, right? Optic managed to get back AB, but they're not actually safe. Like they're holed up in the back of the map. Last Shot comes out with a tray at the end of that. afford it.
Dead for Optic Gaming, and look how much time it took there. All it took, last shot staying alive window is devastating for Optic Gaming. It might not look like it because
Cycle sees the spawn of his teammate in A and then pivots back to tower, knowing they're going to be spawning in Turbine.
Long enough to then trade for his teammates and even get extra
Had sniped the whole game just about too. After Renegade lost it at the start.
To continue. C will flip, but not before Cycle continues his dark magic. He will rotate back around once again.
So clean, hits the body, QTs.
Cycle is QT
Hits another when they chow him too.
Body shots, hitting bodies, hitting anything that moves at the moment. Another challenge, another QT.
Oh boy.
More damage
Game
being
ends
done.
here.
They cannot kill Cycle right now. They cannot get near a stronghold. And we might be seeing Shopify close this one out right now.
We will be, that's it. A starts to flip as well though. Let's see what Last Shot can do here on the push.
Just got to convert C here. Formal trying to do what he can, but with 3 in the death screen.
So much respect to their last. Wait, what do you mean?
Shopify Rebellion dominate. Optic Gaming in game number 3. And will now be up 2-1.
Dominate is the only word for it. And Optic Gaming tasted an early lead, but that was the
Joe,
only
what's up, man?
taste they got.
Thank you. How you doing?
Because Shopify Rebellion wastes no time.
Comparable talent, but SR had better teamwork. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a good analysis of the season. I think SR, especially in pivotal moments, like just played more coordinated. And throughout this game, I mean, they're just capitalizing on the little opening that they created together, right? They're playing so fast and coordinated. But individually, like, the talent is there on both sides. You know, you can't like definitively say like this guy's going to defeat this guy every time in like a 1v1, you know. It's just about teamwork in the end. There's so many components to this game that I had wanted to point out that have just gone over my head now that we're sitting here watching it, which is freaking annoying. Like I kind of want to rewatch it and talk again, but at the same time, like we have other games we can watch. Like when I was on my own last night, I was sitting with this and like taking mental notes, watching through some of the games. But I knew in my mind that the farther we went on, the more I would forget about the last shit that I looked at. You know, had better players. Was alive on window. Formal Renegade almost sat there to make sure they could kill him. 2 players held back by 1. That happens a lot in this series. Yeah, 1 player like occupying a lot of attention and forcing Optic to sort of overextend themselves and like give up other important opportunities to kill that one guy. It's also what leads to the snipe control, right? Like
disappear in front of them, a point starting to become a premium. And Shopify
even like their Optic's camo presence though too. Like look at this camo interaction, right? So camo's coming up. Optic are 3 alive in Cycle and Shopify are only 2 up here. So this is after they
3 or 4 deaths. How about the unbelievable
they kill Legend and Optic, who spawn at dummies, find. Like, they huddle together at C. They're trying to work off each other to get the map back. Frosty's making a flank down low. Flash shot on Ness. Cycle does really good damage work here. He ends up split spawning. They split spawn Legend, right? They put too much pressure on C. I'm not sure if this was their intention.
All of that play in back green was what paved the way for this triple.
That little moment right there. And then Legend stepped in A. I don't know if he, like, intentionally did that, but that draws attention, right? Like, Cycle now knows to anticipate Legend.
Lead by 100 points here in the game.
Tag each other 4 times each, drops and cuts the angle, and then immediately slides behind this block, right? Like, Cycle so intimately understands
they now lead by 100
that he's in the center of 2 fights, a tower and A here.
Points here in the game.
Strongholds we know, especially on live fire.
Well, he sits and grabs his sidekick. Last shot flies over his head and cleans up his kill. But like right beside him, right? They're doubled up here. Optic, it's a 2v2. It's like even. But look at how Shopify play together, and then watch how Optic play for camo. So Formal and Bound are coming in to attack camo. Formal pivots to Keydor, and Bound G slides out. They're doing 2 separate things right here, right? Like Shopify right now, Last Shot and Cycle are together, doubling Bound, and Formal's like trying to go to Keydor to flank the camo. But I in this moment, I don't know if Formal like has timing to do that, right? Like
momentum and big score swings.
The camo's already available. We've seen both the targets,
so Optic Gaming is about getting a foot.
Or at least we've seen one. Like, and maybe their timing needed to be different. Like Formal sliding out, getting caught by Last Shot, Bounds here. Like maybe they have a damage disadvantage that encourages Formal to go for the flank instead, right? But his decision to like pivot off for the Keydor flank in this moment isn't great because Last Shot is just freely grabbing camo and getting out with his life, right? And now Bound, who's trying to pick up off of Formal's entry, is completely alone. Cycle's here to support it. Royal 2 wraps in from the A spawn and joins the fight here as well. Cycle's going to back off and let Royal 2 clean this up. But Last Shot plays for his life safely behind the screen. because they let this camo guy get out, like, sort of unscathed, Formal is useless in Keydor now. This flank doesn't matter anymore, right? So it's like, I don't know if that was a disconnect in team chemistry from Optic there. Like, maybe they should have, like, held a stronger sightline over that camo or played, like, together, even losing their lives, potentially, to guarantee it. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, everything that they do right now is, like, kind of antsy because Shopify are 2-capped on them. And Renegade and Legend, you can see they're playing out to B to try to prevent that. So it's just everything they're doing is from disadvantage because of the circumstances. But
Shopify closing in on it.
Formal is like checkmated here, right? By the time he gets to Keydor to like flank, like Legend's just last shot's ready with the camo, it screens, Frosty pinches this.
200 points.
And now they're immediately at a disadvantage again.
Threshold. Optic have to pick up some kills, and they have to do it soon. But last shot with this camo is going to be.
This is like some crazy looking execution here too. My camera's probably gonna block a bunch of it, but like.
Laps onto these players at back green.
Just sitting with camo, snaps, deleted. Both of them dead instantly. And then they're split spawning at Turbine, and Last Shot with camo has the freedom to get like intel. He knows Formal's already there at A, bounce spawn to Turbine.
On the camo grab, by the way, Shopify currently outslaying 40
recapping B now,
28,
and then splitting Optic's remaining spawners at Tower or dump like mud area of the map. They're splitting like over in that corner, far away to help. Formal dead.
Yeah, Formal tried to do everything right though, but unfortunately,
Renegade trying to come back to support Bound here.
Last shot just saw him peeking out for a second.
And in this moment, Optic do a good job of like countering a little bit, right? While they clean up Formal, the rest of Optic kill the rest of Shopify's team. So yeah, Last Shot, this is huge, right? Last Shot is a solo man versus 2. 3 technically, but 2 are directly on top of him. Manages to isolate Bound as the weaker target. Renegade was committed to his angle, which gives like a window of time to finesse this.
The difficult ones look easy as well. Camo still in effect, triple cap still in effect as B is finally flipped here by Optic.
His team spawns behind him. And it's just getting hit by nades. I think like the best thing you can do is just play tight to every, like he's not committing to any angle. He's just playing tight to his wall, right?
Whole time, Last Shot was the last player alive this entire time, and they can't get rid of him on window.
Still alive.
He's got to be so efficient. Yeah, Frosty's overlooking him from behind. And like pinging stuff for him, and then guarantees a trade.
It's going to be the hold as Last Shot even as last player alive for so long still trades his life.
And like while these guys are preoccupied, I think that's when the sniper comes up, right?
Optic look like they've forgotten. Entire time in effect as B is finally flipped here. Well, camo still in effect. Triple
sniper spawns at the 6-minute mark, right? So like in this moment, Optic have a numbers advantage slightly, but like you would think Optic would try, like I don't know. I feel like Last Shot's survival took their attention from the sniper. Right? So sniper's spawning right now, and they're like trying to kill Last Shot when like Renegade should be playing for sniper, right? Like they should be doing something to contribute to sniper. Even Formal as well.
Makes the difficult ones look
right? So that's a huge part of this too. Is like sniper's about to spawn in 1 second. We can barely see it, and then Cycle goes and grabs it for free because Last Shot's causing all this chaos.
Easy as well. Camo still in effect. Triple cap still in effect as B is finally flipped here by Optic.
And having sniper in this situation is basically like game over.
Still alive. Optic look like they've forgotten about him. A little bit of help coming in. As Optic will finally
so like it looks like they have control in scoring, but they don't have any control in this moment. They're forced to play in the back of the perimeter.
Optic Gaming, and look how much time it took there. All it took, Last Shot staying alive window is devastating for Optic Gaming. It might not look like it because they're keeping 2 players A and they're scoring during that, but Last Shot knows.
Good way to move in this situation, right? Rotating on an angle G slide to the back of tower. That's how you should be rotating, especially solo here.
It paves the way.
Just gives them options.
C will flip, but not before Cycle continues his dark magic. He will rotate back.
Live Fireball was a statement. Yeah, that was a crazy statement. That was winter final.
Hitting body shots, hitting bodies, hitting anything that moves at the moment. Another challenge, another QT. Oh boy. More damage being done. They cannot kill Cycle right now. They cannot.
I feel like on paper it looked like Optic had the better players at the outset of the year, right? But I think Shopify's potential was like unknown. That's how I saw it. I was like, on paper, Optic we should be giving Optic the advantage over Shopify because Shopify like don't have 2 of their teammates don't have the accolades to, you know what I mean? It's like almost disrespectful to Optic and like SSG at the time to say that like Cycle and Last Shot should be outperforming Optic, right? But their potential was like unknown, you know? Thing is though, if you were to take like Renegade and Bound in 2v2s against like Last Shot Cycle, do you think Renegade and Bound would have the edge there? You know what I mean? Like depending on what, like if we're looking at 4v4 competitive, Shopify clearly are the victors here. But depending on like what aspect of the game we're playing, if we're playing 1v1s, 2v2s, I think circumstances change. Like I think I'd put my money on Renegade Bound or put my money on Bound or Renegade in like a 1v1 scenario versus members of Shopify. But 4v4 is completely different.
And we might be seeing Shopify close this one out right now.
We will be. That's it. A starts to flip as well, though. Let's see what Last Shot can do here on the push.
Just got to convert C here.
It'd be dope if we could do some observer casting of money 2s and money 8s. I have to like, you know, take some initiative and see what we can put together. But while we're waiting, you know, unless of course COD somehow takes our attention, it might be a cool like content idea to just like cast 2v2s and 8s.
Rebellion wastes no time. They get right back in the game, and when they got control, about 100 uncontested points. By the way, your final score 250 to 88.
W2 can, but what do you do?
Off of fantastic power-up control from Shopify. Amazing patience, amazing timing, and I think the last
casting at 2 a.m. Yeah, true.
Were such good pieces of evidence for why they're so good. How about Last Shot and Cycle each staying alive, whether it was the QT, whether it was the camo,
I mean,
they are
like maybe for the winners finals that definitely messed with their heads. Yeah, there's no way that didn't, right? Like Optic never lose out live fireball, like basically never. That it's interesting how a statistic like that can come to bite you in the end of the year though, right? Like they know it and we know it too, that like even Shopify are like live fire oddball is their map to the point where like their Shopify are like probably prepared to lose in their minds as well, right? They're like, you know, obviously we're gonna play to win this, but if we lose this, it's like, okay, that's their map, that's fine, we're gonna beat them in one of, you know, in a different map later. For them to come out in the last event of the year and definitively win live fire ball, that like, yeah, I don't know, that like kind of comes around and hurts Optic more than usual, you know, like for the end of the year, because they had been winning so much. It's like, oh shit, now we're checked.
It's not
had Optic had like a less confident oddball stat line throughout the year, it wouldn't have mattered as much, right? But because they were so good, it was like a big deal. Anyway,
of the additions to our game type suite, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a little bit closer just because of the experience that both teams have on this map and finding a way to play it successfully. Surprise, surprise. The man we have,
yeah, like something insane like that. Yeah. So if it was like, I don't know, if it was like 70-30 or something and not like a definitive win for them, then it wouldn't have mattered as much. But when they lose, like I'm already thinking this series is done. This opening strat, bro. Okay, so oddball, lattice. Their opening strats are just better, like in these series versus Optic, right? Like I feel like they come out on top of the opening strat on recharge started strong, but it didn't lead to control. This one leads to immediate control.
1.4 KD for this man in this game type, and you can bet that he's a huge reason why this
Frosty
team
playing for Thrust,
so successful
down low. Last shot like opens things up with I think a triple kill, wiping out 3.
3 dead off the opening, however. Frosty gets the early.
Frosty's looking for what I think is a thrust slide, which is actually a really cool way to play this opening strat, right? Like,
surprise, surprise. The man we have to look at as well. It's going to be Renegade. Just crazy stats once again here on the 1.4.
Playing low, and then like I don't know if there's like an intentional process to like he did like a pivot to the left and leaned out and like kind of turned out with the slide confident, right? Trying to get like the fastest boost that he can through the bridge. Predates.
And you can bet that he's a huge reason why this team
jumps, and then I think like he sees 3 dead and sets up like what might have been a thrust slide in a different scenario, right? Because you can come. The thrust slide is actually useful for stuff like this, or like top mid on Forbidden. You can combine the mechanics together and like pretty quickly get through here with snipe. But I think when he sees that they're 3 dead, he just decides he doesn't need to run from anything. He can just grab the snipe quickly, pivot, and hold the angle.
3 dead off the opening, however. Frosty gets the early snipe, and we'll see what Shopify can do with your first hold.
My question, though, separately from that, is like, what are Shopify doing that allows them to just obliterate
just crazy stats
Legend so quickly off the open, right? So Legend dies basically like before the game even begins. He's already dead. Like before the observer's like in the lobby, he's already dying.
Surprise, surprise. The man we have to look at as well. It's going to be Renegade. Just crazy stats once again.
So I don't know if they just like they 2-player hit out A boxes and like just melted Legend in an instant, but he's already on the kill feed by the time we come in.
0.4 KD for this man in this game type, and
we had starts here. Yeah, you guys definitely had like, you know, a well thought out strategy for this. Last Shot's hitting this out fast as hell, by the way, too, and cleaning up everybody's damage. Somebody's on top mid, I think Royal 2 maybe, on the mid lane.
Bet that he's a huge reason why this team has been so successful.
Up top, maybe?
Successful in the game type. 3 dead off the opening, however. Frosty gets the early snipe, and we'll see what Shopify can do with your first hold.
Wow, and they grab everything too, right? Last shot's coming out with QT down low, activates it like in a safe position in the bottom of the map. They rotate ball out. Frosty's supporting him from up above. Royal 2 has an insane set of plays here a little bit later too. The second round was crazy for you guys in this one.
Bound. Wow. Royal 2 and Frosty, they've been doing it for quite some time together, and Optic at the moment are finding out what it feels like to be in the death.
Formal split spawn there that Frosty did not anticipate. Does the best he can with what he's got, right?
He's gonna add another one.
I like that final snipe, like whether or not he hits it, he's just like guaranteeing damage, right?
6-1 off the
Fires the
opening,
4th bullet with a forward
so
thrust. Boom, just to make sure that like snipes out of as much ammo as possible, and he gets like some guaranteed damage at least. But yeah, that's a crazy split spawn. Like it's.
Formal gonna peek. Frosty gonna let him know that he's there with that sniper rifle. Legend also
Just needs to line up a body, and his teammate over his shoulder will do the rest.
Wow, Royal 2 and Frosty
2 dead.
have been doing it for quite some time.
Because they have presence in C. That's why. I think they're trying to set up a tower spawn. I think that's what they're trying to set up. So right now, like last shot is in C, and Cycle's like near the tower, and Renegade, because he's last survivor and because he's not immediately being pressured, it creates a team spawn for Formal beside it. So the spawn is either A boxes or tower right now, I think is what they're trying to do. They're trying to create a tower spawn.
At the moment of finding out what it feels like to be in the death screen. They've barely been on the map.
Optic outslayed 6-1 off the opening. Formal's the only one with a kill so far. He's going to add another one. In the end, it's traded out. So still the...
Probably highest KD ever, won multiple eras. You're talking about Royal 2, yeah? You said Matt may be the GOAT in Halo. What gives him the edge? Yeah, I think the longevity thing is the biggest thing. It's like longevity on top of his individual ability still now. Like it's one thing to be winning and to surround yourself with teammates who are doing the most, you know? And then it's another to also feel like, I feel like Royal 2 is adapted to the meta of every game, and he's a top player, like without a doubt in every game, you know? I think that's a big thing.
Only player on Optic with any kills.
There's a new map. Yeah, I was showing it earlier. It's called Vacancy.
Has already scored 8.
Like Royal 2 plays just as cracked out as the rest of his teammates, his young teammates, you know?
Rebellion now 23 points on the board. And it's Royal 2 who's doing a little of the heavy lifting here. His last shot will connect with the body. More shots going to
I like that
Legend.
rotate out of Royal 2 there too, right? Recognizing he's the perimeter player with the ball, he quickly brings it back into blue. They don't play the ball right away. They play to like keep it in play.
And like,
you
just know when the damage output
have faith that they're going to finesse and win the fights here.
Usually too long after that they turn those damage numbers into kills. Shopify Rebellion. Formal versus Royal 2. Royal 2 still gets out that by trading with Renegade.
But obviously was a weaker member of his team during the Reach end of H3 era IMO. Yeah, I kind of like, you know, the thing is, the last thing you ever want to do is say like he, you know, allude to Ogre 2 not being a GOAT in some capacity. You know, it's like freaking, it's like sacrilegious, right? You know, like everybody knows Ogre 2 is a GOAT. But, you know, looking at it objectively, I do also agree. I feel like Ogre 2 individually towards the end of his career was not the superstar player that Royal 2 still is now. You know, I think that's one big thing is like Royal 2's had a longer career and in a different era of the game when shit's like insanely competitive now too. Not that it wasn't back then.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy though. Shopify Rebellion finally under a bit of pressure, and Optic have picked up a couple of kills.
I was wondering if they might try to play this just because they want a little bit of space. Right now, it's
yeah, I mean, Ola would probably still be a top player if he stuck with him, man.
Bound's going to grab that oddball, knowing that last shot is last alive. But look at the pressure.
Really hoping to see Ola on that snipe down Roybox team this weekend. Snakebyte's a good addition though. Optic break into A and actually get some sort of a setup going here. 3 dead.
Wow, they had to brute force their way in.
Yeah, this is looking good now for Optic.
They were being outslayed 8-1.
How do they break it, right? Generally a hit through ice down low is like the start of the play to break it.
Somehow find a foothold off of repeated pressure in every single angle, and they break the setup, and now we essentially have a tie game here.
Frosty guarantees a trade.
Here. Cycle finds another one onto Bound, so Shopify winning the trade battle, but Legend, just as I say, that makes it 2v2 on the map.
Our current era of Halo, well, like incredibly competitive, and there's more justification to like grind in an esport than there ever was. We also have more access to resources than the pros back then had as well, you know? Where does APG land on the 25 list? Good question, bro.
27, 28, and rising points on the board here. for Shopify Rebellion.
How you play this weekend, Brad, will determine where you land. It's for all the marbles, bro. We're going back to Halo 3. Regardless of who's out of practice, this is it.
Formal might get this as well. Big trade, because that will keep 4 dead and keep the spawn staggered. Optic Gaming will now go into a lead in the round.
Legend in a position to play this ball as well.
I know, I miss all that.
Up on the snipe bridge at blue. Formal gets the first
Instinct 2011, still absolute dominant.
Legend's going to be under pressure pretty soon. The play ball will be forced, but at 43 to
I believe
28,
it.
they're almost doubling the
You guys
score
have
now.
like
Shopify
a very interesting team, you know, like like some of the other teams, like I see the vision, you know, where it's like, I don't know, your team is interesting. Clutch, you and Clutch, and then Shotzi Hook. Like, I know for a fact y'all are just gonna kind of feel it out, just come in the day of and just like, you know, and I assume everybody's in a similar position. Like, I'd be surprised if there are any teams actually practicing. Like, I wonder if anybody's actually practicing for this. I feel like you guys are gonna just kind of show up and just, you know, figure it out impromptu.
Price to heads, huge, and Legend also spawns behind them, meaning he's gonna buy a little bit of time as well. That double kill was massive in order to keep things close here.
Sniper rifle just popped on the map as well. You have to wonder if both teams are going to even think about going for that right now, or if it's going to be a case of just looking for the kills, looking for the op ball.
Oh my
Turning
god.
their attention towards the power weapons a little bit later on. Frosty is moving up onto that sniper, and it's going to grab it here for SR.
Another sniper.
This Saturday is the Throwback Halo 3 tournament. The rosters look incredible too, Fearless. We've got Roy and Lunchbox coming back to play in the tournament. It's a $2,500 tournament for charity. That's the important part. The reason why I think people are coming back is it's for a good cause. For men's mental health. Ran by Optic. Hitch a Ride is who works with Optic is running the event. 13 before Infinite. You think you move up with the last 4 years? I think the Worlds win would definitely move you up. I think the last year that you had obviously wasn't the same, you know, but I don't know. You're probably either in the same spot for the most part. Because other players move down too, right? Like Lethal probably moves down a little bit too. Bro, I'm excited to see Roy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm more excited for the Roy Box duo than any other aspect of this tournament. That year is irrelevant? Oh, okay.
He's going
Do you think you pivoted too early, APG? Well, I understand why. You know, obviously, like the team that you were on at the time, you know, it couldn't have been fun in that year, you know, not being on Optic, but still have the ability to compete. Did you? I mean, you've been competing. The thing is you have a long-standing career. Polish Korean. Thank you for the fall, brother. Welcome. Like, you could probably continue going because you're not, like, you're only, what, 30? But you had, what, 17 years of playing, so... No, he's still the same placings as your teammates inside of him. Okay. Yeah, and I think something that I learned is this the challenge, like Lethal's experiencing it now, is just the challenge of being on the leftover rosters, right? Like Lethal and that Omit team, like they're like the leftover kind of, you know what I mean? It's like the rich get richer, the poor get poorer kind of situation with competitive, where like the chemistry is different on those teams, the like work ethic, just every aspect of it is just makes it so challenging. Bro, this was low key super like technical out of formal. This was kind of slick, man. Okay. Optic listening. They're collapsing on Shopify. Formal like repulses up and then like nades, turns, and nicks his heels on the edge of the ledge as he falls, and then hits a G slide that he cancels out of early, right? So he doesn't, it's the tech I showed off earlier on that vacancy map, so that he doesn't go too low out of his G slide, and then still skips the clamber to zip into the back of BR here. That was like kind of slick. Every once in a while, right? That was kind of slick right there. And then walks down World 2 and 5s him. That was shit. That was sick. Frosty does something nerdy here too. There's a G, like an angled G slide you can hit from the window, right? He kills Bound, I think. Kills Bound, and then flies at him. This like between this ledge right here, you can G slide at an angle and fly at him and see. You move past because he goes stellar and the others are now on the list. Brad, you should. Have you done content for that? Have you made a new list? There should be a new list made. Whether you're making that content or HCS is, right? It feels like it's kind of about time.
Into the game, 72 points on the board still for Optic Gaming, but Shopify are starting to rally a little bit here. They've picked up some ball time recently, and Frosty is going to continue that.
Formal, by the way, 15-7. We talked about how he said himself that he would be the one to step up for this team and bring his Sunday best to Championship Sunday at 15-8. He has been a huge piece of why they lead, but as you say, Shopify has brought this back.
He made a rough draft. Okay.
Shopify playing very close together at the moment, making sure they can bait and switch and be.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Every time you think you've
Looking
got
forward to it,
individual
Brad.
fight.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like somebody should be making a list, whether it's you or like HCS or whatever, you know. It's like a good time to have that conversation. The only thing I feel like I can sort of definitively say is Royal 2 in my mind is like number 1 right now. It's him or Ogre 2.
Shopify go into a lead here. 76 points and rising, and Optic, they've got to be the careful ones now.
Also, I think they have QT as well, which
Bro, this absolute breakdown. So like, okay, so Optic have a lead, right? This is a big comeback from Shopify here.
For this team and bring his Sunday best to Championship Sunday at 15-8. He has been
in the moments that Optic lose control, it's where I wonder if like their coordination just isn't there, you know? Like Formal was doing a lot of good work here. Yeah, Renegade trying to support Formal so he can survive down low. Back smack out of Frosty who flanks. Formal cleans up one and cuts the angle. But the lane is open for Shopify to get the ball now. Somebody split spawns, maybe Black Blue? Yeah, as he's sitting here and as Optic are flying out to see the back blue spawn is opening.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Hazelnut, thank you for the gifted. Welcome back, APG. Let's go. Def going to do one again before the new Halo? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think the issue is that it's still like it's always going to be criticized, you know, because it's just you're comparing players from different eras of the game. You know, it's like kind of a disrespectful. It's tricky, right? And especially as we go on, those players from that era that was so important back then become less and less like significant, or seemingly so, you know, like.
Recently, and Frosty is going to
but anyway, it's still interesting for conversation.
We talked about how he said himself that he would.
So Formal, like, who's getting shot in the back, gets like antsy, and in this moment, chows out while Legend leaves, and maybe just like awkward timing.
That he would be the one to step up for this team and bring his.
It's up to Bound, Legend, and Renegade to kind of work together to break this.
Sunday at 15-8.
Renegade dies in ice, and Legend like backs away and starts slow playing. Royal 2 does something really smart here, where he like fans out. He spawned in blue or spawned in like A boxes, and fans out and creates a perimeter around the remaining members of Optic. So like Royal 2 is making he's on the left-hand side flanking this right now. Legend walks out and ends up dying without doing much that can be picked up off of. The most Bound can hope for is like a trade on Frosty here, but he's overwhelmed. And they're going to do like everything they can to ensure that a trade doesn't happen, right? I don't know if like in a moment like this, if Cycle or Legend and Bound should have just like muscled this maybe a little bit more and played aggressively, even at a disadvantage, like played forward into ice towards Renegade and really just like forced trades in this situation. But it feels like there's like a passive moment here where like Bound's playing forward and Legend's on a kind of a different wavelength, exposing him to Royal 2. Because like any fight that they take in ice, even if it doesn't go their way, Optic might spawn in A boxes nearby and have an opportunity to contribute, but the way that this is being played, Optic can't contribute to what goes down here. The spawners can't. Yeah, so like Bound's kind of like forward, and I feel like they could have just egoed that together, maybe a little bit, and they probably would have lost the exchange, but it would have led to some chaos in ice that Formal, who now is spawning in A boxes, can pick up off of. If you see, Formal's now spawning in A. And then things get kind of sketchy for Optic because now they're kind of staggered, and we have a ball set up. And Sniper spawning as well. And again, they end up on different pages. So Formal dies. 3 of them are out in blue, and Legend decides he's going to make a play for Sniper. And maybe this is also Shopify's playstyle that catches them off guard. Is like Shopify, even though they're set up with the ball, it's a 4v3 right now. Formal died off of his route through bottom mid. So Shopify will press their advantage. They're going to put pressure on Shopify or on Optic enough to keep them contained in blue, and make it so that they feel they can't even exit the doors. When Legend decides to play for Sniper, he's alone in this decision, right? Like Bound and Renegade are backing down right now.
From behind cover, having got their shields back and contribute to Optic.
Right? Like in this situation, I don't know if it makes sense for Legend to go for Sniper. I think he thinks he has the timing, but Bound and Renegade are not playing in a way that like takes aggro and supports him. And Frosty decides to cut the map and bait the Sniper with his team.
Gaming members falling. Shopify still with his...
So they light up Legend separately before the others get to the chow. And that sort of like staggers them again, right? At the very least, though, Legend brought the Sniper closer to blue so Formal who spawns can get to it faster. But I feel like maybe they kind of play out of the base one at a time at the end of this and don't give themselves enough time to get back to full 4 alive and make a coordinated play out together, right?
Might be about to see a lead change. Shopify go into a lead.
So like they're 3 up right now, but they're still at a numbers disadvantage and they're starting to play aggressively,
76 points
trying to break this while being down numbers.
They've got to be the careful ones now.
Also, I think they have QT as well, which could be devastating. We've seen what this team can do with QT. And
So it's like the alternative to this might have been like at some point they should have like waited to get all of their spawns up and then made a coordinated play together out the base to take the Sniper, to take a kill, whatever. But it seems like they tried to like speed this a little bit up.
Into a lead here. 76 points of rising.
And just fight from a disadvantage in numbers. And it didn't work.
QT as well, which could be devastating. We've seen what this team can do with QT.
2 dead with 15 seconds left. And that's a stagger that forces them to play. Like now there is no form of coordination that could be had. Now they have to book it, you know? So there was a moment where they didn't have to, and they probably could have waited and made a coordinated play. And then because I feel like one of them got picked off at a time and they weren't always on the same page, you know? It led to this scenario where they all just have to run. This game was a dagger, 100%. And especially this moment, right? Because in this moment, like they made a huge comeback, confirmed the round, and they go from that to a flawless open strat and ball control. So like they're locked down to this round, and Royal 2 as well. Royal 2 last shot go kind of nuts in this round.
Optic Gaming, they blow a 30-point lead. They're off of very good pushes from Shopify, and as you said, it's once again about the team composition and map movement coming in from Shopify.
Kind of slick at a last shot, right? This is a good just like notes taken for the open strat, play towards this gen and then up, and then from this position you still have a peak angle on that A door. Kind of a wild fight right here.
And map movement coming in from Shopify.
Optic shoot them off of it though, so he backs out.
Difficult to play against the ability for these players to be.
Bound gets the first
Tourney
pick.
Is a 1v1 into a 2v1 time and time again. Also, by the way, off screen, Royal 2 did have that QT to just cause absolute chaos.
Cycle cleaned up 2.
Optic Gaming knows
Flash shot takes the pick, and then that opens up the opportunity for a ball pull and Royal 2 who got the QT here. Royal 2 makes like a nasty series of plays with the QT.
Optic Gaming knows what needs to be done here. They're down 1 round to 0.
He activated QT behind the turbine.
Interesting to see that Optic got most of their time.
So he has that as a tether.
As soon as that ball transitioned over,
Well, the ball goes back to C here. He's causing chaos in the base. He's got freedom to roam. QT's out the beatdown.
Whether that was just a little bit of knowledge of spawn control.
And while Frosty's drawing attention, he snaps back in and kills Formal. Yep. Renegade's now stuck in the center of it, dead. G slides at Bound. This is a good like angle way to attack Bound, who's right now split spawning. He can afford to play aggressive. He's got the QT in the back pocket if he misses. And then he has the awareness right now. Well, he picked up the QT and rotated bottom mid. The repulse was still up. Nobody grabbed it. So he's going to come back and then grab the repulse. He's just on top of all the utility. Catches Renegade.
Back to the bridge holds if they can.
Denied.
Nice job with the return to sender from Royal 2. That will
cleans up Bound. And now he can play fast. They're going to split the spawns. But he's getting in their faces.
Certainly is, and Formal might be next if he's not careful.
And they're still holding ball, right? This whole time they're in C. As he plays through here, they open up the A cargo spawns. Look at this spawn, right? This is one that's always hard to read, and the pros this will often get missed, right? Because Renegade spawning here creates like a team spawn for Bound right beside him to his left, right? Like sometimes this can happen. It's just kind of an awkward thing with Lattice with the limited spawns available, right? But Royal 2
The punch, but 3 dead again for Optic.
somehow flipped this around, right? Sprint strafe to live in an awkward spot. Repulse cleaned up. Insane.
Pops him up and knocks him down.
Formal off a split spawn on tower finds him, though. So good listen from Formal. And that's the only moment in the game where Optic actually break the snowball of control, like from Royal 2 and Shopify here. In the round, sorry. So Formal jumps up, finds the angle cleanup. He's still last alive.
Man in game number 1, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. You don't want Royal 2 behind you in the back.
Triple from last shot to see. And we didn't even get to see that, right? So last shot's just doing his thing with the rest of Shopify.
Pound is last alive, or should I say first spawner. An almost first victim here. Look at the Shopify are taking
Why are there ice spawns? I think, well, okay, supposedly the HCS and like Competitive Insights team tested the map, and initially there were spawns in ice, and I guess after testing the map, they decided that like it wasn't a good idea, because those spawns are very open, right? If you force spawns like your opponent in that ice area, there's not a lot of cover, and it'd be pretty easy to like, you know, capitalize on players spawning down there. So maybe that was the reason. I don't know. But yeah, it makes the spawn prediction in this map trickier, I guess, but not unpredictable though, right? Last shot's coming out with a frenzy, by the way.
An almost first victim here. Look at the Shopify are taking over a frenzy.
71 seconds, they got nothing yet.
Response.
What did we say? What did we say? When Last Shot is kept at bay, you might have a chance. If you let Last Shot do this thing, 21-12 with a frenzy, they're going to be leading 80-0 against you. This one could be over in a moment.
Back to like a traditional setup here, right?
We're going to have to rewrite the record books in a few moments' time, because Optic and
at least for Royal 2. You have to respect, like, they don't play like orthodox, right? Like in this moment where they could have a full perimeter and just wait for Optic, they're in top mid. Like 2 of them are there. I'm pretty sure.
Against you. This one could be over in a moment.
You're right. 2 of them are in top mid right now. Like just trying to put max pressure. They're not even really worried about like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like always putting themselves in aggressive, like off-angle positions, not worried about getting directly in their faces. Instead of letting the action come to them.
Come to play. 85 points on the board. Already for
I don't know if Formal overchalled that. He's like weak.
Come to
he like kind of let Royal 2 mop him there.
And finally, it looks like Optic Gaming will get a point on the board in this round number 2. But boy, have they got some work to do.
And it's like kind of doesn't even matter if Optic get a setup. There's just too much of an advantage at this point to like afford any mistakes, any opportunity. Optic do actually win this team fight. And they start to get something going, but there's no way they're not feeling the pressure, you know? That was sick nades, whether intentional or not.
As we said, a frenzy as well to start around.
Yeah, it's a blender.
Don't know if we've even seen that all season long. Let's see what Formal and team can do to stay in this one. They're scoring yet again, and they've got 24 points on the board.
And we said, what do you need to do if you're Optic to stay close to Shopify Rebellion to win games? You have to match up the Slays. Well, Bound and Legend ain't doing that in this game. 8-19 for Bound, 10-21.
I mean, they're both Legend and Bound are having like kind of rough statistical performances, I guess, but they're assisting a lot.
The kind of numbers we're going to be talking about. And as you say, compare that to the numbers.
It's rough. You can see like how much pressure they have on them every moment.
Ain't doing that in this game. 8-19 for Bound, 10-21 for Legend. You are not going to have the space required to have success. If those
I'm like, I don't know. Everything I could do, it would just be a nitpick in this situation. Like he sees Frosty down low, and he sees Royal 2 on his left, so he knows Royal 2 is going to come hit him out. He's like timing it, right?
You are not gonna
but he decides to like attack Frosty a second time and like maybe force him to back off, and then takes extra damage that makes it very hard for him to kill Royal 2, even if he like leads with a bang tank. So Royal 2's going to back him down. But like, how do you navigate a 2v1?
The kind of numbers we're going to be talking about.
And as you say, compare that to the numbers you're seeing on Shopify Rebellion. 2 very different stories, but somehow Optic Gaming has gotten back in this game in a pretty big way. Renegade wanted to
didn't have a chance to meet me at Worlds. Unfortunately, I was locked in. Yeah, I did have a lot of people come like break me out of it though and say hi, Will, but hopefully next time. Or at another. Or on the flight back to Canada. I met your G? Okay. I met a lot of people. I would have been happy to meet you too.
And now they find themselves 1 map away.
How about that as a statement to take down
every single member of the Green Wall to do so? As we head
At this point, the series
And
is
let's not forget,
over,
two
you know,
players on
kind
the
of.
Gaming roster are defending world
Chat was
champions.
getting
They
mad at
still
me
hold
because I
that
said
title
I had lost faith,
after
kind
their
of.
win last season.
Like, why? Don't lose
And they're
faith.
going to need to find something special to stay alive in this. Optic Gaming will need to win the
It's
next
like-
3 games.
There's a compiling like narrative at play of like close losses that are not close anymore. You know what I mean? Like it started close, they lost their grip, and it's becoming more and more definitive as the series goes on. And then the task of like winning 3 more and resetting the bracket becomes very daunting at this point. Optic go for like a 4-player hit out sniper off the start here, which is interesting. They're trying to like really ensure they guarantee it, and it does work out off the open strat, but then doesn't pay off later.
To force us to a second best of 7. Most importantly, 1 game at a time. They need to win here.
First pick's going to help.
Cycle shot a nade from across the map while grabbing rockets and got a nade kill and burned the rockets. Cleaned up another. I shot 5-1. So well Optic, I guess it's an even trade while they're like losing their lives here because of all of the effort they put into securing sniper. They're getting localized like cave spawns behind each other.
But 3-3.
Right? And then they keep refilling that area until they form a strong perimeter here. So they sort of win the opening strat off of their attention or like effort to get sniper here, right? Because now you can see last shot spawning elbow. Like
But 3-3.
they put so much pressure on Frosty and back off Royal 2, and then he team spawns last shot over there, right? So it's going to be harder for them to collect the sniper, giving Optic the advantage off the start.
There's nothing between the 2 teams. Bound with the pick though is going to give Optic a slender advantage and maybe access to this snipe side where that
Bound with 2.
important sniper rifle finds itself.
Legend cleans this up.
By the way, you just saw Bound G-side across grass. He walks
It looks
in,
good
gets
at the
a
start.
single-handed double kill, especially after a flatter game in that game number 4.
Oh!
It's clean.
Well, Bound had a flat game, so did Legend. Where it's those 2 players who have stepped up here at the start of this. For Optic Gaming.
Legend's trying to like constantly reposition and keep his like angle of attack ambiguous. So you don't know where to anticipate him exactly.
Due to these 2 players, as they're now starting to take the game in their hands, they lead 8-4. But Shopify throwing a few important kills, but Legend
Would have been sick if he hit this.
Finally,
So I feel like Legend from Arlington game 2 would have hit this, right? Remember in Arlington when they reset the bracket with like what, like a 4-0 or a 4-1 or something? Like it was they came out so hot in grand finals from lower bracket Arlington. That Legend I feel like would have hit this G slide no scope.
a few important kills,
But like with all the pressure on them right now, I don't know.
Legend not missing. Finally taken down here. In the end, the sniper will run out, but not before Optic stays in.
So many little things they do that make them hard kills. Formal's got a backup plan here. He's got a sticky in the back pocket. He's looking to like guarantee any trade close by, right? But last shot has his thrust.
Sniper will run out, but not
He thrust dodges the guy's sticky, bro. Like
before Optic stays in the lead here at 9-7.
9-7, but they did have that sniper rifle, and the fact that Shopify...
Renegade and Bound like play out from red here and then get trapped in cave. I don't know if that is
In the end, the sniper will
like
run out,
what the
but not
intention
before
was.
Optic stays in the lead here at 9-7.
But they like attack and then they find themselves huddled together. Like I don't like the look of this at all, right? Like you kind of want one in the back of the base and one in the cave so they have space and they're supporting each other. Trying to kill Cycle here. Cycle does something like
but they did
slick where he sits in crouch and then his team is overlooking him and he's just baiting.
have that sniper rifle. And
They're trapped here. All they can do is try to force a trade.
Which
they get.
It's a big swing factor in this game.
But this puts Shopify in the
So by keeping it close, Shopify
in the driver's seat. I love how quick Shopify are to identify like where Optic could be, not just where they're spawning, like where they're planning to go. They have a full perimeter right now from elbow straight to the opposite cave. So they know that blue and blue elbow is an open spawn here. And as they check it, if they don't see them right away,
in this game type that we have in
Frosty is reading that their approach might be to go to bottom mid and hide, right? Like,
so by keeping it close, Shopify now that
so he's coming in here like looking for somebody hiding bottom mid, which is really smart. Like bottom mid, also, like it could be a split spawn, but at the same time, if they don't see them in blue immediately, they could be running down there to just like
out of the hands of Optic.
reset the play.
Are starting to bring this one back 10-10 now as Frosty wins his fight against Legend.
Really nicely done as well and doesn't trade in the end, even though Formal
Puts them on a stagger once again. Now they're pinching the remaining 2 and splitting them to red. Frosty's taking his time. I'm not sure if he saw. I think he might have saw Legend there.
Frosty knows where the spawns are coming in as well, and
letting Optic spawn together in red. They split one, I think.
Has been reduced to a
They split Bound behind.
A Formal literally and
Yep,
figuratively
Bound cleans
in
it
that
up.
situation with his back against the wall. Survived long enough though for Bound to come on the flank and try and pick up some of these kills, but now he's going to survive.
Moments like this, like I feel like sometimes, again, Bound plays a little too far forward, kind of. I don't know. I feel like he should be close to the sneaky like maze should be tethered to Maze here. The farther he goes forward, the harder it's going to be for him to back up.
To come on the flank and try and pick up some of these kills, but now he's going to.
It's like he gets tagged by Cycle and then tries to dip, and then they reach out and kill him before he gets to Maze. But if he's like tethered to Maze, I feel like he has similar opportunities. I don't know.
Up some of these kills, but now he's going to survive. Cycle's already spied him out. And Bound just needs to run away in this situation. Royal 2 doesn't even let him do that. He gets cut down at the pass, and it's 16-11 for Shopify Rebellion now. 17-11. They are just finding the gas when they need it. Last shot with another kill. It's 18-11 now.
Optic Gaming needs to stabilize. They need to find
just falling apart.
Maybe get just a little bit of damage and a pick, but right now they're keeping them on split spawn. And Shopify is playing this
doing
game
a really good job of preventing
as they
Optic from
take the lead
trading.
by 7.
Renegade has found some
This was smart
rockets,
too.
Maybe that's going to be a way back.
Off their spawn and elbow, Renegade gets the rockets.
Renegade has found some rockets.
And Frosty hits a
Maybe
route
that's gonna be a
bottom
way back
mid.
into the game here for
This was smart out of Frosty. He like gets in his face. They must know exactly where that rocket player is.
Optic Gaming. But Cycle wins his fight against Legends.
And he just dives at him, and Renegade's forced to burn it.
It's going to be with the power weapon is a trade. Optic
Yeah, there's a new map.
again, and
We'll
Cycle
actually
finds a
do
rocket as
some
well.
playing on the new map in a second.
Damage as well with the re-peek, and he knows
What's the
there's
roster
gonna be more
intel?
coming up
Lucid,
top.
Trippy, Precision,
Legend slides away,
and Descendant.
but he's not going to get away. It's too good
And
again for
supposedly
Optic.
Renegade
He's
and
getting
Bound are
out of
looking for a
hand
team that could be pretty exciting.
Very quickly, Optic need this
According to
sniper
APG.
rifle. If they don't, this could be curtains for them.
Is kind of the short
We're gonna
version.
do it 26-16. It's the mid game, but they have a 10-kill lead. Let's get into it. Listening with Shopify Rebellion.
He's going red sniper right now. Blue mirror, red sticky, press it, red sticky. Blue mirror. He's going. You're good, press against side, press against side. Press it above you, drop it, drop it.
I love how he hits that. Bro's just burning ammo and then casually like looks up and hits the no scope.
Red mirror, good. Red flag. Red flag. Maybe you're grass.
Good try. It's like similar to that moment on Lattice with Frosty where he's like just doing all this crazy movement and stuff, getting the snipe bullets out, not quite hitting them, but like just making sure that when he does die, he leaves nothing for Optic, right?
Maybe you're grass.
Three shot was kind of nice, like pivots into the corner and then slides out and kind of YOLO attacks this, right? Teammate cleans it up. That might have even hit, I'm not sure. If he didn't get cleaned up in advance.
Or dead. That was for Renegade. One just one ready. We're missing two. Two spawners. I'm going.
Their awareness is so clean here, right? So Royal 2, well, he's dead. He's got his scoreboard up, and he's like calling spawners as they're spawning, right? And making sure that like Shopify are aware of the numbers. Yep. Renegade just spawned. We're missing 2, right? Bound just spawned 2. You can see him while he's dead right now. They could split red, right? And that's okay. If they full commit to the collapse and split them, they get overwhelmed. Oh yeah, Optic or Renegade and Bound are sticking together, it sounds like, but we know Legends going to COD, and Formal's probably not going to be competing this year.
And interesting
Next
to
year.
see, they were like, we're winning the game without a sniper rifle. Even though we've got it, let's just burn the ammo. Let's keep this momentum going.
Absolutely, it's been amazing.
Cycle! Killing spree, double kill for
Cycle
as well.
is 15-3, 16-3.
Triple. Make it an overkill, buddy.
Dude, he had it. That could have been an over. It would have been so sick, too.
Oh,
shit.
rifle. Even though we've got it, let's just burn the ammo. Let's keep this momentum going.
Absolutely, it's been amazing.
Cycle! Killing spree, double kill for Cycle as well.
That call-out awareness right there was pretty slick, like snapping on a Bound top
Oh, and
mid.
the home stretch. That's another one. It's a triple.
If he tracked Renegade off this slide for the 3-shot beatdown, that would have been so sick. Thrust took too long to cool down? Wait, what do you mean?
Spree, double kill for Cycle as well on the home stretch. That's another one. It's a
I mean, he burned it, like, in a moment that maybe he didn't need to. I don't know. I think he's just trying to be elusive, but, like...
triple. Make it an overkill, buddy.
That was fine. That would have been a three-shot beatdown trade for the overkill, is what that would have been, but he just missed one bullet.
Can't quite do it. Renegade gets the kill, but the damage surely has.
So initially there were like leaks and rumors about Bound and Renegade going to some COD franchise team with what's his name, with like on SSG or something. Turns out that was all false. Like that was, I don't know, some random rumor put together. Like apparently even Bound and Renegade were surprised by that rumor. Like they weren't aware of it.
Been done. Cycle.
So what that would mean is that likely Bound and Renegade do not have a franchise spot. And if they don't have a franchise spot, then it's hard to justify playing through challengers, especially when they're top players in Halo, right? So it's like either they stick out Halo for a little bit longer and try to remain on top, or they take a bit of a gamble and not necessarily start from zero, but like, you know, Challengers does not like a confident foothold in COD competition. We'll see though. Like the game's still got to come out. The player, like everybody's going to give it a try. And if they fall in love and they want to, you know, make that route, by all means. But I could see Renegade and Bound staying with Halo, especially if they're not on a franchise team.
If he can perform on the biggest stage, he's won that major, he's won another major, and now he wants to add
Legend though, I think he's got
World Championship alongside this man. What a story these two gents have had.
Look at last shot as well. Like you said, picks up a double kill, and this could be a home stretch victory.
Renegade, you're dropping Bound and you're going after Soul Snipe and Talik.
44 to
Bro, it's funny saying that because like they literally money 8s and 2s and stuff against each other on a regular basis. Like
24.
All they have to do at this point is finish
I don't think Renegade would drop Bound for Soul Snipe and Talik.
this fight. 6 kills required.
More Turtle, welcome back, brother.
Again, that is just good. 18
That's
kills.
damn good Halo.
Cycle is 18
My
and
God,
4, by
thank you for the
way.
10 months. How you been, War Turtle? Let's go. Yeah, but if anything, I feel like Bound Renegade, you know those players and their skill level, you know, and whether or not that's a good idea more than, you know, we ever would. Or more than just about any other player because they play with them so much.
Unreal stats from this young man. And you saw him years ago with one of the most historic and meteoric rises for a young gun in the Halo Championship Series, and he's now 4 kills away. Alongside last shot from hoisting the trophy, 46 to 27 here.
There's no saving this.
It has been an absolute
Where am I seeing this?
steam train of a performance in this game from Shopify Rebellion.
Hold on. I know, man.
Run over Optic
18 and
in
5.
this game type, and with 1 kill to go, the only question is who
Last shot got the last one.
Last shot is the man.
Last shot got the last shot. No way. In the whole series.
And your 2025 Halo World Champions will be Shopify
Last shot of the year.
Rebellion.
And look at what it means to him. You saw Royal 2 getting loud. This entire team, this entire organization, year after year in Halo Infinite, they get
Warning
their first
shots.
Halo World Championship. And as we said,
Anyway, there's always so much that could be said about these series. Hopefully we pointed out, you know, a few things that were satisfying, entertaining for you guys. Shopify popping off, deserve their flowers. And next year is going to be about whether or not they maintain it and kind of just like run the year, or if a team can be created to stop them, right? That's the narrative now. And it sounds like everybody is changing except Shopify, right? So I'm hoping we see interesting teams and stuff we never could have anticipated. Like whatever APG sort of alluded to about Bound and Renegade forming a roster that could like maybe have Optic. Like, I don't know. He said, like, this is what Viltrumite was saying. So I'm getting like broken telephone. And if Brad was in the chat, maybe he would confirm it. But he said like, some team that would rival or even surpass the firepower of SR, but he doesn't know if it's possible, and says it would be good for Halo if this team forms, and if it forms, it could be Optic next year, because that's crazy. Like the idea that Optic would stick around to support whatever this team is sounds pretty dope. Okay, so this map is called Vacancy. There's no official announcement for this map. This is all like low key, I'll say. So I'm kind of like, I don't know. I probably shouldn't be, you know, boasting that this is like a new map. Take what I say with a grain of salt, but according to APG and to, I'll just say, Forgers, and apparently at Worlds, there was like a way to test this map out as well. Like they had people playing it. Vacancy is going to be the new map in ranked and in competitive, or like what they're looking to add to ranked and competitive for next year. I don't know if there's going to be other maps added. I hope they add other maps. You know what I could do just for the sake of like jumping around on it is go to Academy. And it might be fun for us to play like 8s on here. I don't know.
Training. Hone your skills against combat bots.
Renegade Bound Stellar. I don't know. We were saying earlier, yeah, something like Renegade Bound Stellar and like a Snakebite or a Lethal or something like that. Or you could really just do, you know, Eco, Stellar, Bound, Renegade, which obviously would be a good team, but that sounds too almost like vanilla, you know, like I kind of want like a new team we've never seen to form that can rival Shopify, you know? Even though we haven't seen that team, it feels like we have because we've seen like variations of it for a long time with Eco Stellar, you know? I don't really even think I want the bots on right now. So this map is asymmetrical map, like kind of with like a live fire design to it, but looks like Bazaar. You've got like a top mid lane that's kind of like live fire where it's like shut off from the other areas of the map. If you're on one side of the map, you can't see through it, right? But more wide open angles and sight lines and open place, like play area
available
to fight. Like the whole mid area is super open. It's asymmetrical, so one side of the map obviously different than the other, but it feels like almost symmetrical. Like the general layout of the map is not like super different from one side to the other, to the point where you could maybe justify trying CTF on this map. I know that sounds crazy. It has a bit of a CSGO or Call of Duty vibe to it, for sure. But I think visually, the theme is good. I like the theme of the map. I'm not a huge fan of the graphics because of Forge. And maybe just, I have low graphics settings, you know? There's definitely some cool movement on the map. All of these almost all the weapon racks can be stood on. Sidekick down bottom mid.
procured a
And again, this is Academy, so maybe not all the weapons might be identical to competitive. Grapples on the map, though. There's a grapple bottom mid, and there's a thrust on one side of the map. So I guess, I wonder where you spawn. I didn't even think about where does one team spawn on a thrust, and they get the thrust, and then one team gets a shroud. There's a shroud, there's a thrust, and a grapple, bottom mid. Graphics are like, yeah, primitive with Forge, exactly. So yeah, earlier there was like... Interesting. They might have blocked this already. Let's stand on that one. Interesting. A lot of the area up here is like blocked and inaccessible. You can get to this door. This is like sort of the only like real skill jump. Skill jump would be there's a crouch jump here off this. The frustrating thing about this is if you nade this, it disappears. Like it can break and disappear. It was when I was playing earlier. Oh, you can like reach that off the button. Hard to do and not really that impactful, right? But you can like clamber that, or you can from above just like jump and grab it. What would be even better is if you stand on this and like G-slide on an angle and catch it. You miss scrim? I know, I miss it too, bro. My whole life has been like upside down run. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like my schedule and like everything we've been doing has been like built around keeping up with scrims and like the dynamics in competitive play. And now that that's not happening regularly, I feel like, I don't want to say lost, but you know, it's been weird, bro. It's been weird. Holy frames? What, like, are you saying, is that good or bad? Frames. More artistic work done in the higher accessible areas. Yeah, so here. This was a spot. Oh, that's still a spot. That's not gonna last long, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, expose too much. Because I want people to have the opportunity to try to do fun things, you know? Stream keeps lagging randomly. Oh, you're saying the stream's having issues. Okay, okay. So I have 4K setting on YouTube. That might be the reason. I don't know, bro. I went through all this effort to try to fix it the other day. She's saying it happens sometimes. So it really depends on like the risk reward behind spots like that, right? Like some spots should be accessible for grapple, because why not give the grapple player some sort of an exclusive advantage to having grapple, you know? But if it's like, depending on where it's located and how easy it is to like take somebody off of that spot, like if it's in a vulnerable location, then it's fine, you know? Something like accessible from here would be kind of nice. Oops. Like it'd be cool if I could like run and like jump off this wall or something. I don't know. I would like to be on high ground and then jump out aggressively, but then not full commit. Like, have a chance to kind of get back into that position at a risk, you know? To, like, ego chow. So, like, having all these, like, walls with no available ledges feels like a missed opportunity, you know? I don't know what Bound is up to. I mean, they're still probably grinding, gaming, whatever, you know? Taking a break. This one weapon rack you can't sit on. There's a lot of different ways you can, like, G-slide around the environment to be efficient. These are all, like, these are physical ledges. These windows have physical ledges. This is useful if you grab the shock rifle. You can, like, G-slide off of it, right? You can go down these stairs. Or, like, this one this way. These short ledges are, like, step jump height, right? Which sometimes can be useful. Not this one specifically. You can also go up ramps with a slide, right? Like this one, as a short jump could be, or like a step jump could be useful if I sort of like do it like that. Right? So I can like, either I'm forced to clamber this, and then I G-slide. Or I skip the clamber with a crouch jump, and then sort of like while fighting, step jump onto the ledge quickly. Or just do like a short hop type jump, right? Like a crouch jump from a crouch position. It is lagging, I see it now. Sometimes it's just like fully breaking. Supposedly this map is going to be in ranked and competitive and HCS. But there's no official word on it, so I guess just wait and see if that's what actually happens. I think it'd be a cool idea for us to try it out, though. See if we like it. Shock rifle center, not sniper. We got shock rifle, commando, thrust, grapple, and shroud.
High voltage.
I think it's kind of a cool map for the shock rifle. Like, there's open space where you could, you know, have strong angles and line up some good kills, but also, like, the perimeter of the map, there's a lot of finessing and, like, G-sliding and stuff you can do to navigate it quickly, leading to, I think, like, very skillful shots that you'd have to hit with the shock. It's always nice, like, sussing out some of the angles and stuff that you would have to be, you know, engaging with on new maps, right? Plan to review random MM games for people today? I don't. You saw the one I did recently, right, Deez? Why don't all Forge maps use the same color scheme in every area of the map? In every area. So first off, obviously the color scheme on this map is a little bit different than other Forge maps, right? This is blue base, I assume. And the other side is red. She's saying color scheme like they all do blue and red? Oh, is the map split this way? It seems like the map is actually... It's split like this, right? I think, maybe. And they spawn the opposite side? I don't know. We gotta play it to see how it really plays. Map is small. It does feel small, yeah. I wouldn't say way too small, but it does feel like a somewhat small map. Playing in an FFA with 8 people, like, you're spawning on top of each other. Spawns will be terrible. I wouldn't say they'd be, like, terrible until we try it in 4v4. But I think the map could feel suffocating. And you could see a lot of split spawning. Sort of like Lattice. But I assume the entire perimeter of the map is available spawn area. As opposed to Lattice that didn't have that, right? Comparing streets to a map like this, it's all one shade of beige. I see what you're saying. Other Forge maps are all one shade of silver. It makes me think that there's a limitation of the engine. Yeah, I mean, for sure, bro. Like, the details on the map, graphically, just like, it's like Bizarre, but just not as good looking as Bizarre. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest L with this map, is like, especially like, I'm on low graphic settings, so that doesn't help, but it's not really that impressive to look at. Especially in 2026, bro. Like, 2026, and this is what we're playing on, you know? Like, look at, what is this? Like, what am I looking at? You know, like, it just doesn't look good to look at. Feels empty. There are, like, a lot of open areas. Like, a lot of the high ground areas don't have any cover. Like, this is just a flat board of a zone, you know? It's interesting. You'd think that there would be, like, a wall ledge that I can, like, jump onto make a play off of or something, you know, like some corners where there's just like not a lot of options, you know. No, this would be Strongholds, Oddball, King of the Hill. I think this would be good for Strongholds and King of the Hill in the way it's laid out. There's like separate segments to the map, so every environment feels like a little bit unique and different to play around.
That is just good Halo.
Let's go,
right
Jumbo.
there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
12-month streak, a year streak, 19 months. Love to see it, man. Welcome back. What's the name? It's called Vacancy. You guys can find it yourselves on Halo right now.
This is the way.
Orion, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
This is the way.
I'm wondering what I should do if I'm having issues with the stream. See, like it just happened, right? Should I end it, turn off the 4K on YouTube, and then start it again, and then we try to play some Halo, like an 8's lobby? I think this will come out next year. I think this is for next year HCS, but we'll see. Maybe a December update they get at it. I don't know. But I want to review one of your games for 5 gifted. Ooh. Can I review like part of the game and not the whole game? Would you be down for that? Yeah. Yeah, I think with the way that people move around these maps, like you see how I'm like sliding through the environment. I think it might feel a little small, but I guess we'll see. Satisfying though. Even like here you can line up slides, or if you're just like up top here, just sprint.
Shock rifle inbound.
10-15 minutes. Okay. Would I let Diddy clap for 5 mil? I would not, bro. Would you? So the thing is, just like, well, 5 mil sounds enticing. The trauma that would come from that experience, brother, would probably ruin the rest of your life. You know? That's a wild question, though. Looks inspired from Halo 2 Earth mission. I've seen like some horror stories, or like read some horror stories from it's like attractive women that travel to Dubai on like, I don't know if they're going on vacation or something, and then they get like, I don't know, some rich people in Dubai like offer them to like come to their island and like spend the weekend, and they fund it all, and then, you know, it seems all nice, and then when they get there, they're forced to do some like horrific things. And despite the money and the all of the luxury that came from that trip, it wasn't worth the horrifying things they had to do. Anyway, this is a totally different topic, but like, I've just read some stories, and I'm like, oh my God, this is freaky, man. You know, money doesn't buy happiness. Thought HCS was canceled. Yeah, so while HCS is not operating like it was this year, next year, there's still going to be events, and there's still going to be pros playing. So as a spectator, honestly, I don't think it's going to be too much different. There might be, you know, like a lot of shuffling in the rosters, and hopefully a lot of talent sticks around for our entertainment, you know? But I don't think it's going to be too much different. We have, in my mind, at least 4 events. APG was saying 5, maybe 6 events, which if we get 5 or 6 events, that's even more than we had this previous year. Then again, I guess if you consider Kason and you consider the Shopify LVT LAN that happened, and that's kind of like extra events, right? We kind of had like 6 or 7 or whatever. Yeah, there will be more damn good Halo. There's going to be scrims, and that will start happening, you know, in January, probably. So expect some roster mania to like kick up and become like, hit like a kind of a critical mass in December into January. And then in January, especially towards the end of January, I expect there to be scrimming and like some online tournaments and whatnot. I don't know if it's going to be the same intensity as this past year, but enough for us to keep doing what we're doing, right? And keeping tabs on it. But Call of Duty is coming out as well. And like, I'm still sort of on the fence on whether or not it'd be worthwhile to like make content in COD. We'll see. But yeah, I gotta sign in and add you, Moist. Hold on. Sure thing. Next year's final event, we get a multiplayer reveal. I hope we get a multiplayer reveal before the Halo Fest. Because if it takes until Halo Fest to get a multiplayer reveal, then there's no way HCS will come back in 2027, right? I know it's like wishful thinking, but I'd like HCS to be back, like full force, with a new Halo game in 2027. I should have you added? Okay, hold on. I have you added on the Coachway account. I'm not sure I have you added on my main account. That's the tricky part, is I don't want to like sign out of my... What's your gamer tag? Console Onyx amongst what an ocean of PC players. Yeah. Yeah, once you get up there in Onyx, most people are on PC. You have fun, Salsa? Did I meet you? Got you. Yeah, I met some people who, like, their first event was that World Championship. It's a good event, man. My first event, like, almost embarrassingly, was Atlanta 2018, the last Halo 5 event. So I missed a lot of, like, the golden era. I wasn't there for any of that. Yeah, I have to follow you. I didn't have you follow.
That is just good Halo right there.
With the early 5.
Good Halo. My God.
Thank you for the 5. Get the Moist. Your go, man. I appreciate it. I will take a look. We'll give this a little bit of attention. Welcome, guys. Fuse, Joseph, RT Kid. Is it Rupture? Welcome. Are you online? If you're online, it's going to make it easier for me. Doesn't look like he might be. Are these like gamer tags that just... I don't get it. They don't load. You're online? Let's do this. Like, there's no other way I can find you, though. I have to, like... I don't see you. There you are, all of a sudden. What's the game? I got you, Salsa. Grew up rooting for straight ripping on H3, and now you're a D3 32-year-old dad that can't give up on Halo. You know that there's a Halo 3 throwback happening this weekend, right, Baseball? Roy Lunchbox, Snipe Down, and Snakebiter on a team. Like, Nated is competing in it with, like, Enable, and there's, like, Ace, and, like, all these OG pros are playing in it. Elamite's playing in it. Best Man and the rest of like 3/4 of Shopify with Best Man are playing in it. Yeah, this Saturday. I'll be watching it this Saturday, guys. It's a Halo 3 throwback charity $2,500 like tournament, like one-day tournament. Your latest Lattice game. Okay.
Blood Bowl.
Yeah, I'll be watching it. It's the closest thing we get to, you know, proper Halo esports content. Can't miss that. Honestly, really excited. Here, I'll show you guys the... These are the teams. Ace, Lethal, Maniac, Tylenol, Best Man, Last Shot, Cycle, Frosty, Roy Lunch, Snipe Down, Snakebite, APG, Hook, Shotzi, Clutch, Wild Looking Team, Falcated, Boo Boo, Eco, Stellar, Assault, Enable, Neighbor, Elamite, Goofy, Ryan, Nated, Straight Sick, and then Spartan, Mental, Collect, and Right. So I'm not sure who that last guy is.
Precise projectile application. Would you like me to alert authorities?
Last time I think we checked in, you had a lot of like movement. You have a lot of movement tech you're pulling off.
Incoming.
Keep possession of this body part.
Having trouble with the spawn system? Feels like a coin flip. If a commando, I'll just say right off the bat, I hate that with the shoulder. Do you like this? Like, what is your FOV? That shit sticking out of my shoulder just bugs me, bro. Like, I don't know. It's like in your face. Oh, that was a blank. Okay.
Would you like me to alert authorities?
Oh, it's lagging. You guys see it lagging? It's laggy. Somebody in your team should be bringing ball back into blue here.
We have the ball.
I can respect the awareness for like supporting the spawn here, but there's a lot of action that's like clearly going down elsewhere, right? Like, well, it's important to know like what spawn could be open and be wary of like the potential of a flank. I think it's also important to like be involved with the team fight while it's happening, because the ball's not even like been successfully rotated yet, you know? Like, I feel like there might be some opportunities we're missing here.
Dropped.
It's like your teammate might not have died on that ball rotate if we're here sniping this guy if he comes out, but he's in the end.
Ball dropped.
I don't know. Or what you do is like maybe drop down, you have a different angle, grab the thruster, and then you have a supportive angle from down low, and you can use the thrust to finesse if somebody else spawns. One thing you can do as well, I don't know if this is like
Ball dropped.
like meta to think about, but when they're 4 spawned up, they can't spawn an A. So if you like pop your scoreboard up for a quick second and recognize that all 4 are alive, you would know that like if 4 are up and you don't see any spawner here, then they're spawning C, right? Yeah, you're a little bit out of play. Oh, you can kill that guy. That's a one shot. Or he's weak, right? Was he one shot? I don't know.
Ball.
And then after that, yeah, maybe play the ball. Like bring it to play position and bait it or something. Oh, he's just weak. But you can snipe him.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Nice headshot. Nice try. I think this is fine. Wondering if, like, there's any advantage. You're probably going to die to, yeah, regardless. If there's any advantage of you just, like, holding ball and getting, like, a few extra seconds before you toss it, and then jumping off the map with the sniper and getting a kill, like, while you jump off the map, or if this is fine, too, like an early play, and you just cause chaos. I feel like it's okay. If you're able to, like, somehow bring the fight into the center of the map by the end of your life, and that might be good too, because it would create, like, not only would you potentially get the trade, you would also create a scenario where they have to, like, expose themselves to grab your sniper and, like, die. Maybe hold longer and get some time. Yeah. You burned ammo, you got a headshot, you did some work. Not a bad life in the end of it. Just, like, prioritizing, you know, the right angles, making sure you're with your team when they're grabbing the ball, even though you're worried about the spawn. Using things like your scoreboard to maybe give you some more insight on whether or not they're 4 up and if they're challenging you. Yeah, like, I feel like this is almost sightline blocking you, you know? Like, it's awkward. It's in your face.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Let's try.
Enemy has the ball.
You don't see it at 105? Oh, okay.
Dose.
Okay. Interesting that you see it at 102, but not 105.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you want to do, you want to make sure it's together when you guys go 2 dead here. Like, you guys are close, and then there's this moment where we're, like, pivoting and trying to, like, we line up like a cool slide, but it leaves our teammate out to dry, you know? It's kind of, like, similar to what we saw with when I think it was a recharge game, where, like, sometimes your movement takes precedent over just doing damage and just shooting, right? Like, this guy right here, obviously, like, maybe you sort of missed him as he came through. No, but yeah, so I would just shoot him, right? Like, your movement should never take precedent over just getting a clean kill when the opportunity presents itself. I feel like this, in this moment, was like, it just took time away that, like, led to him dying faster. Versus just, like... I guess you were mid, like, jumping in the air, kind of an awkward scenario, but anyway. When you get this kill, you can't really afford to play into C effectively anymore because you've lost 3, right? You're the last survivor. Your team is spawning behind you. So maybe it would make sense to, like, pivot to this spot or something like this where you're at, like, a pivot point where you can put pressure on C, but you draw them out closer into the open and can survive for a second attack on this because you're just at a disadvantage here. You can get valuable damage, but once you full commit yourself to C, if your team isn't off spawn and in position to pick up off of you, which they're not, then it's all for nothing, right? Unless your teammate somehow, like, holds an angle and cleans up a headshot on this guy if he exposes himself. But yeah, I would say just slow it down a little bit after you go 3 dead. Take your time and play. This is a good zone. You can do a lot from here to, like, chow anybody that splits on the tower and to drop and, like, you know, play through the back of C through the ice or live. You just have a lot of options in this one corner. It's a good spot.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, he pins himself and then does damage that, like, is difficult for the team to retrieve right away unless they're playing fast, which unfortunately they're not really. But I don't know. It's just something to keep in mind. Yeah.
Ball dropped.
Okay.
Enemy has the ball.
Alert. Transfer.
Oh, no. Nice.
Available soon.
Ball dropped.
Nice try. I don't really have anything wrong with this life. If I'm nitpicking micro, like, just take your time and only focus on doing what's necessary to hit the shot while isolating the lane, especially if you know there's 2 guys.
Alert.
It's like when we walk forward and start taking this fight here, we're exposing ourselves to more angles. Even if you don't know this guy's directly below, like, you're very powerful in this corner and you could do everything effectively from this corner. So just kill him there and then use this to your advantage as a peak. You shouldn't be dying here. You guys have you have a teammate behind you. You don't have a numbers advantage, I guess, but you don't have to fight anything to the death. So, like, this guy who's in bad positioning shouldn't be able to kill you. You go for, like, a late jump on him, which this is, like, it's good tech, but it's just unnecessary when you have a teammate that can clean it up. So instead, if you just do patient peek shots, then that guy dies and you keep your life and can do more, you know? So I would say keep it simple here. But everything else seemed pretty solid for the most part. You're, like, pushing and breaking C with your team and getting kills. End up coming out with the ball in the end.
Ball dropped.
D4, D5, okay. Yeah, pretty cool scenario where you can, like, very quickly read the spawn. If you are, like, if you spawn in blue and your team is all committed to C, then they're likely split spawning either boxes or tower, right? So you spawn in blue and your team is, like, full committed to C, then that means that your team is fighting them in C, and you can't safely spawn near your team. And the enemy can't safely spawn there either, really, because of the action that's going down. So the enemy only has 2 potential locations to spawn, tower and A boxes, and you can address tower faster than any of those angles. And also tower is just, like, more relevant to the play at hand here, right? So, like, seeing this, sometimes you can just quickly read a tower spawn and shoot him immediately. Or just don't be surprised by it when you see it.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Let's go.
Vital signs. Not found.
Yeah, I would say full commit before he has a chance to. Cool, we cleaned it up.
An ally has
We're playing
slain
out.
the
Okay.
carrier.
We have
Yeah, so this is where things get a little weird, right? So like you guys did good work. You got the kill, and you have coverage in C, and now you know they're spawning in blue. The ones that you had killed previously, you want to kind of be timing them in your head. They'll have already been spawned, and they're probably like, they could be A boxes, they could be top tower and like rotating, which we see obviously in this moment. They could be playing through bottom mid, whatever. Like after you get the 2, I want you to just like turn and look for spawners right now.
And
I feel like we're not like from this zone, we're not really like looking for spawners as much as we're like just kind of running out to the middle of the map and exposing ourselves to free damage. So like if instead you're literally just sitting here and like watching A boxes, and ideally like we have a setup. I don't like the fact that we're all huddled. Somebody should be here. Somebody should have stayed back, and maybe it wasn't your role, but his role. But we should have a perimeter around C and be watching spawns. Like we want angles covering their routes as early as possible. That's what matters most here.
we have the ball.
So you take a lot of damage to this guy, and now you're kind of like on the retreat, and they're still spawning in blue, so you're just moving a lot right now. So you should be like wary if you're living here that the blue spawn is open. If you come out, you could meet any spawners in this zone. So just a lot of rotating happening here that doesn't need to be happening. Yeah. It's like mechanically you're good because like clearly I can tell you're able to hit the G slides, do all the movement and whatnot, which just reminds me of the game we looked at earlier. But don't be afraid to like leverage your advantages by just holding angles early and getting that damage the moment these spawners come up. Because these 2 spawners, I don't want them to feel like they can breathe. Like they shouldn't be able to get far before they're getting tagged. And we do too much like just kind of rotating. You can sit here, that's fine. You should have somebody sitting here, you know, and just like waiting and shooting. That's all. How you doing, Shades? Yeah, you just, and you can't kind of hit like a route that wasn't really intentional. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is a little awkward, as you can see. And then he just shoots you. And now you're on retreat. So yeah, this should got to be like a quick moment of recognizing the scenario and when you should be setting up and letting them come to you, and when you should be aggressing and doing the fancy rotates. So you guys go 3 dead off that. Snipers. Wow. Okay, nice. Thrust in front of you here. They're 1 dead. 3v3.
Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped.
Cool. 2. Oh no. Oh my god. Nice. Okay. Oh, no. You might die from tower. You got it.
Ball dropped.
Do not lose control.
So your intention here is to get to blue with the ball so that we can get sniper, I'm thinking, right? Because like you're good here. We're all leaving. We're all kind of, I guess, challing blue together. At least we seem like we're sort of on the same page. But I don't know. I feel like we're just trying to, like, there's timing where we could just be collecting. We're on different, like, you seem to be under the impression that we're playing for blue, but your team also isn't. Like, is he's running with this? I don't know. This is weird. This is going to lead to an early play and not much ball time collected. And you guys are in like a weird no man's land too, where you're putting pressure on C, and any spawners that pop up might flip behind you and eventually. Okay, you're still spawning C, but yeah. Have an awkward spot to hold ball. Nice kill. Fair. Hitting a live session, yeah, sort of. He gifted 5 subs and asked if I would look at some of his games, so I'm just kind of. Okay. Always use audio cues and the like. See this on the right hand side? If I take this off screen, see the little exclamation point? Like on your peripheral, you always want to kind of be catching that, right? There's an audio cue that I hear in my right ear that there's a fight going down to my right. So before I even engage with this, I know to anticipate a fight to my right. So it takes us a while to like the cleanups that we're looking for and the kills we get here are good. But it takes us a while to just turn and kill this guy on our right, who we can hear. But maybe you're thinking he's shooting at that guy. Maybe that's what you're thinking. I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely like off that audio cue, use that and as a source of like info that somebody might be in this zone and see. The faster we clean him up, the better this whole scenario looks. You can, instead of diving off and all of this craziness, you would have just had ball. We would have just been set up.
Ball dropped.
It's good to hear, Caitlin. Thank you.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, and then, so that was their fourth. And I guess your team is like all pushing up, but in my mind, I'm thinking maybe you just keep the oddball right here and just watch it go down, right? So right now we're very concerned with rotating, but like your team is, they're pushed up, they're contributing to the spawners on blue, and you're sort of in a position behind them where all you have to do is just kind of like sit here and be ready to be their fourth man and shoot, right? Yes, they are pushing, and that could split the spawns to see behind you afterwards. And you being in this spot is okay for that, though, because if they do come behind you, you can just like throw the ball forward and come out, right? Like you can rotate away from C if you need to. So I would make the enemy make you move, right? Like I feel like in this moment, they're pushing, your team's pushing aggressively. You can kind of just be a turret if necessary and just sit here with the ball jiggle peeking, right? When you see a guy bottom mid, you can drop it, shoot, contribute, dead, hold the ball, watch your teammate come out with the sniper, be ready to drop the ball and support him as he comes back with the sniper, right? That's kind of what makes the most sense, to like be the OBJ guy and work off the team that's already forward. If it was a different scenario and like you were in front of your team, then maybe that justifies like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think, yeah, stay in a pivot position, watch your team, and be ready to shoot instead of worried about rotating through the map here.
Do not.
Especially because we have timing. Like we just wiped out their whole team. There's a window, a 10-second window of time where we have a significant numbers advantage and they don't have angles on us. So throughout that entire 10 seconds, we should be soaking up ball time until we know that they're all back on the map. You can even use the scoreboard here as well to identify when they're spawning. You can do more with less. Yeah. So like we only got like 2 seconds in this entire exchange, you know, that could have been like 10 to 15 seconds maybe while we're kind of supporting the team. Title says Optic versus SR. Oh, I already looked at it. Yeah, Shades, my bad. Did I watch C9 versus Envy series this week? I didn't watch C9 Envy. Low-key and explosive matchup, 3-1 score, kind of covered up. Okay. I can try to go back and take a look at it, and maybe we try to, if we want to continue, like, I don't know if every day I try to tackle a different series, but we spent like a good 2 hours or so, an hour and a half on Optic Shopify Grand Finals. First couple games I was kind of locked in. Game 3, I feel like I could have given more, and then we kind of brought it back towards the end. But yeah, we watched all 5 games in the series earlier.
Ball dropped.
Yeah. I like your mechanics. Like, it reminds me of myself. You're very quick with your slides and whatnot, but just being very cognizant about how much you're exposing yourself and the damage that you're giving your opponents, you know? It's like, well, these slides are tricky in a 1v1 context. By you sliding out to start this fight, you just expose yourself to other, it becomes a 2v1 or 3, you know what I mean? So it's like, they're definitely having to work hard to kill you, but sometimes just prioritize your cover and, you know, you're doing the most just by outputting damage and not moving too much. That's good to hear, Barbosa. Let's go, brother.
Translocator requisition confirmed.
The lagging stream is bothering me, man. Okay, now we can play fast and aggressive. 2 dead off your spawn. You have QT. Get right in blue and just clear things out. Cool. Good damage. Hey, boxes is open. Be wary of that. Okay, he's behind you now. You heard him. Cool. Interesting. Okay. Cool.
Ball dropped.
Be a ball in blue.
Enemy has the ball.
They somehow broke through.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Oh my god.
Enemy has the ball.
Chaos.
Ball dropped.
FaZe vs SR was a closer. Yeah, that was closer for sure. That would be a fun one to review as well. Like, I watched it sort of casually like a week or 2 ago. Cap my frames to 60 to address. It's a stream lag issue though. It's not a. I mean, maybe if I do that, it'll help. Who knows? Because the issue that I'm having is an issue with my PC and my live stream. You know, like I don't know. Wait. Maximum 6. we spawn ice. When you hit this G slide, by the way, do a light version of the slide. So G slide and jump out of it early. So don't full commit for the slide because it's gonna send you too far. Do like a quick one where you leave it early and then just hop. So you don't get the same powerful boost, but you line up way better with the box. It's just a better rotate. Because you go too far here, it slows you down, right? So you're forced to clamber because you committed full to the G slides. Just don't do that. I've had to work on that too when I was playing FFA. So you can just, you just want to get clean on the box. It's not about, yeah, that's the cool thing about sliding on this map is, and it works over here too. Like if you spawn here and you want to get to here, then you want to do like a light, like one where you jump out the G slide, like you hit crouch early and you jump out of it almost immediately. So you get a bit of a boost, but you stay high up and you can skip the clamber straight through. Or like if you're here, if you're standing on this box, you can do like a G slide at an angle and jump out of it early, and you'll keep your height as you soar backwards this way, and you'll land on this box while you look at tower, basically. Or you can go out this way, land on here while you look at boxes. It's kind of a really cool way to rotate through this area while keeping you like high up and giving you options if you want to jump up above or slide out, basically. But
Translocator requisition confirmed.
So this guy who's alive is like the last guy that's alive. This is an interesting like meta kind of idea here, but like, so when you spawn, if we're watching kill feed, 1 dead,
Translocator requisition confirmed.
2 dead, 3 dead. Now, like, there's only 1 guy alive, and he's probably in blue. So you know you want to get fast and aggressive on blue to clear out the blue base. But if we go this way through A and clear out blue base, it's very different than if you go mid and clear out blue base, right? Especially if you have QT, you have flexibility. If you go through A boxes to clear out blue, you guarantee that they spawn at C, far from the ball. But if you go mid to clear out blue in this moment, then you open up boxes and give them like a lane to push back into blue, right? So that would be like pretty big brained in this moment, is if you recognize that they're 3 dead and you have QT and freedom to go out the lane, and you play this way to collapse on blue instead, and flip their spawn far to C to give your team more time to set up and make it easier, right? So we go this way, and then they start getting team spawns to your right. Or like they rotate either way, and then they'll get team spawns off their rotate. But like, there he is. Now he's spawning in cargo. So now it's like they're on your doorstep a little faster. Yeah.
We have the ball.
When you back up here, your team is like still in a gunfight. I'm wondering if we're doing like a lot of... We rotate a lot here. And by the time we get there, it's like we're not part of it, right? So there's like action, fighting happening to your right-hand side.
Enemy has the...
And you sort of like play out mid, and they push through, and we miss this engagement, and then we come back and expose ourselves to like C and get shot in the back. Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's like more room for efficiency with how we kind of move around. Like, you should use your team to your advantage. Like, I think that this whole QT beatdown connection is sick. It's like stylish, and it's a good way to like get an early beatdown without him countering you. But at the same time, like, you have a teammate behind you. Like, I don't know. I'm just wondering if we can like involve our team and guarantee this kill without just like G sliding at the guy and beating him down and then ending up back in mid map, you know? Like, make them kind of force you to evade versus we're doing this like aggro play and then splitting off. I'm wondering if we could just like shoot him a couple times and like bait and switch here with the teammate. And then if they force you to QT, you QT. So then that kind of like keeps you in play for it. We dip, and then like we're sort of absent. Or maybe when you come back, wrap through the entirety of blue and like make sure that this side of blue is like clear so you can support it. But something about this is there's a lot of movement happening and like not a lot of like team fighting happening somehow, you know? More phase, less optic. Interestingly though, yeah, like the phase playstyle of like structured, holding like your advantages and playing from advantages is like a playstyle that'll guarantee you Onyx more quickly than like a wild, fast, technical playstyle, you know? Like, while that'll give you opportunities, I think like especially in matchmaking, going for like the simple I want A/B setup on strongholds. I want, you know what I mean? Like that, like traditional style of Halo is probably going to give you more mileage up until like Onyx, and then the higher you get in Onyx, the more like, you know, things develop and people play more aggressively off spawn opportunities and whatnot, and you know, you get better at reading the game too, so you know how to position yourself. But yeah, as like a general theme, sure. But yeah.
Ball drop. Enemy has the
Now you're
ball.
last alive.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Yeah. Not really much you can do to live there. If you got a backsmack, maybe it would have been nice there. Fight still going down in blue.
Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped.
2.
We have the ball.
3 dead. Sweet. Spawns in C. Okay. It's like, even if you're sitting still, you gotta sit in a dirty location. I like that. Nice. 3. This is looking good. This is what we want to see. Like, I mean, this is like, yeah, so somebody got through blue and he's pinging it. Okay, cool. But this is like, you know, the first time that I've seen a good, like, sort of traditional hold. We're playing aggressively, but...
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Okay. In the moment that there's 3 dead, I mean, whatever. You can kind of afford to, like, walk out and
Ball
take
dropped.
the angles.
We have the ball. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
We've lost.
Yeah, you do definitely do it like a lot, you know, with the movement and the mechanics. And sometimes it just has your gun down, or it has you like over rotating past like doorways and whatnot. Like, so you kind of like, you address the angle, but you only hit the angle for like a fraction of a second, and then you go past it and have to run back. You know what I mean? Like little circumstances like that, like something you realize with movement is like, the best players are like cracked, but they're also like super precise with like every single movement, the range of their slide, where it lands, what opportunities it gives them, because, you know, sometimes while you can get somewhere fast, you might not get there efficiently, and you won't actually hit the critical angle with the timing that you want, or you won't stay on the critical angle for the 3 bullets that you needed to, you know what I mean, in the window that you had. It's like just making sure every little thing is like intentional, and you're using it. You're hitting the Nike, like putting the Nikes on when like there's a clear advantage and you can afford to like get aggressive. And then in the situations where you don't need it, you're like just keeping your weapon ready, focusing on suppressing, you know?
Successfully delivered. Your power items are...
There's no harm in like dropping and shooting that in a moment there, but anyway. While your teammate's shooting at it, just like melting him in an instant. Sure. Cool. 90 seconds.
Ball out of bounds.
Teammate getting their kills while you're dead.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Should probably make sure that you clear A boxes as you come through these areas, just because there could be somebody like lingering.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Like their positioning is poor right now, right? Like other scenarios, they might have had more of a perimeter. They're very like huddled around this ball.
Ball dropped.
Should lead to you guys winning.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Carrier down.
And that should be run.
Ball dropped.
Seize the ball.
Nice. I'm down to run a viewer FFA with the new map,
Round 1.
but I might have to end the live stream to do it, because we're having like lagging issues on the live stream. If I end the stream and set it to 1080p, I might be able to do it.
Say no to choking.
Anyway, solid first round. Is that okay for now, Moist? Or hopefully like some important things we identified in that one? I feel like, you know, you guys won it. So in the end, that little setup that we had was like one really good, you know, source of team play there. Summarize wise, like I don't want to give you the same sort of like keep it simple summary that I think I had given you last time. Like that's definitely still in your gameplay. Like I feel like I see improvement though. You're definitely like You know what I mean? Building efficiency and building like speed with the way that you navigate the map, but still have to like find that balance of keeping it simple. Understanding like how to work off your team in critical moments, like with the sniper off the open, like while you're wary of the spawns, which is good. Just making sure you're also like ready to hit a critical shot when they rotate ball. Yeah, no problem, man. Systemize your play. Intentional. You know, it's like everything you do has a purpose. Every G slide you go for is an opportunity that you could have shot somebody maybe, right? It's like learning how to like minimize the time you spend doing anything that's like unnecessary, and you're only your gun's ready for the critical moments. Appreciate you, Shades. Hope you've been well, man. I didn't get to see you at Worlds. We're watching. That was Moist Nuggets gameplay, like Diamond. You said Diamond 4, Diamond 5. No problem, man. Glad it was insightful, Max. So we've talked about Rostermania. I showed the new map. We broke down Optic Shopify. We looked at Moist gameplay. All that's left, I guess, is to play the game, right? But I gotta like, with the way the stream is lagging, there's no point in doing it like this. What I think I'll do is end stream. And then, like, I don't know, should I just come back and play?
This is the way.
This is the way.
Fate, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
I gotta eat dinner. So I could, like, end stream, change my settings, eat dinner, and then maybe we get on and play the map a little bit. Sick, we didn't get the link up. Yeah. I know. I don't know, like, I think maybe Halo Fest? I go to Worlds. I've got a trend of going to Worlds, like, the past 2 years. So maybe we go to like next year's like Worlds or whatever with Halo Fest, or like maybe DreamHack Atlanta. There has to be a good reason for me to go. Like now that we've gotten to a point where I do the watch parties, if I don't have a watch party to do at the event, then it just doesn't make sense, you know? So like if I'm able to do another like charity stream or some sort of a watch party somehow, then that'll make it worthwhile. But if not, it makes more sense to be at home. You got to be at, Halo Fest sounds like the most important event to not miss. What's up, Truly? It'd be a DreamHack for sure. Yeah, I mean, DreamHack's a good one because it's more than just a Halo event, right? There's a lot of reasons to go to DreamHack and have a good time. And I think it's good to see the the European crowd get a tournament or a DreamHack that they can, attend. That should be fun. I'm gonna send you guys to collect for now. And then have some dinner. If we come back, it's gonna be gameplay, Halo only. On the new map. That or like worst case, I'll be live tomorrow and I can do like an all day on the map too. Like we can stream in game there too. We'll see. I'm gonna start by having dinner though. Give Collect some love. What a different gamers outreach. No problem, man. Got kids out here near me that the org impacts. That's awesome. That's awesome. Bro, seen that video from Gamers Outreach with the Master Chief, like Spartan in the like such a cute video in the hospital with the kids. Like, it's one thing to try to communicate to people the value of like the charity, and it's another to see that video and like and know exactly where things are going. That that definitely brought me on board even more so. So it was a really, really sweet video. Glad that we can do that. I feel like I'm proud of what we did, even though it was kind of low key. Like, it's weird being in my position, man. Like, we raised a ton of money, but nobody from HCS, nobody from Halo Studios. Not that I did this for acknowledgement, like I can't come in here and do this for acknowledgement. I just got to do what I can. But just the fact that like, no drops, no acknowledgement, raising 11,200 anyway. But I'm happy that I was there. Real ones see it. That's all that matters. It's like I still achieved something incredible and I'm proud of it. So take care, AK. I'll enjoy dinner. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. 9 to 9 viewers over to Collect. Have a good night, guys. Yeah. All right. Peace YouTube as well. Baseball. Joe's.